If all they've been saying is true, is it over for your eyes? Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through, down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. This is the numbers game. The fights, the fear, the fear. This is the numbers game. Counting up coins for a soda can, and there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tans. Just a couple other pieces of data. Just a
Plans rather? Are you sticking around in NA? Or you go back to EU? What's because it's not that long until Boston.
So there's like 2 weeks or 3 weeks, if I'm not wrong, and we are just going to go back to EU. We will have a nice little boot camp before we go to major, and we will just fully prepare for major. And I hope even in this tournament now, we will do some good work. Hopefully we get to the finals. Hopefully we will win the tournament, because that's our goal as well. And we all know that in the major we need to be on the peak, so that's what we will do.
You think people are here? Let's give this one a shot. I'll try to hold it tight for you. Do you think people are sandbagging strats, or is that a crazy concept that Twitch chat made up one time and can never let go of?
I think it's crazy. I hope so, at least that not, because it would be a little bit boring, you know, in my opinion. A little bit boring, but maybe. I cannot leak also. Maybe we do it as well.
Maybe you do it as well. Maybe that's part of the poker face, right? Like people are playing a poker game out here. It's kind of like
you don't know. Like you need to read people. You know, nobody's telling the truth.
Nobody's telling the truth. Actually, I heard there's just there's one guy telling the truth and everybody else is just lying to try to get to the truth, right? So,
have you played this game, Liar's Bar in Steam? Have you played the game?
What's it called?
It's Liar's Bar in Steam. It's like this game with like this poker idea, I guess. No, not poker idea, with these numbers, and then you need to guess like who is bluffing, you know.
Really?
It's really funny game with the friends.
Yeah, I'll check that out.
You need to figure out like who is the bad guy, and then it's going on with the.
So it's not like a Among Us type setup.
No.
With cards.
Yeah, exactly. It's more. It's pretty simple, but I really like it.
Please ensure your phone is muted during the session.
Already muted after a break.
Of course, Floram policy. This wellness check-in has been scheduled after you declined a department move to finance and fraudulence earlier this year. Distractions acknowledged. Your records do show you've been underperforming in your aura disposal duties. Exceeding the aura cap imposed by Floor M must be proving stressful for you.
Aura disposal denied.
Your aura levels are concerningly high for your station. Luckily, your colleague's work is ensuring that your team's aura
will return to net zero by the end of the cycle. Aura disposal successful.
The board is thrilled
With your department's consistent presence, they hope you'll be around.
for a long time. Before we end the session, we've produced a photo of your Outies family for you to enjoy at your workstation. Thank you so much, Jimmy. Oh, and Jimmy, please refrain from locking the break room door whilst inside. It is a communal area.
I haven't been logging it.
The room is monitored 24 hours a day.
Hey, what's up, Jimbo Slice?
I'm doing good. I noticed that there was a trap going on here.
It was a bit of a trap. You were caught in the corner, so I was trying to give you a way out, and then I guess we found that. So towards you saying you're looking sexy over there, do you agree?
I look always sexy, or at least I try to be. But I'm happy that he thinks I look sexy.
Yeah, I think that goes a long way with the terms of the team, Kim, and whatnot. Speaking of which, that also looks like it's on point. You guys having a good time?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. I think like everyone has been really good in this tournament, and especially Torch, I think he's been rocking it. So it feels really good to play, you know? When Top is just destroying and killing everyone, it's pretty easy to play.
Look, I'm pretty sure someone over there just said fuck Vitality. What do you think?
Fuck Vitality.
Yeah, fair enough, because like they're one of two teams that you guys know how to lose to. So how do you get past that?
I mean, first of all, I think the winning Falcons was a good starting point because they're also like top two teams, I think, with Vitality, of course.
Yeah.
And with Vitality, when we will get there, I think it will be the grand final then, hopefully. Mm-hmm. And I think it will be a really exciting game. But I think we just need to play how we did against Falcons and just do the our own stuff. And I think that's it. Like, there's no secret way to win them or no magic way. So I think we just need to show them that we are capable of playing better than we did before, and that's it.
Wait, but Jimfat, I thought you knew the magic way. I thought you were going to show me the way.
I just showed the team the gooning way, and then they will use it as they want.
Kiksan, you finally had some time to practice with Monesi. What did you guys focus on the most?
I mean, we focused on improving the map pool, obviously. At the start, we didn't have any maps prepared, let's say, for Melbourne. Now had some time to play all the maps, so yeah.
Do you know what your map pool is like, or do you feel like it's after this tournament that you'll have a better understanding?
I think we have much better idea than compared to Melbourne, let's say, but it's still not perfect, I would say. We still need to get some more data on ourselves because we only had 2 or 3 games here, so it's not a lot.
Talking about Melbourne, got the same opponents in the quarterfinal in Gamer Legion. Why do you think the game was so easy for you over there?
I just think we have much more experienced players, and we just played like we usually do, and it was not the case for them. I think they played a bit differently, maybe because of the arena, maybe because of the pressure, maybe because of the inexperience, I'm not sure. But I just think we should do the same and just play like we usually do.
Do you expect them to make some significant changes in their approach, or maybe just being able to play their own game a little bit more?
I think they will definitely try to change some things, maybe play with a bit more confidence, because we felt like they were not themselves in that Melbourne game. So I definitely expect them to change something for this game.
Tell me about also, you might have the same opponents as you did in Melbourne, right? Just it would be a little bit different with Falcons waiting in the semifinals. So what are your thoughts about maybe that potential game? Do you actually think you would have a better chance in a best of 3 compared to a best of 5?
I don't think it matters that much. Maybe actually it does, because it might favor us a little bit more because it's 3 maps, and obviously we had a bit less time to prepare than them. They've been playing together for months compared to us with Monesi, so I don't think it's a big change, but maybe it could give us a little bit of an advantage.
And what do you think was the problem in the Mouse game here in the group stage? They looked very, very motivated to get revenge on you guys.
Yeah, I think we were just not ourselves yesterday in the game. We didn't play with the patience that we usually do. Maybe we tried to close the game a bit fast, and that was the biggest mistake. But yeah, I think they also played good and with a lot of confidence, like they usually do, and they punished all of our mistakes.
All right, thanks, Kiksan. Good luck in the playoffs. Hi, ZTR. Another IEM, another playoffs. How does it feel?
Feels great to make playoffs despite having a stand-in and despite getting fucked over in Astana. So yeah, it feels really good.
What are some of the main differences between Acor and Slant for you as an IGL?
Maybe, or probably the most biggest thing is the experience, and he can take care of himself a bit more. Don't need can take care of himself more.
You mentioned Astana. You guys had this, first playoffs in Bucharest, then don't make the major arena first in Melbourne, then Astana happens, and now you're back in the playoffs again. So what, you think is the reason for all this up and down performances?
I mean, we're still a pretty young team, so maybe it's an experience thing, not being that consistent with our emotions and individual play, maybe even. I mean, even myself, not always being on top of my calling, etc. So I think it's a mix of those things that helps us not being consistent.
I think also in Melbourne, you beat FaZe with your sick 1v3 to make the playoffs. Here you knock out G2. You said you're young and inexperienced team. So what do you think gives you the edge in some of these matchups to take these more veteran teams?
I mean, I think when we get fired up and hyped, there's not many people that can challenge the aimers we have on the team and also the chemistry we have. So I think when all these things connect, we're a really dangerous team. We just need to find ways to get it more consistently and on a more regular basis.
I think it was obvious in, that Melbourne quarterfinal against Falcons that you weren't really yourselves in a way. It was a first stage experience for a lot of the guys. So what has the conversation been like heading into tomorrow and that rematch?
I mean, first of all, we aim to get more than 9 rounds in the best of 3. That's the main goal. But also we hope that we try to always take something from our matches. And like you said, that match we were pretty fucking nervous. So hopefully we can take some lessons from that game and be a bit cooler going into the game now.
Do you think having Aker as a stand-in sort of helps you guys alleviate some of that pressure?
Yeah, for sure. Like I said earlier, he brings a lot of experience. He's played in a major grand final on stage in Paris. So definitely he can only bring good things for us.
All right. Thank you. Good luck in your game. Emil, I wanted to ask you about, Vitality has this run and everything. People are talking about eras and all these different things. How do you think they stack up against your old Astralis lineup?
I think what they're doing now is something new. I think it's always difficult to compare the eras to each other because I think it's in different time zones and also in different eras of the game. So I think it's kind of difficult to say which one is the best and which one is the worst. But I think Vitality, they are going in the right direction. I think they definitely need to win majors before they can compete with the Astralis era. Just because winning 3 majors in a row, that's a bit different than just winning one, But what they've been doing and the streak they've been doing right now is obviously very impressive. I think I would say this streak is the best streak maybe of all time, just because, to be honest, I feel like the teams nowadays, they're so good. And I think it's more competitive than it's ever been. And I feel like there's more, professional people and players who is very good.
Do you think not having best of ones actually makes it easier to have a streak or harder?
It definitely makes it easier. I mean, let's be realistic as well. Like having I think Spongy said yesterday that they lost 18 maps or something like that in all these type of games, and that would have been 18 times they could have lost the streak. So it's also very important to understand that best of 3 gives the comfort, and also even when you go potentially a map behind, or if you're gonna play a third map or something like that, you still have this comfort zone that you can afford to lose a single map and then still make it back. So the streak obviously is also helped, but on the other hand, there's also more best of 5s nowadays, so it kind of covers it up a little bit as well.
Decor, long time no see. You're back. Playoffs straight away. How's it feel?
Feels amazing. I haven't been on the server for a long time, and I think you could see it as well on my gameplay in the first few games. I'm still feeling a little bit rusty, but I feel like it's going better game by game.
You spent some time, with TSM, having to go through all the online cups, qualifiers, and everything. Is this easier for you to play than that?
I would say so. I mean, you don't have to grind as much online every single day. You have more time to practice and actually fix all your mistakes you're doing and grow as a player. Because if you just play online tournaments all the time, you basically don't have a lot of time to practice, and I feel like that's what makes you a better player.
it's been a year or so since you left Gamer Legion last time around. What are some of the differences in this team and in Gamer Legion now compared to when you were on the roster?
I mean, they're definitely a younger team, I can feel. They're very focused on being healthy, like eating healthy, going to the gym. I mean, just being good friends as well. So I feel like they're still keeping the same like team synergy and trying to like be good friends and have good team chemistry as well. So that's really nice.
You're one of the more experienced guys on the team now. You said that they're a very young team. So what are some of the ways that you're trying to help them despite being a stand-in?
I'm just trying to keep being vocal in the game. Like if I'm dead, I'll keep doing like dead talk and like highlighting stuff for people. So if like a position is open, I'll always tell someone like, this is open, go, like trying to like dead talk for everyone so they know what's up.
You're going to go up against Falcons in the quarterfinal game now. In Melbourne, didn't go so well for the boys. So what's the main focus going into the match this time around?
I'm just going to keep focus on my individual level and keep performing as hopefully have a good performance. I know Falcons very hard team to play against, and Monacy is a very good player. So I feel like we'll just do prep like normally, and hopefully we can perform as good as we did earlier.
And also, do you have any inkling on how the future is looking like for you personally?
Not right now. I'm just here as a stand-in for this tournament, and I mean, hopefully after the major something comes up. I still haven't got I've said no to a few teams, but that's only because I want to join a team where I feel like there's like some growth in the team where I can come in and be like a stable player as well.
All right, thank you so much and good luck in your game.
Thank you.
Tell me, also you've been a part of many different championship lineups, obviously the Astralis one, but your time in Vitality too. Now Falcons, you're again a contender. What's one of the things that is really important to become that sort of championship caliber team?
I think first of all, it's about having the correct roles in a team. I think it's also about understanding the priorities in the team. I mean, I think for me, obviously, it makes sense that Nico and Monacy is the priority in our team, and they are the big stars. And then you also have Tessus, who is playing some of the good roles as well. So I think it's just about prioritizing and understanding, but also accepting your role in the team. And I think in this team, it's also been a little bit different for me in the sense that I've always been more of a talkative guy, taking initiative and talking way more. But we have some people on the team who talks a lot and who likes to be in charge. So I have to be more step back and just rely on my team as well. So yeah, I think that's just about how do you want to have the team functioning. And I think that's where one of my strengths is that I'm not very looking into how can I be in good situations and what makes me comfortable and what makes me happy and stuff like that. I'm more focused on how can I help my teammates. And for me, it's not important about like how I perform or how I play, as long as we are bringing in championships and we're going into the top 4 as a minimum. But obviously, the last 3 tournaments we have been in the finals and we won 1 tournament. So I think we're going in a good direction. But me as a player, I just focus on the results, not so much about how I play or how the individuals are performing and stuff like that. So I just try and bring my best to the team, and sometimes that's taking a step back and letting the others shine a little bit.
Yeah, you were talking about this before, about giving space to other players and then figuring out where your spot lies in all of this. How far along would you say you are in that process? Because you just had a week or a little bit over a week to practice with Monacy.
I think the terms are defined in this team. There's no like the roles and everything. It's already defined. I mean, everyone knows their role. Everyone knows what they're supposed to bring to the table. And for me as a player, obviously, I always try and look into how can I become better and how can I improve in those roles that I have. And I think the last 2 tournaments has been uptrending. Tendency for me, which is something I have to look at the bigger picture. Obviously, yesterday was a very rough game for me, but other than that, I feel like I've been uptrending as well, and playing around those roles and figuring out that even if I maybe not have all the best roles, but how can I still become even better in those roles? How can I still bring a little bit more to the table to also make the star players understand that they don't always have to perform, because they can also rely on me and Kyksen and also Tessus to bring some firepower when maybe they're having an off day.
Look, man, I know it might sound crazy. Enz is our captain now. You know how he feels about European authors? Anyways, just translate exactly what he says. Exactly.
Exactly what he says. Okay.
Okay, 9-10 will see us now. Okay. Come with me. Yo, 9-10, you get the DM?
Hey, if you want to talk to him, talk to me, so he understand.
Yeah, you are the translator.
Timo, чего толстый?
What? Чего толстый?
No, you're the translator.
Okay, I got the DM.
За, месяцсан.
Би сонсон гэж ханилчлаа.
I didn't hear you. You coughed?
No, you're the one who coughed.
Okay, чи ханилсан?
Гүй чи ханилсан?
Stop saying I coughed.
No, you coughed when you spoke to 9-10. Anyways, don't worry about that. Remember, he can haul.
За, Мартин. Санаж нь энэ эст чадна.
Тэр эст чадахгүй.
No, he can't haul.
He can definitely haul. 100%.
Тэр яалтчгүй эст чадна.
Гүй наач амьдралдаа эс авч үзээгүй шүү дээ.
He never had op in his life.
He's literally a fucking hawper.
Наач шууд утгаараа эсч.
Гүй тэр бол IGL.
No, he is the IGL.
No, he's not.
Okay, тэр бол эш.
What the hell is going on? I want to speak to him myself. Ask 9-10 how well he speaks this language.
900-аас энэ хэлийг хэр ойлгодог вэ гинэ?
Би энэ хэлийг маш сайн ойлгож байна шүү дээ.
Obviously, he's fluent.
Then what the fuck do we need you for?
Тэгвэл чи бидэнд ямар хэрэгтэй юм бэ?
Чи намайг ч дууцсан шүү дээ. Энэ угсаа сайн уу тэнийг санаа гэдэг чи би уус мэдчихсэн. Чи тэр JK-сийг аваад эс нүү байна уу хамаагүй бүгдийг зааж өгөх гол энийг хинч битээлээрээ тэгээд анааж яваарай.
So, what did he say?
He said he'll think about it.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Don't you love when a plan comes together? Not like this, of course, but that you guys made it all the way over here. Yep. Now you're going to the playoffs.
Yeah. I mean, after coming from the basically jet lag and having it starting the bet at the first game and losing it and going to lower bracket and coming back to playoffs, I think is a good thing. And also still, we didn't even missing one, like the playoff wise. So yeah, let's see. But I think time to at least go to the final now on the stage. Yeah. Because you every time when quarter or semi, when you eliminate, it's not satisfying the people as well who plays, and also the people who is watching. So I think we need to fix our little mistakes that we did. We need to go to the final, I think, in this event.
I mean, it is just right down the hall over there. Or it will be. It'll be there on Sunday. Yo, let's get you signing, man. What's up?
I think it's working. I think it's working right now.
Yo, what's up with Katia signing with a black pin? Is that part of the plan?
Yo.
Yeah, get him, Azantaras. Get him. Yeah. Oh, shit. My bad.
And I will do one crosshair for you guys. I'm not doing too much, usually.
It's a special edition.
Special edition right now on the camera.
Okay. Well, mostly I like doing this because it makes my cameraman work more than he usually has to. So it's kind of like... So, all right, you guys will go back. You'll get some prep in today. You'll get ready tomorrow. And then what?
Then... I don't want to say.
All right, fair enough. You guys have been on the nonstop grind, though, bro. You guys have been going nonstop. So tell me a little bit about that, because I think, that takes its toll on anybody. And plus, you as a team,
Yeah, I think that's why, because of that, we had to stop and give a break for 1.5 months almost. But it's affected us also in the previous event because we didn't have officials regularly every day. But I think we are getting back on the shape again. I think sometimes you need a break. Sometimes you need to play because of this RMR points thing for the invitations all the time. So people are just running from behind each other all the time. This is how it is right now, the Counter-Strike.
Yes.
And we need to do it,
Yeah, I think even Monesi was talking about it just the other day in interviews, saying, "Oh, that sleepy Aurora." I mean, you guys were pretty tired. Obviously, there's a taxing thing that goes on here with the travel and whatnot. All right, man.
Mentally 65.
Yeah, it is definitely that. Hey, I'm going to let you get back to what you got going on here. Maybe we're going to get Katie to redo these or no?
Yeah, I think we need to do it. Where is his signatures? Why is it on red?
Hey, Mr. Woxick, good luck to you. Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy, Face It Watch.
Longhorn bulls are an icon of Texas. Their horns have an average span of roughly 2.5 feet, but the world record is held by a bull named Cowboy Tough Checks, clocking in at a whopping 8.6 feet. From breaking records to breaking hearts, unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to a few icons in their own right during the group stage. The Hail Mary play for FaZe, unfortunately not paying off, whereas for Hunter of G2 fame, sadly not going to get a chance to defend his title here in Dallas. That does tee us up with the top 6 and 2 quarterfinals going down today. Later on, it's going to be Falcons versus Gamer Legion, not before the Mongols take on Aurora. But before all of that, we're going to be pimping out, talking counter. This is the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds, and Passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Stroll's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas, live from the Kay Bailey Hutchinson Arena. We started with 16 teams, and as we enter the playoffs, only 6 remain in the fight for the IEM trophy. Later on today, Gamer Legion taking on Falcons for our second quarterfinal. Aurora playing Mongols to start things off in just a bit. But before then, we're going to warm up into things. We're going to get into the pre-show. And I've brought some of my closest friends into the pre-show with me. We've got Yanko, we've got Jacob, and Sponge is going to be joining us as well. He's talking with fans.
He's too busy talking with fans.
I know.
He has so many
closest friends as well, huh?
I know. It's like I have my closest friends.
He meant the 2 of us.
Oh, okay.
And you're here as well.
And Chad's just kind of going to limp into things at some point either way. How's Dallas been, boys? It's been good competition. Counter-Strike's been fun.
Dallas is always fun, man. Got that spring break vibe.
Yeah.
Games are earlier, you finish earlier, but it's exciting, right? Got some of the world's best teams here. It's right before the major. Everyone's trying to ramp up. Everyone's trying to get into form for that. So, yeah, it's been great.
Jacob, for you, early finishes mean you got to go biking.
I gotta go biking. You know, I've been spending a lot of time in the gym, a lot of time in the sun. But as Yanko said as well, it's nice to feel that all these teams are coming in with a bit of a point to prove. You know, leading up to the major, everyone is excited.
Sorry.
Yeah, you had some things going on.
No, you want to know where the signing sessions were?
Oh, that's fair.
I was doing my Kinga. I had to ask.
Sure.
He's either down an escalator, or they're at the Intel booth.
Okay.
So we're not any closer to finding out where the signing sessions are.
So you sent them on like a 5-mile excursion.
No, I didn't do that. I just pointed them in any direction possible.
Okay, cool.
But thanks for having us today, Jason.
Thanks for joining us.
No, it's really nice. Now, I know that you think you brought us here.
I know, it feels that way.
But we brought you here.
Okay.
We've been talking as a group. We're in your lovely home country, the US of A, freedom, burgers, everything large. We love it here. We're happy to be here, and we're glad that you embrace us with your culture and all these lovely faces around us. But there's a pressing topic.
Okay, there's always a but.
There's a pressing topic.
Yes,
Now,
I was waiting for that.
Could you hold my microphone for a second?
I can absolutely hold your microphone. Oh, that's nice. The glasses. The glasses are a good touch.
Well, he is
Look how
getting there,
intelligent he
so
looks.
He needs to read this.
All right, you need the mic now?
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah.
Jason, thank you for being here with us today. We've all come together because we care about you deeply and want to talk about something that's been on our minds. You mean a lot to each of us, and we've noticed how much time and energy you've been putting into thinking about North American Counter-Strike and its struggles. We know how passionate you are about the game. It's something you've always loved, and your knowledge about it is incredible. But we're worried that this focus, especially on the lack of success in the North American scene, is weighing heavily on you and affecting other parts of your life. We're here to share how we've seen this impact you, to listen to how you're feeling, and to offer our support to help you find some balance.
That's fair.
We're not here to judge or blame you, just to talk openly and figure out how we can move forward together. Jacob would like to start by sharing some thoughts.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's really well prepared, I can see.
Jason, I've always admired how much you know about Counter-Strike. From strats to pro teams like Vitality or Liquid, it's been amazing to see your dedication. But lately, I've noticed you seem really down. You seem very down, honestly. Like you're carrying the weight of NA's losses personally. I remember last month when we were hanging out, and you spent most of the time talking about the NA teams keep falling short at tournaments like IEM Dallas.
Yes, I was.
That happened. It felt like it was eating at you. And I miss seeing you enjoy other things that we used to do together, like go for a walk, hiking, and we've been on a bike trail together as well. It was so fun.
It was a beautiful day. We had a good time.
It was a beautiful day.
Sun was out.
I'm a little worried because I want you to feel good about yourself and not let all of this drag you down, basically. I love you, and I want to help you find a way to enjoy CS without you feeling so heavy, and obviously also making sure that you don't lose any more facial hair.
Yanko, you had something today?
Oh, this one's going to hurt. This one's going to hurt.
I do have something as well.
Okay.
For my very good friend, Jason Moses O'Toole. Dear Jason, your passion for NA Counter-Strike, especially Pusta Zopping and his journey with Cloud9 and Liquid, it's incredible. But I'm worried. Lately, you seem consumed by NA's struggles and Kusta's unfulfilled potential. Last month over coffee, this is a typo, you kept talking about how Liquid could have won at Cologne in 2016.
So close, man.
And it feels like this is weighing you down. You've been distant, missing our game nights, and I miss your old spark, man. I care about you, brother, and want you to enjoy CS without the burden. We're here to support you, maybe through talking to a counselor or joining a CS community to share your insights.
Okay, I like that.
Let's find a way to keep your love for the game alive and positive. With love, Yanko.
You know, it's you three people who keep my love for the game alive. I wouldn't be here without any of you guys. I really appreciate that.
Literally wouldn't be here without it.
I appreciate it. I told you to come with nothing prepared today, and you went above and beyond with something being prepared.
I really just thought it makes sense. We're in North America, we're in Dallas, we're going to be in Texas for the next month. It makes sense that we can really work through these problems together.
I appreciate that. And no better place to do it than right in front of the ESL shop as well.
We want
love
you to
it.
stick
We wear
around, you know. I'm afraid you're going to leave us.
Yeah, I know. It's going to be tough. But hey, we got things to get to. We do actually have some counters. We do actually have a pre-show. What I wanted to do, because we've got this whole I'm moving past it, I know. Because we've got this whole boot camp theme going on here at Dallas, we've got a bunch of teams that were eliminated from the tournament but are going to be at the major. So what I want to do with you guys is give a little bit of a grading to how they did at this event, leading into the biggest event of the year.
They all get Fs. They didn't make it to the playoffs.
A, B, C, D, E, or F. We'll give it a little bit of love. Give it some context. Where did you expect them to be? Do you see some signs that they can pick it up in the major?
Minuses?
Well,
are there pluses?
I'm going to give you an easy one to warm up with. Okay?
Yep.
You can do minuses and pluses.
Yeah, yep.
It's American grading, A, B, C, D, E, F. F is bad. A is good. NRG. It's a nice layup. It's a soft layup. It's right there for you. Fits into this little speech you guys just did.
I had no confidence in them in the first place. I was surprised that they had qualified for the major, but fortunately now it's 32 teams.
Yes.
So based off of what I was expecting and how they did for them, like, because they're not doing the same test as everybody else.
Right.
They're in a special class.
Yeah, we're curving the grading on this.
They get a B.
Yeah, they get a B.
They get a B just for being here.
Just for showing up.
I feel like Energy is one of those teams, like they're at the point where you give them a star, right?
gold
like,
star,
yeah, they get a gold
participation.
They get a gold star.
Yeah.
You know, like they still have to grow a little bit before they can get into the
letter grades,
the real grades. You know, they had one good half against Falcons on train. That was positive. Falcons are pretty good.
They'll always have that half. Jacob, any thoughts on Energy that you want to add into it? Are you happy with the B grading?
Let's give them a B. You know, they're non-factor for now.
Okay, we'll start with you on this next one. We're going to get a little bit harder. This is another one of those teams that's in stage one as well. It's Heroic. What grade you giving them here at IEM Dallas?
I think Heroic looked somewhat decent, I think it's an interesting team, and I think, in stage 1 of the major, they're one of the main favorites to cruise through. There's not a lot of competition in that one. Probably could have made the playoff here. A little bit disappointed they ended up losing to Aurora in the fashion they did, but then again, I think Heroic right now is a farmer's team in a sense.
Did you like the Sangals core? They were killing it.
I think they're okay. I think they're okay. I think there's potential. I think there's a couple of the players that are interesting. Tenia being one of them, obviously a man for the future, but rumors circulating around Saw perhaps moving on.
Yeah.
Maybe bringing some players with him, so I'm not really sure what to put him, but at this tournament, I'll give them a C+.
C+. You were a big fan of Tenier. How you feel about that C+?
Look, for them at this event and going into the major, and I like what Jacob said, to get through the first stage, especially with the level of Counter-Strike they've shown, they're working hard. There's no question about that. The players are more than happy.
We love it when players are working hard.
So, look, the fact they beat Aurora on day 1, I think that comes down to the jet lag factor for Aurora. I think they beat them in the rematch, but they pushed them in the rematch. I'm going to give them
a little bit better. I can see it coming.
He wants to give them B-.
No, I actually, for their performance at this event, I want to give them an A, because I didn't expect them to go to the playoffs.
Ooh.
And they did take a map off of Falcons. So they did take a map, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Right? Yeah. Okay, I'm not crazy.
Yep.
Well, I am crazy. I'm just making sure I'm right. I'm going to give them an A because they got some much needed experience, because they've been playing lesser events in the middle portion of this year.
Yeah.
They played against the big boys. It's going to help build their confidence. They can see we can do it, right? I think Youngstar and LNZ probably need it the most out of all of them.
Yeah.
Tenia, for whatever reason, is just great at shooting, right? Sampias is the experience element of it all. So I'm going to give them an A.
Where are you, Vaughn? A or C?
B+.
B+, right in the middle.
Closer
You can't get an A if you don't make the playoffs, right? But
Okay.
they did win a couple. They win a couple of games. They were close to making the playoffs. They don't attend that many Tier 1 tournaments, so all in all, it was a good showing for them.
I think we're all pretty confident Energy's not going to probably accomplish much at the major, but Heroic, you see any life for them at the major? Anything good in Austin?
I think stage 2 is a given for them, and I think they could contest for stage 3.
Yeah, in like a 2-2 game, in stage 2, depending on who they draw, there's always a chance for an upset, right?
Yep.
This is the thing, now with 32 teams, the opening stage is essentially what the RMR was.
Right, it's a little bit more open.
So exactly, and the field, Heroic players have the experience against better players on a more consistent basis, because we have a lot of America's teams in there.
Yes.
We've got the Oceanic teams in there. So, well, actually the Asian teams in there, I should say. So I think I give them a decent shot.
Okay, cool. Next up, third team we're going to be grading today. This one's a doozy. And
Hey, how come you're not grading?
Because I'm the host. This is the first time I've ever done it, so I just get to do whatever I want, basically.
Must be nice.
FaZe. With Simple, with Skulls. Not a lot of expectations coming into this. How was the performance from FaZe?
An E for excitement.
An E for excitement.
Yep.
I love that.
Okay.
I mean, if we're sticking to yours, I'd give him a C, because I think, I don't know, it's just a hard situation, because they have two stand-ins, right? But I think you always expect FaZe to do more, to make the playoffs, to find that magic, and they almost done it against Heroic. We're too close, but I think they're very confident about how they look like with Rain in practice.
Yeah.
So I guess E for excitement. Yeah, let's just...
E for excitement.
Look, I think that something needs to be said, however.
Sure.
Skulls will be added to the list of players that Liquid destroyed.
Ooh.
Okay.
But let's go through that list. Pimp, you might be at the top of that one.
Leave Jacob alone.
That's fair enough.
Jacob, I'm sorry, man.
Liquid destroyed him. He was good.
I know, he was good.
That was a compliment, Chad.
Yeah.
You brought the green room right in here as well. Just give me a goddamn break, will you? No, I think I want to contest that, because was he ever any good? Have you ever seen any big light in
spicy?
No, but that's my point. To be destroyed, you got to be good in the first place, and he was always decent. He was always a player that maybe could have made something out of it.
Still talking about Skulls or you?
Yeah, a bit of both, to be completely fair. But no, I never see him as a player that would go any far. So to be destroyed in Team Liquid, you have to be something before you get there.
It's true that considering the kind of potential he flashed in Pain and
Tier 2
the sort of consensus opinion on him hasn't really fulfilled the expectation. And, you had Liquid and you had Furia also didn't work out. So we'll see if he can bounce back.
Yeah, two big chances that you didn't capitalize on.
But with this FaZe conversation, obviously Skulls won't be there at the major. Rain will be back, right? Congratulations, birth of the second child. Everything's great. It's a joy, right? Look how excited I am. But
loving the little raindrop, aren't you?
Carrigan's confidence coming out of this, it feels like it's oozing. Now, we know that Carrigan is the greatest showman. Right? He's going to take on that Australian actor, what's his name, Wolverine?
Hugh Jackman.
That's the guy.
Yeah.
But look, Carrigan, is this just for show? And I think we have a fellow Dane here who can say, is this just bravado, or do you think he really believes in the potential with Simple?
I think he has to believe, to be completely honest.
Well, it's bravado then.
Yeah, I think it's a bit for the show. I don't think truly deep inside Kerrigan doesn't believe in this project anymore. I don't think they would have picked Simple.
Wow.
No, I don't think they would have picked Simple. I don't think that it's a future prospect. Maybe Simple does well at the major. And maybe FaZe does well at the major.
I
Maybe
think it'd be hard to believe in this FaZe project right now with everything they're going through.
But don't you also think it's for Kerrigan? He's been in FaZe for such a long time. You look at his history, trajectory. Like it's time to move on. Time to build a new project. Time to go somewhere else.
Maybe G2. But there were times there where you did get slightly aroused watching FaZe play.
Yeah,
like Simple had.
Speak for yourself.
Simple had some of those moments. Chad, the only thing that arouses you is Counter-Strike, so you can't get out of this one. And that makes you just a little bit believe. And who better to do it than Kerrigan? So many, S-tier event wins with stand-ins. He got even your little guy to lift a trophy over in Katowice, right?
He's got a good point there.
Crowman.
Yeah.
He won a tournament with Crowman. So I think he can make some magic happen with
Isn't it crazy, though, the stand-ins that Kerrigan's gotten to play with over the years, though?
Yeah, well, he's always had
a wild array.
He's been in that super team, so I feel like it's always easy to just pull one really good player in and be like, come join us just for one event. Come win a trophy.
But I think Simple is the only one who can save this iteration from FaZe. He's coming in last minute to try and resuscitate. And it's also his career as well. We know the whole Na'Vi situation, but we'll see what happens after the tournament break.
I wouldn't ask you to grade Simple's performance at Dallas, but how comfortable do you feel, or how confident do you feel going into the major that we're going to get a strong, Simple game in, game out?
To be completely honest, when you watch his point of view of this tournament as well, obviously he still has a bit of that magic. He still has that ability. His clutching ability is up there still, but you can also see if you dive into his demos a little bit that he's not comfortable moving around the game.
The movement was really, he was like backing into walls and he was jumping away, which that's all expected, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that takes a bit of time, but I think in 12 days, if they actually dedicate time and they have a boot camp and they power practice, I think Simple can be great. And I think FaZe can be one of those teams during the major that can make an upset. I wouldn't be surprised if they make the playoff, to be completely honest, with what they have to work with. But that doesn't change anything for Kerrigan. That doesn't change anything for that lineup. I think even if FaZe were to go into the semi-final or the quarterfinal, changes will be happening after the major. And I think there's a high risk that you see some of those members of FaZe Clan leaving regardless of what happens at the major.
Okay, that's fair. Moving on. Another team from stage 2, Furia.
Who cares?
Whoa!
Ooh. I love Jacob. He's on every pre-show from now on.
Why don't you care?
I think that project, that team has been boring for a very, very long time, and I'm tired of having the same conversation about,
But isn't now Yakinder and Molodoi make them interesting?
Yeah, for a short moment, you said it from Astana as well. They played some decent Counter-Strike. Yakinder had a good tournament. Next tournament, he shows up and he drops the ball one more time, and I'm like, okay, we're back to square one. I've had that feeling for Furia so many times. Once they show a good result, and once they show a little bit of a glimpse of what maybe could be, the following tournament, they disappoint you again. And it's been like that for 5 years. So I'm at a point where I don't give up anymore. I want to see them play well at 2-3 tournaments in a row, and then I can re-engage my excitement.
I got you.
Excuse me, Professor.
Yeah, you can raise your hand. You're in the front row.
Am I also a professor because I'm giving out grades?
Yeah, you're a substitute.
I won't put up my hand then. Excuse me, Professor.
Yes, colleagues.
Professor Jacob over here, is he playing outside of the bounds of the grading? Is the grading only for this event in the major?
I think what he's doing, he's pitching his thesis right now.
F- is that a thing? Or?
We could do an F-. Yeah, we'll allow it. Okay, so we go F-. You can go wherever you want with it.
Well, look, if it's just for this stint, I think it's probably the only way that the conversation would have actually picked up around them is to make a crazy move.
Yeah.
Is this the crazy move I would have expected? No. But it is a crazy move. So I'm talking about him again. And I have a little bit more faith in this version than I did the previous version. So I'd give him a C-, right? Because it's barely a passing grade.
Yeah.
But at least they're going to get to come back next semester, and maybe we'll teach them.
They got the warning letter after the semester of like, hey, look, if you don't pick your grades up, we're going to have a conversation.
And like, this is the thing. Fallen's been held back for like 10 years. So is he going to graduate or not? We don't know. Like, he's rifling now. I think that at least as a AWPing in-game leader before, he's doing a lot of rotating. So when he gets to play those positions on certain maps, it's something that I like to see.
He keeps fragging and they say the same age.
In Denmark, we have when we go to school or when you go to high school, you have like a percentage of time you can be away from school, like an absence percentage of time. And I think it's around 10%. So if you don't show up for less than 10% of your classes, you get excluded from the studio, right? It feels like Furia have been getting away for 5 years, only showing up 80% of the time, They're absent 20% of the time. They never show up. They never give you anything. Sometimes a little bit of glimpse. Sometimes they, sweet talk the professor a little bit, play a good game of Counter-Strike.
Jacob, we're a university.
Janko goes, oh, they were exciting in Astana, and then the next goddamn tournament they suck again.
If they're going to pay the bills,
what
Jacob.
kind of was cool is that where you sweet talk the professor? Like, I want to go to school in Denmark.
That's how it works,
There's a website Jacob knows where that's
that's kind of a thing. It's the whole feature.
Am I unreasonable? Like, haven't we all like?
You are, but at this particular case, not so much. I think what you say for Fury, you can say about the entirety of Brazilian scene. It's just not that exciting. It's like sometimes a team shows a flash, they have a run, or a player pops off in a tournament. You're like, ooh, what about that guy? What about this team? And then the next 3 tournaments, nothing. You know, like, so I think that's the state of the Brazilian scene. We were joking about, will we get a proper Brazilian shuffle before 2028 or something? And we probably said no.
Doesn't look like it's going to happen ever, does it?
Not looking good.
No, not at all. All right, next team. This one's going to be a bit of a doozy. This one has a little bit, I would say, for me, upsetting that they went out a little bit early. 3D Max. A disappointing showing from a team that I feel like should be...
This team.
Hold on. Your sentiment about Aurora and Mongols is what you should have for 3D Max. About us thinking Aurora because everyone else being bad. 3D Max is exactly that. They only have one play style, and it's been figured out.
And also, I was like, they were maybe the team that benefited the most of the VRS before it kicked into effect. Like the tail end of last year, right? Because all of a sudden they were, the 10th best team or top 10 out of nowhere and kept getting invited to all these tournaments. And they get a couple of wins here and there, so they hang around, but they can't do any real damage. And I mean, their approach on CT side to just keep sending bodies at you, like that game in Bucharest against FaZe was maybe the most ridiculous game of Counter-Strike I've seen in a long time. It was just...
But it's exciting, Counter-Strike.
You know how they say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. That's what they were doing. They were insane.
Okay, so you're going to give them a good grade. This all feels like you're leading.
I want to give them a D- because they won one game, you know. They didn't.
I'll co-sign that.
Co-sign the D-?
You're making it hard to be positive here, but I'll try anyway, because I feel like with 3D Max, it's like you look at the lineup, you look at the organization, you look at the players. Who's really expecting them to be any good? Like, when you look at them and you compare them to the teams around them, is anyone really expecting them to be good? I know they were for a time.
Makes a good point. Yeah. National teams suck. Look at Astralis.
Well, that's true.
Hey.
Nah, I'm joking. It was a joke.
Booksy's back.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think
you can see the joy in their eyes again.
3D Max at least gave the indication that they were going to be good eventually. It felt like it was right there. Like, what was it, last season at Pro League where they really got...
It was always a ceiling.
This is what they had. They had the plucky underdog gimmick.
Sure.
That they didn't refine into something better. Right?
So they missed the window of opportunity to polish it.
Their players can shoot.
Yeah.
They had a game style that could work in pockets or to get upset wins, but they didn't start playing on meta CS and refining that to be able to play chessboard Counter-Strike.
If anything, it's a symptom of French Counter-Strike as well. Like, there must be players out there that you could pick in towards 3D Max and keep elevating the lineup, but it's not like 5 years ago where there was a lot of talent in France. Now they're limited.
Jason, enough walking on eggshells, okay? I'm flipping the script. The next team we're going to talk about, and you're going to talk about them, is Team Liquid.
Oh, Team Liquid at this event. Man, I'd give them... I mean, for my expectations of where they should have been, I honestly would probably give him a D for this event. I think I was really disappointed. I like Twist showing that he's not being encumbered by the switch to IGL and coming back. I think he's individually playing at a very good level, but I'm still so surprised that it feels like Nerds hasn't found comfort in the lineup and hasn't caught his stride the way he has on previous teams. Ultimate's fine, but there's something flat still happening with this team. NAF underperforming, but I don't know, it just looks like there's something so disconnected that I can't identify yet, and the results just not coming is scary.
I'm giving them an F.
Okay.
I'm giving them an F because the only thing they did was beat FaZe with 2 standings in their first game and Simple's first official in 6 months.
It was a hell of a good game.
And that was even a close affair. So they couldn't even win convincingly in that one. And then they got banged out the next 2 games by Mouse and Aurora. They had a month off. It's been a month since their last official. They had time to practice, had time to integrate Shui for him to, introduce his system and whatnot. And they were nowhere close to beating anyone good.
Yeah, the Mouse loss was unforgivable. That was so ugly. That looked like capitulation on top of a bad game, and it was not great.
I think that's going to bite them in the ass, though, because you're right. They had a month off to practice, and I think that's a decision by Team Liquid to be like, okay, we want to give time to Shui to get settled. We want to give time to the players to feel comfortable in a new system. But when you look at all the teams around them, they're playtesting the strats all the time. They're playing tournaments all the time. Some teams going from Astana of straight into Dallas and straight into the major. Teams were the blast rivals as well. I think in modern day and age Counter-Strike, yes, practice is good, but too much practice without playing official, not necessarily. When everyone else is playing games and everyone is learning from those games, you can't be sitting at home practicing in NA or practicing in Europe and think you got it all figured out. You got to play some tournaments, you got to play some games, and when you exit the tournaments early, as Janko said, then you don't have enough playtesting heading into the major. So I'm starting to worry on behalf of Team Liquid.
Can I pose a question off the back of this?
Absolutely.
This is for the class. Furia, a little bit more excited about them than where they were before at the major. FaZe, more excited about them than where they were before for the major. Liquid also made a change. Are you less or more excited about them at the major than you were before when they had JKS?
I'm worried for them. I'm not that it's not as much excitement as worry, you know, like to have such a bad result so close to the major when you had time to prepare is concerning, right? And didn't give you much to be excited about despite the composition of the team.
I echo that sentiment 100% because I think the next level discussion about that is also Shuey coming in on his own. If they have a bad major and they just had a bad Dallas, it's like, why is he sticking around? And then all of a sudden, this in-game leader that you thought might be there for the future is no longer there.
And we know G2 likes their Polish players.
True. Ultimate might be gone also. But yeah, the Shuey thing is the big one because it's just like, he can pick where he wants to go after the major. It's not like he's going to be sought after. He's going to have options.
Unless they keep playing bad anti-ecos.
Unless they keep playing bad anti-ecos.
I'm still more excited about Liquid now than I were with JKS because that has stalled.
He's saying that as an attack on me.
No,
he's just trying to
that's what he does.
I thought this was
what he does in the green room, and then he's all surprised when, you know, people fire back.
Isn't this a safe space?
I thought it was a safe space. It's getting less safe, I feel, as we go on deeper into the show. Here we go. Stage 3. Actually, Liquid starting at stage 3 is actually so crazy to think about now with that console.
That's
insane.
There you go.
G2 also starting in stage 3. Also early elimination. Also probably nothing positive to say, except for Mobs and Heavy Gun.
Well, they got the whole team here. They couldn't do that at the last event, so everyone made it, and they actually got to play with this lineup after having a 10-day boot camp, you know, in Serbia. So, yeah, we'll see. It's just tough. It's a very difficult situation where I think everyone knows the changes are going to happen, and especially when leadership changes are happening, what are you really playing for, right? Like, so things are going to be way different. When you just change like your Nico and everyone else stays the same, well, then at least you keep playing, you keep getting better within that system and with the guys that you have, right? Here, it's such a big change where you know you're going to have to be starting over, so you're really just in there doing your job, right? Like, that's all you're doing. You're just waiting out for you to get eliminated at the major, and then the changes can happen and you can start fresh.
I was about to say, I think Hunter was quoted saying that he would just want the season to be over.
Yeah.
That's kind of what
That's where he's at
right now, right? When your player on the team says that he just wants the season to be over so you can get on to a new start, that's not a good sign. I don't really care about G2, to be completely honest. I'm the same level as Fury as well in that regard.
Jacob's grading system is like, do you get a C or do I not care about you?
I don't want to give them a grade, but I will say that you can pick up individuals and be like, okay, is Melts getting better in those roles? Is he stepping up to the occasion? He's getting more comfortable being potentially the star he could be? No, he's not, and that's an issue, right? And that's why I don't care about G2, because I don't see any sort of improvement. I don't see Tess being the coach after the changes. I don't know if Hunter's going to be the in-game leader. I have no clue where this team is going and what direction they're going in. The only positive I can say is that I think Heavy Guard is a good player, and I think he should be sticking around. But apart from that, I don't really know.
I don't think anyone knows where this G2 team's going to go.
I don't think they'll make it in the playoffs. Right? They're in stage 3, so the only progression they can have is playoffs. I wouldn't be surprised to see them in a 2-2 game, but I don't think that they have what it takes to get over the line.
Yeah.
They're not in my list of playoff teams.
Okay, that's fair. Not in your list either, I would imagine.
No, I think that would be sort of a miracle for them.
Overachieving.
They're overachieving, and they would need some help with the games, the seeding, you know, who they go up against. I don't think they beat, you know, Maus or anyone like that to get to the playoffs.
Cool. All right, boys, so that's going to be it. Thank you for joining me.
We're done?
Yeah, thank you for joining me.
But
thank
the
you
intervention, we never spoke about how to save North American Counter-Strike.
We're going to get there eventually. That's going to be a conversation for
That's a tomorrow conversation.
That's a tomorrow conversation.
And maybe tomorrow we talk about a team that Jacob cares about.
We'll find the one.
All right.
We'll find the one. Either way, that's it for the pre-show. Aurora Mongols, the first quarterfinals. We've got Freya, who sat down with the Southpaw Sniper.
Of the year that we started to do some playoff in T1 tournament. It's been
Good morning, Woxic. Can you tell me a little bit about your morning routine before you head into a playoffs?
Listening music, doing a practice against our opponent, analyzing their game, creating a game plan, and more music.
And this is the first time you played in front of a North American crowd, is that right?
Yeah, this is gonna be also first time for me, but I think the players we have in the team, they played before. But I mean, for me, for the first time.
Anything you want to say to all the fans who are probably going to be cheering for you out there?
Yeah, we need your support, guys. We love you.
So excited to see this go down. Thank you so much, Roxy. I'll let you get on your way, but it's time to check in with our 1x bet on it.
All right, this is the 1x bet on it for the IEM Dallas playoffs. We've got a ton of great Counter-Strike coming in. I'm Moses, I'm joined by Dinko. We're going to walk you through the playoff bracket. Obviously, just go by the schedule. First up, Mongols taking on Aurora as that first quarterfinal.
Now, that is an exciting game. I think it's very closely contested. The Mongols have had issues in playoffs, though. The group stages...
So is Aurora.
Yeah, that's fair. But I think that for the Mongols, they just seem to have a mental block when it hits the stage. So I think they're looking to take the next step. And I think Aurora's a team they can beat. They play Vitality so close in the last day of the group stages. Maybe they can beat Aurora in there and then get something rolling in the arena.
It's kind of like a mirror match, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like with both these teams just seem to be the ones that can't get over that hump of performing on the stage. And we know performance issues quite prevalent in today's society. But every time these guys clash in the playoffs, it's kind of like, well, one of them has to win.
So who's going to win, Jason?
I'm taking Mongols. Just by current form, I think that series against Vitality in the group stage, heartbreaking that they couldn't win it because it felt like they had it in the bag. But I think that showed a better level than I've seen out of Aurora in quite some time.
I'm going to go with Mongols as well. I'm going to go with the 2-1 win for the Mongols against Aurora. Both teams representing their nations, but Mongolia coming out on top this.
I'll take 2-1 as well for that matchup. Next up is going to be the other quarterfinal. We got Falcons taking on Gamer Legion. Falcons with that surprising drop into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, they pretty much catapulted themselves to being the second best team in the world with the acquisition of Monacy. But this event, they've looked mortal. I think a lot of teams are agreeing on that. We heard Rez on the last day of the group saying that, yeah, they look pretty beatable. We feel like we're playing some great Counter-Strike. We feel like you're going to beat Falcons. I don't believe him. I think it's going to be a 2-1 for Falcons. I think Gamer Legion could take a map, but I think Falcons, when they hit the stage, look at the players they've got. Nico, Monacy, these are the players that deliver on the stage. They won it last year. I feel like they've got this versus
Well, you know, I'd say Nico's had some quiet performances in big games where they've needed him recently in this Falcons jersey, which is a little bit rough, but you'd expect with his pedigree to have, you know, he's going to have some games here where that are good. Monacy is just like, who can top Monacy?
Yeah, exactly. And I think when you look at the fact that Gamer Legion have a stand, Acor's been playing good, though. I think it's one of those situations where you can't be losing that game if you're Falcons, especially heading into the major.
Sure, but Ash has done some crazy things, but I'm with you. I feel like you could make a ton of cool arguments for Gamer Legion, but it still feels out of reach for them. I'm going to go with Falcons in this one. I'm going to go 2-1.
2-1 as well?
I'm going to give Ash a map. I got a lot of confidence in Ash.
I'll give him a map as well.
So that would bring the bracket up to a point where we have Mao's taking on the Mongols that we both predicted to win. So Mao's Mongols would be a semifinal matchup, the first semifinal.
I think Mao's are just too strong right now, and I think with Mongols' issues in the arena, I think if it gets into a close game, I think that's where Mongols aren't going to be able to pull through against a team with the class of Mao's. And Mao's are looking so good at this event as well. Torzi is just a beast. So I feel like they're going to perform and they're going to get into the grand final. And I actually think they're going to handle business pretty quickly. I think Mongols are going to get 2-0 by Mao's.
Do you really? Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I think I'm with you. Mao's is looking like just actually insane. Some of the matches they played that are mind-blowing how much cohesion there is. And especially because my idea of Mao's was that at this point of the year, with Brolin coming in as an in-game leader, I thought the holdover from the previous IGL from Shuhei would kind of like give him a little bit of like a bump for these 3 months, 4 months. I expected a drop-off now. I expected there to be some struggles with the new IGL, I know. And like the cohesion when you watch him here in Dallas is just like, holy hell. Yeah. Torji's playing lights out. Spinks is playing really, really good. Brolin's still calling well. So yeah, I have Mao's winning that also. But it would be such a cool story if Mongols got over the hump by beating the third best team in Mao's. That'd be really fun to see Mongols do that just with the major around the corner. But I'm with you. I think it's more likely just get Mao's mopping them up 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0, straight into the finals. And then the other side of things, I mean, Vitality, they're going to be playing against Falcons in the semifinals. And I think it's just been such a fun matchup with the grand finals that we've had. We've had best of fives. Now, there is the conversation around, can they beat them just in the best of three? Does that help them? Because the deeper you go into the BO5, that's where Vitality start to show their depth and class, especially against a newer roster in Falcons. So I feel like if there is a shot at Falcons beating Vitality at this event, a best of three is not a bad shout for it.
Whichever way you think it's going to go, it's going to be an awesome game, like Monacy versus Iwu. I just think it'd be fun to be able to set things up of Vitality taking a loss before the major. One, I think it would be good for them to get that pressure off their back. And two, I think it would be such a cool thing to set up a clash at the major out of a victory here for the Falcons, where it's like, okay, now they've shown they can beat them, but now it's for everything. So that would set up the grand final then. I think you have to take Vitality.
Vitality 2-1 though?
You could swing for Falcon. Are you going to swing for Falcon?
I've got Falcons pulling the upset this time.
I'm taking Vitality. I think the mental just seems way too strong with Rops in this lineup. That team just has no quit. I'll take them 2-1.
Because we call it an upset, let's just go with Vitality getting into the final then. On your perspective, Jason, let's look at it and say it is that Vitality Mouse final. Mouse are getting close, but I don't think they're going to be able to break them.
At a best of 5, I think they could. I think they've got all the ingredients for it. I think once you get to these top 3 teams, all the clashes between Vitality, Falcons, and Mouse should be absolutely epic. And I think when you look at Mouse, how deep you can go on the roster, I think this Mouse can take them down. I'll take 3-1 Mouse in the grand final.
I'm going to go with Vitality winning 3-0.
3-0?
3-0 in the final against Mouse. If Vitality make it to the final.
That's a spicy one.
It's going to be a very exciting playoffs, shall we say, here for the 1xBet On It segment. We're looking forward to it. Make sure you tune in.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Well, here we go into the playoffs. It is the first day here in Dallas. It is the Intel Extreme Masters. Had a lovely pre-show this morning, and we are ready to jump into a quarterfinal action-packed, full-on day here in the Lone Star State of Texas. We have just 6 teams remaining, and 2 of those are jumping onto the stage immediately today. Mongols and Aurora are going to be kicking off our first quarterfinal, followed by that of Falcons and Gamer Legion. Now, to walk all this in and to walk all you down this aisle known as the playoffs, I've got Yanko here, and I've got Pimp in the middle. So, gentlemen, we are almost ready to get this party started, dare I say.
We are almost ready to get this party started, and I'm almost ready to get the playoffs started. I think we've had a lot of teams so far in this tournament, Yanko, that has been underperforming a little bit, but given the fact and the nature of the playoff, we have the teams that have actually been playing some decent Counter-Strike taking on stage.
Yeah, absolutely. We have some of the best teams in the world lying in wait, right, with Vitality and Mouse straight to the semifinal. Falcons taking on Gamer Legion later today, but our first game of the day, 3rd time these teams meet this year. Every time it was in the quarterfinal. Mongols and Aurora, one more time, was called the choke slam, but both teams, they split their wins first 2 times that they played. So we'll see now, once they got past those initial, shakiness, who can be the better team.
Yeah, especially if we look at how their last confrontations went to. Mirage looked like it took a while.
Yeah, it does feel like the first map is one-sided, then the second one will be slightly more competitive, and also the fact that we've only seen them play 2 different maps against each other. I'm curious, when we get into the video, if any of these teams are willing to dare and maybe try to change it up a little bit. Now, as you can see the scoreboard right here, there's been a couple of heavy performances, and there's been a couple of guys who haven't really been feeling this matchup. You said it yourself, Yanko. They played twice in a quarterfinal. Jota, the new guy, I say new guy, the newest guy within Aurora, hasn't really had the best time on the big stages, and in particular against the Mongols, he's been struggling a little bit.
Yeah, and we'll have to see in this particular game, because in the tournament he's been playing better. Yeah. He's been playing above average in this tournament. I think also for Aurora, Xantares being the highest rated player, you would think that's how it usually goes, but it actually doesn't really. It's the rest of the teammates taking turns who is the highest performer, and he's maybe the most consistent one for them. And perhaps that is what Aurora really is missing to take that next step, and maybe go all the way.
And it kind of begs the question, right? We're looking at what you could probably say is the last of a dying breed of national teams, right? Of teams, of players not international in their lineup. So you look at both these teams on stage, that's exactly what we have. Where's that going? Why is it going away, Jake?
I mean, I think Counter-Strike is just involved a lot. Back in 2015, I think Chad and I and Striker made a bet, where we didn't really believe, or someone didn't believe in international Counter-Strike, international teams. And, to say that out loud today, it seems ridiculous. But back then I understood where Chad was coming from. All we ever knew was national international Counter-Strike teams, we're always focused on communication that has to be crystal clear. And I guess it's just involved to a point, Janko, that if you're playing and if you're a player from a country that doesn't have a strong scene where there's not a lot of teams to shop around, then you gotta go international. If you're one of those few players within Turkey, one of those few players within Estonia, take Europe as an example, you gotta play international Counter-Strike.
Or one of those few players in North America, right? Like, there's not a lot of players here, so they have to import European talent to maybe do something. Trace, any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I don't know. Dallas, do we have any Counter-Strike players around here? You got any thoughts about that, Janko?
How about any good ones?
Yeah!
Right, yeah. You know.
All right, nice try, Janko. Anyways, thanks for that. Let's talk a little bit about that idea of playing here on this stage versus where we just were, just down the hall here in a studio environment. Let's talk about the differences of finding yourself on a stage here in Dallas.
Yeah, I think for a lot of teams and players, you know, first it comes just the different, you know, the noise, the vibrations on the stage, the whole process of doing the walkout, everything else. And it's not just, you know, the environment and the noise. It's also the fact that you're in the playoffs. So the stakes are higher, right? The opponents get more difficult. And it's really where you separate great players from average ones. You know, it's the most pressure environment, and whoever can perform there is going to find success.
I tend to believe that most pressure comes from within, you know, so it's also a case of where the players need to keep themselves in check in terms of, yes, there's, you know, outside surroundings that makes it a little bit more difficult to perform. You talk about the vibrations of the stage, the crowd, etc., but for the players, treat it as a normal game, you know. For the Mongols and Aurora, they could be facing in group stages, they could be facing anywhere. So from a mental perspective, you gotta treat it as was it any other game.
I actually asked Magisk about this, right, because they're going up against Gamer Legion again, young players and whatnot, and he said his advice would be just enjoy it, you know, embrace it, have fun. That's what you play for. Like, that's what you put in all the hours in, that's what you spend time practicing day in and day out, and just enjoy the moment and then do your best.
Yeah, where's Cash? More like we could probably cash up with a little bit of the Mongols outside. You know what I'm saying? So let's do that.
What is the biggest difference of playing in the group stage versus playing on the stage?
Maybe in group stage there is no nerves and no shaky things. And stage we hear a crowd when they, and then just a little bit nervous and shaky, yeah.
Of course, it's a different atmosphere and arena, and that arena there is so much people, and at the group stage it's just us and the tournament staff or organizers. But if you can think it's like the normal match, people say we're the group stage farmers, and if you can feel to think that you can being in the group stage at the arena, that's no difference at all.
Yeah, always seemingly an uphill battle sometimes for these guys. What, Janko?
No, it's cool that Tekno's talking about Jedi mind tricking themselves. You know, just imagine that you're in the studio, right? But it has been a struggle for them, you know? Like, we've been talking about different guys on the team and different players. You can see they all have a drop-off. And some of that is, you know, at every ESL tournament this year, in the playoffs, they had to go up against Vitality. Like, if you would just look at stats for teams against anyone else and against Vitality, you would also see a drop-off. So it's mostly the other tournaments where they do go up against the likes of Aurora. I think it was Astralis one time, and all these different teams is where you really want to see them. Okay, these are the teams you have to beat on the stage.
It's a golden opportunity, though, for the Mongols, but also for Aurora. You know, you're facing off in a quarterfinal, and I think with the way the Mongols have been playing so far, you and I, we had the honor of catching them versus Vitality. They probably could have won that game, maybe even should have won that game. Vitality came into this tournament with a holiday in the back, you know, so they're not fully practiced, not fully up to speed. All I'm saying is the next tournament that comes up for Aurora and the Mongols is the major. And let's be honest, we don't expect neither of these two teams to be in the semi-final of a major, but here they have a chance of being in the semi-final at IEM Dallas. So we talk about the pressure, we talk about not letting it get to you, but on the other hand, from us, from the outside, we got to put a little bit of stress on the fact that this is a golden opportunity for both teams to make another semi-final appearance by beating a team that on paper they could be winning against.
True, and if you look at this Aurora lineup, you talk about some of the tribulations they had just coming to Dallas, right? That first day of play for them wasn't necessarily ideal, was it?
I was with them. I was with them every step of the way, Trace.
That's true.
It was pretty crazy. I mean, the trip is 20 hours long to get from airport, from hotel to hotel, probably a 24-hour trip. Top of that, it's a 10-hour time zone difference. So it's very difficult to get adjusted to that, even with a couple of days, and they had to play the same day. And I think it's really a little bit understated the fact that they managed to do it again. Every single tournament this year, Aurora has made the playoffs. You know, even if they were fully rested, going through that lower bracket and winning 3 games, 2 games in the same day, that's no easy feat. And I think it definitely should be applauded, a team that has played so many tournaments before taking that break around Melbourne, just to consistently get those results when we see other teams failing to do so is very impressive.
I echo that sentiment. I think the consistency and the flaw of this team, despite the turbulations of even getting into Dallas, is admirable. As you said, they get to the playoff every single time. Where the critiques may start to come in is when they're at the playoff, we don't really see that same high potential. You know, the ceiling is not that high within their Aurora camp, but the floor is very high. So Trace, regardless of having lack of sleep and being a little bit sleep deprived and maybe coming into the tournament not feeling at 100%, they do find a way to play some decent Counter-Strike. Now, what I want to see tonight, though, and what I want to see today is them taking it to the next step. I want to see them play well again. I want to see them show us something they haven't done in the past couple of tournaments. Because, yes, it's admirable getting to the playoff every single time, but when you never win in the playoff, it gets a little bit boring.
Yeah, it does get a little bit boring to a degree, but also that amount of Counter-Strike that they're flushing out almost.
But that's a choice they made themselves, and that's something I want to point out as well. As much as I respect the whole jet lag thing, as much as I respect the whole teams, you know, having a tough schedule, you didn't have to go to Astana. You didn't have to make that schedule for yourself. You didn't have to come here to Dallas. It's your own free will. You know, stay away if you don't want to be here. Fair enough that you're a little bit tired, but don't complain about it.
It paid off. Made it to the playoffs, so can't argue with that.
Yeah, you really can't. You also can't argue with the rankings and how they kind of get digested in the big VRS world that we live in. Jacob, I know you love the VRS points, so why don't you tell us all about it?
No, I just want to give some credit to Aurora. Obviously, they started the year off being probably the biggest surprise of the season. We saw them at the Blast Bounty go into the grand final, and let's not forget the fact that they were the last team to beat Vitality at that very tournament. That's when the whole streak started for them. Have they stagnated a little bit? Yeah, but being number 5, being number 6 in the world, that's a good feat for an international Turkish squad. So again, I want to give them respect. I want to give them credit for showing that kind of consistency, but we are at a point now, Janko, where they have stagnated, and I think if they can keep the 5th, 6th, 7th position, that in itself is a good thing. That's not necessarily a bad thing for Aurora, but let's limit the expectations just a little bit. They're not going to be a top 3 team in the world.
It's just a question of ceiling, right? Where do you think their ceiling is? Not everyone can be a contender team. You know, no matter how much time you give them, it's about consistency and everyone peaking at the same time in terms of the players, right? And we talked about this for both of these teams. I think we were a little bit deluded into thinking they were a contender or they can take that final step because other big names were struggling. You know, your G2, your FaZe, your Liquid. It was only Vitality and Mouse and a little bit of Spirit. Then Falcons rose up. So it's up to them to prove us wrong in that case, but I don't see them breaking past this level where they are at right now.
100% agree.
And when you say floor, that's what you mean. You mean not breaking through that mold and breaking into the next echelon, to really cement yourself at the top of the crop.
I mean, being 5th in the world, being 6th in the world, consistently making playoff, that's a great feat in itself. We are living in a very competitive era of Counter-Strike. We are at a point where you have to be incredible skilled, incredible good to even be here in the first place, but there's a ceiling, and I think we have seen that from Aurora.
Speaking of seeing things, plenty of action to see in the server. We're going to take a look at some of that real quick. Yanko, what are we cooking up?
Yeah, I think some of the problems that we see with the Mongols on stage is they play very straightforward Counter-Strike and they're very decisive. They play with a lot of resolve. Individuals are sharp on point. So here's an example from the quarterfinal in Astana that we saw. They're going to open up with the default Anubis, Aurora's pick. Might expect that this time around. Just throw the lurk smoke on B, con smoke at the start as well. Senzu and Techno, you can see them putting pressure, right? In the meantime, Blitz and 910, they're throwing the double Molotovs for mid. 910 is flashing Blitz in to take control. Mzinho is going to be outside A, just sort of waiting for any aggression, for any pushes. Now they're going to move even closer in, but look at where everyone is. Senzu and Techno are still outside B. Blitz and 910 are taking mid. And Mzinho is just waiting for some pushes. And most importantly, the bomb. The bomb is left behind, right? So let's see what's going to happen from this point on for the Mongols in this situation. Senzu, he's going to be down in con. He's going to get one kill, gonna get traded. We saw the rotation going towards that area of the map. What's happening now? Why are these two guys pushing into A? They're going towards A, right? Look at where the rest of the team is. Like, this is Techno, this is Mzinho. They're going back, they're going to pick up the bomb. It's just so disconnected in this round. Voxic hits 2 kind of easy shots for him, really. And now with 40 seconds left, you're in a 2v4, you're picking up the gun. I think here they're talking about, we're saving here, what are we going to do? Doesn't really feel like we have any good options. And they don't. They're just going to go towards A, towards the upper for some reason. I'm not sure how they thought they were going to get into the bomb site. And another 2 easy kill for Voxic. And that's a 4K for Voxic. Right, gun round, done and dusted. And he had an amazing series in Astana. Was the main reason why they were able to dominate the Mongols in this game. And this is something you won't see from the Mongols as much or at all in the group stages.
No, and that's something they have to eliminate. It's a great showcase of what you can allow yourself to happen, obviously, in a game like this, Trace. And I think for the Mongols, it's something they have been focusing on and been trying to eliminate as well. But let's be completely honest, it also comes with the playstyle they have. It is a team that relies on an awful lot of the individuals. We point that out as a win condition every single time they play some. They get that individual freedom, you know, where sometimes when you look at a radar or when you break it down like Janko did right here, they will seem disjointed. And when it doesn't work, it looks silly. When it does work, it's also what we give them credit for. So it's this tough balance, you know, be going back and forth between giving all the players individual freedom, but also stay connected.
And I think it's dangerous because you're feeding your opponent, right? Like a guy like Voxic, he can get, you know, emotional. He can really get rolling. And he had the biggest difference in performance from Katowice to Astana. He was the lowest rated player in the Katowice quarterfinal, highest rated player in Astana, right? And this is easy for him, you know, and you don't want to do that because once he gets into a game, and he definitely did in that quarterfinal, he can be an absolute menace.
Yeah, a menace is understatement, I think, Jacob. We're talking about a guy that's putting backboards against the wall almost when it comes to Aurora. When they need firepower, he's one of the players you're looking at. You're also looking at his Antares. You're looking at some of the firepower they have over there and getting it all on the same page day in and day out.
He is one of those players that when we speak about breaking a ceiling or when we speak about taking it to the next level, we're still, I guess, low-key hoping that we get to see the best of Voxic, but that's been, what, 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago at this point. He still has that ability to take over games. He still has the ability to pop off and be a difference maker, but consistently speaking, I think Janko's onto something that when you feed him, when you give him easy work conditions, when he's not occupied by a smoke, by a flash, by a Molotov, he can still get the job done, but he also does have a bit of a ceiling, and that's part of the reason why Aurora are never going to break through that one.
And this is one of the series more often than others where you focus on the individuals. Why? Because there's so much inconsistency in their performance in playoffs towards the groups, right? You look at a guy like Senzu, he goes from highest rated to lowest rated. He goes from being the star player, maybe the best player on the team, to having the least impact and the least contributions. And that's with Techno being there, who's got all the supportive roles, right? Who does the dirty work for the team. And you can't have that happen. You know, you can't have that happen if you really want to be a contender team, if you want to be a consistent playoff team, if you want to be able to take some of these bigger names. Your best player can't just disappear when playoffs roll around.
And you can simply break it down by if you're actually paying attention when you're watching the game. It's not like the Mongols are going to win a lot of rounds where they outplay their opponents with the utility. It's not like they're going to force Voxic or Santaris into situations where they can't help each other.
And I think also you look at, it's not just the playoffs, it's just he's farming, you know, weaker teams, really, right? You can see how big the drop-off is for him compared to top 5 opponents or even top 10 opponents. He doesn't have an over 1, he has an under 1 rating, right? So there is a little bit that's pressure and a little bit, okay, can you just figure out how you need to play against these better teams, or you're just always going to be hitting a brick wall?
Yeah, and at some point you looked at what the Mongols did to get to this situation that they're in right now within the rankings, within a sort of global standpoint. And some of that was playing off-the-cuff Counter-Strike, catching their opponents off guard. How do you keep harnessing that and honing in on that as tournaments develop, as people sort of figure you out?
I mean, it's tough to continue to develop at that front. I mean, one thing they have going for them is the age. It's something we always bring up. You know, it's still a young team, still a lot of potential to develop into being more mature players and I guess better players over time. But I would love to see them, you know, and I've said this many, many times, you know, try to adopt a bit more of the European way of playing Counter-Strike, because that's what we gave them credit for in the beginning. When they came into European CS, when they were at IEM Katowice, when they were at the IEM Colognes, and they made upsets, it was because they played a little bit more smart Counter-Strike, so to speak, while still keeping true to their own identity, which is individual speaking, which is sometimes over-peaking, you know, playing on individual-based Counter-Strike. But I still think there's a way to fine-tune that balance a little bit more. Now, question is, can the players do that? Do they have the brain capacity to do that? Do they have the playstyle to do that? I'm not quite sure.
I think the problem is when you talk about when you talk with other players and you talk to them about the Mongols, everyone will say the same thing.
Yeah,
they shoot really hard, right? Like that's what they have going for them. So if that drops off going into the playoffs, there's not really too much to fall back on. They're a team, I like how they play. I don't think they should change how they play. They don't have a lot of finesse. They keep it more or less straightforward.
But don't you think they could add a bit of that?
I don't know. I don't think they have to, right? Like, I think the players are comfortable with how they play. They're not playing scared. You know, they're not afraid to take fights, to take duels, to swing. Like, sure, if you think they need to add another layer when things aren't going their way, when they're losing fights or whatnot, but that can only help you a little bit. It can only take you so far, right? At the end, you need to be able to execute on the server. You need to be able to win your fights, and it comes down to that in the end.
Yeah, it really does. And if we start to pick apart that side over there on Aurora just one more time, you start to look over there on the side of the Mongols. You really try to take it all in. And in this moment, we're going to do just that. Let's hear from them.
Maja, you guys are once again back in the playoffs, but trophies, they've been evading you in 2025. What's the biggest reason why you guys can consistently make it to playoffs, but unfortunately not reach the trophy?
The first reason, I think, is the lack of experience playing on stage. It's just the beginning of the year that we started to do some playoff in T1 tournament. It's been 8 now, but I think step by step it's been better for us, and hopefully this tournament we can show also our real potential in a playoff.
Obviously, the Mongols, your first opponent here in the quarterfinal. You guys obviously beat them in Astana, the most recent tournament. What was the biggest reason you were able to have the edge over them in that game?
I think Mongols is a really similar team like us. I think they also have some lack of experience in playoff stage in front of Quad. We beat them, like you said, a few days ago in PGL Astana in front of Quad in playoff, the first match. So it's a back-to-back match. It's a really strong team with strong individual player, like I told you, very similar to us also. So we will see. It's going to be a spice match, and the best team made the best team win today.
Obviously, Woksik was super instrumental in that match in Astana. How do you make sure Woksik is really feeling himself coming onto a big stage and able to deliver that all-ping magic?
Yeah, hopefully he can show the same face that he faced in Astana. If he can play the same level, I think we have a high chance to win. Hopefully we can have that.
Anything you want to say to the crowd before we get this quarterfinal going?
Thank you very much, all the fans. That's all.
Excited to see this one go down. Thank you so much for your time, Maja. Good luck.
Yeah, okay. Looks like Dallas likes Madger. Looks like Dallas likes Aurora. That seems about right. I mean, maybe. What's the math on that, Yanko?
Yeah, I think why not? You know, they can be an exciting team to watch. And I like what Major said, that they are sort of mirror each other a little bit. But when I was going back through that game, you know, Trace, in these moments, when a team is struggling on stage, sometimes all it takes is just a little spark, right? Yeah. A little individual moment that can get everyone believing. And if you go back to Mirage, you know, that they've played, and Major also said, I usually pick CT side, you know, when I get to pick the side. I wanted to hold the fate of my team, you know, in my hands, and we started as T. So this is against a half by some saved guns, right? 910's going to find the first kill, get traded. Mzinho is going to find here a double, actually, that was really, really important, and put his team into a 3v2 situation, right? Like, this is guys stepping up a little bit. You can say maybe Aurora overextended, didn't need to die to him, but in any case, they're in a 2v3. They're going to go over towards B. It's Major and Vacadia left alive, right? Now it's getting a little bit stressful. You're playing against a half by. You don't want things to go wrong. You could be 5-0 up. You have all the momentum on your side. It's the Mongols' map pick. They cleared out, see that, okay, they left B open. Major goes for the bomb plant here. Slowly, the Mongols are going to start grouping back, and now it's Vacadia in a 1v3 situation. And now the magic happens. He's positioned in this, you know, muddy corner, finds the one kill, Crisp second one, third one as well, completely shuts it down. And they were getting super hyped up on the stage after this round. You know, Woksik is up, you know, on his seat, you know, shouting everything, right? And that's what gets everyone going. Like, having these good individual moments, having a guy bail you out, right, keeps the faith, keeps the belief, and they just kept running with it from this point on.
Which is why everybody's saying Wacadia forever. No?
Yeah, everyone says that, Trace.
No? All right. Well, look, let's talk about maps then. Let's talk about maps. Let's talk about vetoes. This is a best of 3 again in the quarterfinals, the playoffs. So where do we land here?
I mean, so far we've only seen them play 2 maps, Yanko, right? Mirage and Anubis. I would love to see something else come up. No Ancient, no Train, no big surprise. But does anyone dare to change the tide?
I think they both change. Okay. I think they both might change the picks in here. Because Aurora lately, it hasn't been Anubis every time that it's open, right? I think they feel like a little bit jaded by playing it so much. Other teams have caught up with them, right? And we see the Dust 2 pick. That's definitely a punish playing against the Mongols. And the Mongols decide to pick the T side, really. Mongols, they don't change Mirage in this situation. I thought maybe Inferno could have been an option for them, but they decided to stick with it, and Major sticks with what's worked in Astana with picking T side for Mirage. We get that nuke decider, which, you know, both teams don't necessarily love it, but the Mongols in this situation has to veto out Anubis. So I think Aurora is basically, they knew what the third map was going to be depending on their ban. They knew Mongols were always going to ban Anubis, so they knew that it was going to be nuke, meaning they could prepare easily for the whole best of 3.
I love this veto. I love the fact that we get to see something new. I love the fact that we get to see Aurora play on Dust 2. I think also the first 2 maps are maps that, in terms of this matchup, right? We're looking at a matchup trace where both teams like to express themselves on the server. Both teams like open-ended maps, and I think Dust 2 is perfect for that. I think Mirage is perfect for that. And should we go to a third, Nuke is a map that's going to change the playing field a lot. It's going to change the dynamic of the game. So it's a pretty cool and versatile map pool if you look at it from an objective point of view.
Well, we talk about shooting hard, but when we look in the server here on both sides, if you guys are telling me that there's hard shooters on both sides, what does that say about the pacing of the game we're about to experience?
I think we can see a lot of pace. I think Dust 2 as a map, right, a lot of it is on T side. Okay, are we going to get the long spawns this time and going to be able to run out and cause some damage? Or not, right? I think this is where your protocols and your default gets tested too. I think this is where Oppers can have a lot of impact, and not just because it's the long ranges, right? But because you can jump up cat, you can be aggressive towards mid, you can break the smokes, you can do a lot of things to really disrupt your opponents. And Aurora is a team that is pretty execute heavy. They don't end around super late for the most part. It's around that 1 minute mark. You know, they'll go up, they'll take cat, group up, execute with 4 players. A lot of the times not really even utilize lurkers, so that puts a lot of pressure on the defenders really to, you know, be able to hold off just that first wave, not let that entry kill happen, and them to really just swarm the bomb site.
I was just about to say, I'm curious to see if both teams are willing to do a lot of B executes as well early in the games, because that's something that applies so much pressure to the opponent. Let's say that you do a B rush, or let's say that you do a B pop 45 seconds into the round. You force your opponent to spend so much utility early on that you, at that point, you know, can start into the later executors where you take long control, you take short control, and you go into a deep round. So I always look out for when I see Dust 2, and I think people at home should as well. If no one is willing to contest the B split or contest a B execute early on, odds are that we're getting a slow-paced game. However, if Aurora, or the Mongols for that matter, is willing to apply a lot of pressure on towards the B bomb side, force the opponent to spend an awful lot of utility early on, then we can get into the later stages of Dust 2. And that's the thing with this map. You never really know what you get. It can be the most explosive, the most fun map, the most cool map sometimes to watch as well, but it can also be a resident sleeper where everyone is just saving within the first 30 seconds.
First of all, I feel attacked. Second of all, would you say that Dust 2 is like a box of chocolates, Jacob?
I would say Dust 2 is a box of chocolate, yes.
Box of chocolate or chocolates? Is it like multiple?
Chocolates.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. Yeah, I mean, it does beg the question. It begs the question if you go to Dust 2, like we get to see just how fast this series can go, not from pacing, but who sets that tone, who sets that precedence on the first map of the series.
I mean, they start on the T side, right? So I think whoever gets to start on the T side gets to set the tempo. Now, Dust 2 is a map that has also involved a little bit Yanko. We don't speak about it often enough because it's happened a year ago, a year and a half, but CT side have more options now to be aggressive. You know, with the lower dark being changed, with the double doors being changed, you can apply pressure from catwalk, you can apply pressure in towards lower dark, and I've seen the Mongols do it an awful lot, and I've seen Aurora do it an awful lot as well, where they want to contest lower dark. Now, do you do that in the very first buy round, or do you wait until you have a moment, or where you read the economy a little bit better? That's what you can do in terms of altering the pace a little bit on the CT side.
Yeah, I think for the Mongols, definitely they're going to come out being aggressive, right, coming out on the T side, and it feels like they need to have a strong T side if they're going to be able to win this game. I think on the CT side, they will struggle, right? The reason why Dust 2 is a weakness for them, just some of those reactions aren't aren't as quick, they aren't as pristine as they are on maps like Mirage or Ancient for them, right? The decision making takes just a second or two extra, and that puts them, you know, behind the curve really in rounds. So they need to get rolling early, they need to have a strong start, and I think the individuals for the grander picture as well, right? Like we showed what it meant to Aurora with Vacadia stepping up and some of the Voxic moments, you know, they need Senzu. Like they're gonna struggle to win series without Senzu 9-10. We've seen him being able to pop off. The Inferno game against Liquid in Melbourne carried the team single-handedly pretty much to a quarterfinal win. So you need more of that here against Aurora.
I just say one thing to look out for again when we speak about, you know, the Mongols being a little bit more reliant on the individuals and Aurora maybe having that extra layer in terms of team play. Look at how they execute towards the A-bomb side. I think Dust 2 is a little bit underrated in terms of the layers you can add with utility, with smokes, with Molotov, especially when you do the classic execute over catwalk. I've seen Mongols be more willing to go into A just on the base of one smoke, one flash, maybe one Molotov, whereas Aurora, it does feel like, you know, if you have the utility, they know how to execute properly. They know how to put 3 Molotovs down on the A-bomb side, making it nearly impossible for an Arbor to be anywhere on the bomb side. They know how to flash opponents off angles, etc., etc. So in terms of that extra layer, I think Aurora has a little bit more to offer when it comes to Dust 2, but if you were to rate them against each other and say in terms of individual, in terms of raw firepower, and in terms of being able to maybe thrive under that chaos and thrive with less utility, the Mongols are better suited for that.
Yeah, and for Dallas, it would appear as though we will have some Counter-Strike. Dallas, are you still here with us in the building? Are you really here? I think you're here. Let me get a yeehaw! All right, we'll workshop that one. Either way, we go to a quick break. We come back, we've got Mongols versus Aurora in a quarterfinal. It's the Intel Extreme Masters, BRB.
Remember this one?
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Eco Fragger. Yeah, versus 9Z?
It's a taste product.
2020 Group A elimination.
I think that's not highlight for me.
Oh, that's highlight. That's mine. That's a highlight. That's a real highlight.
I agree with that.
That's my 100 years luck.
This against Eternal Fire.
Yeah, it's against Eternal Fire.
What did you feel after you hit that?
Oh, I feel like we win. We win. We already win.
It was
Absolute
right?
cinema. Ooh. Versus Gamer Legend. Wow. The cowboy. Mr. 4K.
I think it was really the gun advantage for here, yeah.
Yeah, you like the jewelry?
Yes.
Yeah, this is the cowboy of Mongolia.
Of course.
It's first round, very important round. Oh, it's so good, man. That's it, Cobra. Not impressive.
Cobra.
Yeah, not
You're
impressive.
honest. Against Eternal Fire?
Yeah, against the Eternal
Yes.
Fire.
Are they easy to play against?
No. Zantares, Mr. Zantares. Not easy.
Zantares pick. It was 4 apps, right?
Yeah, for us.
Yeah, I remember.
Whoa. Oh, so good, man. 2v4, yeah. In this match, Techno in TeamSpeak. I will defuse. Stay alive, make noise. I will defuse it.
That's the only highlight from this map, I guess. Because I was like only 3 kills in this entire map. Sadly, we lost it.
Yeah, but we managed to win the best of 3.
In-game leaders, top 3. Number 1's obvious, Apex. I think people can say that he just has a very talented team, but when you watch Vitality, he is calling very well, and they are outplaying other teams, so deserves his flowers for sure. Number 2 would be Kixon. I think number 2 would be Kixon. I think he's doing very well with Falcons. They're having good results. And then number 3 would be Chopper. The Spirit are still playing very well. They always play good CS. So yeah, I would put Chopper number 3.
I think obviously Apex has to be there, but I also think Kixon. And then I think the last one, potentially, it could be either Bollan or it could be Chopper. But again, I'm not too sure how good Chopper is when you have Dunk running around with 150 rating. But I'm gonna put Bollan instead of him because I think Mouse is more well organized and they seem more winning as a team.
I think I will put myself up, even though I have really good players. The sure thing is you need to put them together and make it work. So I think for now, on the first part of the season at least, I will be top 1. Top 2, I will give it to Kixon. Top 3, Brollan and Chopper. It's the 2 others. Imagine tomorrow we top 7 in the world at the end of the year, but Zayu has 150 rating. He can be the best player in the world. As IGL, you can't, even though you're really down there. People think you're calling bad because the team play bad. That's always the same. When we play bad, it's my fault. Always my fault. Last year was my fault, and I know it wasn't my fault, for example. So it's just too funny.
So what is it, my son, that is troubling you?
Fear. Father love. I fear for my teammates. Returning to place up. Such misery. Emzinho, that poor boy, still wakes in terror. 910, the way he crumbled, he should rename to 911. I thought we'd have to call an ambulance.
Fear not. The Mongolian resolve is firm.
Yes, Mongolian blood is strong.
Now we're talking.
Things have been better since Katian got kicked. We even won our first S-tier LAN.
CCT tier.
All is well, except for poor Yapian's town.
I'm sorry, what was that?
They too have suffered.
He was shouting and smashing the walls.
Yapi even comfortless.
So unlucky. Kicks happen every week, and yet somehow they get hit with a nickname.
Unlucky? Father, you think I forgot? I am familiar with your content.
Heroic is sad to announce that Stabby and Jown.
And perhaps it is you who should confess your sins.
Stabby and Jown. Stabby.
There is a little bit of Stabby going on here.
Playing with Symbol, obviously this is an all-in move. It can go both ways. We have been struggling, Symbol has been struggling, but I think in some way 2 perfect storms can meet and create one hell of a ride, and I'm just looking forward to play with them.
Simple, got to be the MVP, absolutely top of the charts pretty much every single game.
Simple's always been a very mercurial player, and I mean his personality issues, his issues with teammates have been well documented over the years, but it's always still been worth it because he is considered to be the greatest player of all time. But now, in today's Counter-Strike, after this break, is he still worth it?
From fans to foe, love him or hate him, anticipating the return of the king or preying on his downfall, you'll be watching either way. It's simple, there's no one else like him.
I was gone for almost 2 years, and that's one of the chances that I can't miss. I'm back, and I'm gonna prove that I'm good. It's do or die time.
He needs a multi-kill, first found, Twitch aggressing. They have to double peek, he's getting his shot, he's hitting another one! What is his name? Number 1 in the game, he's done it again! Simple just jumping casually into the side, he's gonna fall down again. What is that? You can't do that, Simple! That's not allowed! This is not FPL, this is a major!
What is Prime Counter-Strike? It's a question whose answer changes as the level rises year over year. And Dallas, we've got a treat for you at this Intel Extreme Masters because there is a team waiting in the wings who's been pushing that level higher than ever before. But today is not about them. Today is not about the favorite, because if we've learned one thing over the last few years here in the K. Bailey Hutchinson Arena, it's the Dallas, you love an underdog, an upset, a Cinderella story like G-Stu. Because Dallas, you love a dark horse. And today is all about that, the upset, the unexpected. Today we run these teams and we might just find our next dark horse to bet on. So Dallas, I've got one question for you. Are you with me?
So, you think you're ready? Are you in your prime? Can you become greatness? Because in Texas, everything is bigger. Bigger pressure, bigger emotions, bigger noise, bigger beef, bigger flair.
Be about tracking and reactions. Good shot.
Bigger reactions. The highest stakes. Texas presents a Counter-Strike marathon, a trial of your determination and grit. You best be prepared. Being a Lone Star isn't gonna cut it. Bring your team. Bring your prime.
The trophy is a really meaningful thing for us. Not for us, also it's for the whole region. It's a big thing. At that time, they had really good practice and preparations for against us. This time will be different now. We just want to prove we can play good at playoff and we can win this tournament.
They're a really good opponent, and they are really play game style is different. They're playing like with 3D Max that we don't like too much. But of course, if you want to go to the final, you need to beat every opponent. There is like choo-choo for the trophy, I think. So I think we will make it one day, but I don't know, is it this tournament or maybe major?
It's far from the first rodeo for this young team, but are these horsemen ready to finally seize the reins? Make some noise for the Mongols! These Globetrotters will travel any distance to push their ceiling that much higher. Will they take a step towards that trophy today? Put your hands together for Aurora! Victory, defeat, upset, domination. The story of these playoffs is written here and now. So Dallas, let me hear you. Dallas, let's get loud!
Well, here we go. We finally got a stage set. We finally got some teams ready to play the damn game. Would you believe it? Dallas, Texas, gonna be where we're kicking off this quarterfinal matchup. And of course, on both sides of this coin, two ferocious battles looking to happen.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of players and a lot of playmakers on the server tonight. We speak about a game that is heavily contested to be one that relies a lot on the individuals, and you have some of those individuals showing up on your screen right now. Major, obviously the big brain of Aurora. I hope his preparation are done well, because Mongols will come at you with everything they got.
And there's been enough talking. Right now, it's time to prove it. Now it's time to prove it on the server for both of these teams. You know, going into the major, you want to get as much confidence as humanly possible. I'm sure Mongols will be out to get revenge for Astana, but Aurora, have they turned a corner? Right, Xantar is the highest-rated player for them so far in the tournament. Can they keep that up on the stage?
Yeah, you look for some of these question marks here for both of these teams. You were talking about it, Jacob, just how important it is to get in here and make a statement in this game. Yeah, you're right. You've got Mal's on the other side of this, but winning here is a big step in the right direction for either of these teams.
It's a massive step in the right direction. And I do gotta say, when Yanko is saying with Santaris, I think if you were to look at these two rosters, the only world-class Counter-Strike player taking on the server, the only one you can put in that category when he's on fire would be Santaris. Now, Messinho, a young gun that has been stepping it up lately, still getting better and better, maybe a little bit too inconsistent, but if he's hitting today, Yanko, he can do a lot of damage.
Absolutely, their most consistent player, and both of these guys, 910 and Voxic, can have a field day today. It almost feels like whichever Opera has a better series, their team will come out on top.
Which begs the question, gentlemen, where are you laying your hat on this one? Are you looking at Aurora, or are you looking at the Mongols?
Oh, I think that's a very good question. I see it as a very tight matchup. I see it as a very close matchup. I know the last two times they faced off in a quarterfinal, it's been a 2-0. I think we need all three maps. I think we need Nuke, and I think Aurora will make it happen.
I think Aurora got revenge for Katowice in Astana. I think in Dallas, Mongols get revenge for Astana. I think they're going to come out on top here and face Maus in the semifinal.
Yeah, and Yanko, Jacob, thank you very much. Dallas, I know you're ready for some Counter-Strike. You've been sitting here for a couple minutes. Let me hear you make a little bit of noise. Let's do the damn thing. It's a quarterfinal. Mongols, Aurora, Dust 2. Let's get it on.
Dust 2 the first for us here in Dallas. Very intrigued to see whether or not we get to get a full ball terror 3-map affair, whether or not it's going to be a very clear, stompy, just like an Astana reference there by the analyst desk.
Yeah, no clear favourite. 8 from 8 in playoffs this year for out of Aurora, Bounty, Katowice, Cluj, EPL, Lisbon, Bucharest, Astana, and now Dallas. Mongols have dipped their toe in the water back and forth, looking for consistent form, looking for some breakthroughs on the stage with the major right around the corner. The culmination, the first half of 2025.
Now is the time, though. Now is the time where you enter into playoff mode. You get yourself to peak form ahead of the end of the season, ahead of the major. An important playoff run, and one of them, their journey ends right here and now. We start off the playoffs, Intel Extreme Masters Dallas. Let's get this party started.
Aurora changing things up in the veto. Maneuvers in the last two outings this time. We're kicking things off on Dust 2. Santara is always starting mid on these CT pistols for the Turks. It's going to be a slow crawl from the Mongols, 3 through.
They're not in any hurry here, Mongols. Still got that util on Blitz, and they actually get delivered a headshot there. Zantara is brought down by the P250.
You hear them bait the steps in low up. Zantara starts to edge forward for that fight, and 910 will rip his head off. to be set up now.
Yeah, Wakadia is going to be completely isolated here. He realizes it kind of rests on him being a little proactive. He hears them encroaching. There's util sailing through, but he has kicked up a bit of a fuss. Just the one. Damage onto Mzinho when the bomb is planted B. Jota might have some friction here with Blitz top mid. So far away, though. Might just be wanting to preserve your Kevlar at this point. Pick off onto Blitz. Maybe that changes their mind. Woxic is starting to maneuver forward. But no, it does look like Kevlar is the priority here. (9-10) delivers, and I did like the framing. Oh, just for my little brain, it was nice and simple from Janko, just saying, you know, whoever Zorpa plays better today might have the edge.
We saw 9-10 have a dominant performance on Dust 2 in the group stage.
Yes, we did.
But it's Woxic, the individual who we've seen do wonders in the bright lights. This is a long time ago, going back to the Mouse days when he was alongside of Carrigan, Robs, Chris J.
Yeah.
He was always very explosive, but it's been a long time between then and now. Here's the opening kill, and the one that really started, essentially finished things off, because an easy mid to beat into just one player of Wakadia on the site. And that's going to be the force from Aurora. 2 scouts, 2 MP9s of FAMAS. Indoors will be smoke. Wakadia won't have vision, and no HE available to try and break this one open. Peppering away, and he's the one who's going to cop some bullets through. So the Mongols quite easily are going to garner all of this mid space. Techno to join them through lower tunnels. Mzinho back can't to deal with any of these long pushes. They're going to garner the short control very easily. And, well, that was a chance for Wakadia. Bullet goes astray.
Yeah, you won't get many more of those opportunities, but he thrives on the next peak.
If he can get to A, this is going to be very, very good. He can have 2 scouts to deal with them as they're crossing out bridge.
Oh, and Mzinho is going to be kicking himself. Losing the opening pick-off here in Aurora's second round forced by. That pistol could mean nothing.
No smokes.
If Aurora can get themselves a solid round here, looking to defend the A take, and already picked off his Woxic, clearing out Techno, lovely double with Cardia. He swaps out with another bit of damage. The scout bullet did connect. Not an easy one for Jota and Xantares, though.
Yeah, Jota and Spawn feels like he's pinned for now. If Xantares can find anything to turn this into a 2v2, Jota's going to creep on up. Xantares late cat.
Yeah, that smoke's not going to last forever. It fades now. That's an important duel. Jota caught crouching, and now Xantares even less of a chance. MP9 at range. He does very well to dispatch of 9-10 completely
that's
clean.
a gun to save. You're not giving this one a go. Bomb's already halfway gone. Just going to hold on to that AK. That's a great weapon for the Turkish Terminator. He's going to be able to use this into the next. I don't think Blitz is going to be able to remove it as he's dipped in towards lower tunnels. So even though they don't convert the round, it's still an AK brought through with armor. It will have to be the eco short, but opportunities to do damage.
Important from Techno, all right? I mean, you lose that opening pick-off. Mzinho dives to that Wakadia scout, and you still commit into the site. You needed a player like Techno just to step up and stop that from spiraling out of control.
Yeah, this is the type of the round for the Mongols where they need to keep a whole lot more bodies alive going forward into the first rifle. But the fact this is the 3rd outing between these 2 teams in 2025, and all of them have been in playoffs. Both of these teams could be labeled as playoff gatekeepers. Well, that's a great shot on reflection. Now, you don't see them doing their best work in these environments. Somebody like the Mongols has been eliminated from playoff appearances by Vitality, best team of the year. Xantares, right place, right time, wrong result. Let's still get the better of him as Woxic does scavenge back that AK, so we know which way this round is likely to go.
We certainly do.
If he gets an opener, then maybe a conversation could be open with the 5-7s in the mix, but Wakadia is going to be gifted that by Woxic.
Yeah, only one with Kevlar outside of Xantares, so he's equipped with the AK, but feels like it's going to be a nice simple finish for Mongols. I mean, you were spotted multiple bodies long, right? You heard like a cacophony of AK-47 bullets spamming through that corner smoke. Now Jota's going to go and lock the door behind them. Oh, you know their setup. It is inspired.
Oh,
overlooked. Oh, Mzinho that works it out just in time. There were ideas there. There were ideas. They just get ripped up, thrown in the bin.
That's crazy, right? They're crossing behind the smoke as it's fading to take the jewels. The last thing you want is the pistols pushing through with a flash. Well, apparently Cash is coming back. Maybe that's going to be the return of North American CS.
Have you not noticed how excited the Americans are?
Ah, it makes sense.
It's because Cash is back, and I guess they get to watch some Pro CS.
Well, next month, the Counter-Strike to round out the year is going to be all going down in Texas. Next up, Austin. Right now in this one, the rifles are out. AWP for Woxic, and over towards B for a pounce. Woxic's AWP is in place. Flash will have to be perfect. If they swing it, he should be good for the first.
Yeah, should have this one locked in for that opening pickoff, unless you got perfect utility here. He's got vision. Does he have an early
Blitz is walking through mid door.
Yes, he does. Woxic gets his pickoff. There's Blitz's back turn from Wicardia to collect, and it's spotless. Absolutely flawless. There's a little change up from 9-10, but the round is theirs. Aurora, weather the storm of the B-hit test.
Now, the fact they kept all 5 alive in the previous Mongols means that they will have a residual buy to deal with. They contact into B, they just get blown out of the water. Blitz trying to walk through the mid doors and subvert the expectation, gets caught as well. We've had some huge performances from the individuals of the Mongols throughout that group stage run. It was easy for them to get to the playoffs. Obviously, the seeding game against Vitality was something that actually could have come to close on Vitality's run, but couldn't get it across the line. Now 9-10 gets Zorp as well. Blitz so confident, just charges straight down the guts of middle, already working on this short space. This is so early within the rounds, and the reason that's important is it puts so much stress on the A defense. They're going to have to drop you. Ooh, mid-door push, what is this?
Oh, Sensu's not ready for that. Oh, Wicardia's got some balls.
I think Wicardia and Jota, they're my X-Factor players for Aurora, especially once it gets in the more tense environments. I think Centaurs and Woxic are obviously great, but the next generation of Turkish talent, that's for me what this new roster is really bringing to the table in 2025.
I mean, that is pure initiative, and that is just such a disruptive force. Wicardia just has a little premonition, pushes up, and picks off Senzu.
Those are the risks that you want to be seeing players take. They take it in the comfort of an online match or something at home, but in a group stage, maybe. Now it's an arena game, and this is where you need to find your stage legs for either of these teams. Working on the mid to B now.
Yeah, Centaurs, they have to get past. He will be smoked off. How does he approach this? Incendiary, swing through, Blitz ready. Hits that equalizing shot. Now Madja should have a free one here in the side of the head, so trades Blitz. 9-10, oh, misses his shot. Madja gets away with the intel. Pressure from lower, they're accelerating towards him, but he's got another. Hey. Oh, it's all Madja! A monstrous 4K to finish what Wicardia started. The captain from Aurora delivers.
And he's the man on the stage who's been doing this for the absolute longest. You go back to his time in 1.6 within the French scene. Now he finds himself done in the Turkish flag in the Hometown Heroes. And you might even get a glance of Centaurs' face on the replay. The superstar was happy with what the old man was delivering, the in-game leader. Humbles the Mongols, yeah. When a player like Centaurs is enjoying that, the A4 unleashes in a wink.
Oh, yo, that wink, yeah, that's gangster.
Well, double AWPs. So Aurora going to bring this forward up against the eco, getting that opening incision. It's going to lighten the load, really. This is part of the game plan early, these barbs, especially if a team who wants to play quite individual heavy. No dramas, just an eco bash.
Just making sure you had support. Don't want to see an AWP run down by Tech9's nightmare fuel for any sniper.
But having double AWPs against a team that likes to be individual, or let's just say more aim-based, right? Wants to take the fights, that's going to, first of all, allow you just to post up on lines, and then second, have your riflers hold on to more utility to block key choke points later in the round. So we'll see how this double AWP setup unfolds once we get the rifles back in the hands of the Mongols.
Yeah, this one's going to be leisurely. Just hoping for Deagle headshots or something, but 5 alive.
Yeah, both teams going spotless against the full ecos that the other have dished out so far, but we're 6 rounds deep, about to get into 7. Blitz is invested with the Mac-10, Alex. Gonna have to take a look at his spawn. It is over towards B, so does this inspire some form of aggression? His teammates all have spawns over towards long, however, so I'd be surprised to see them head over towards B considering the circumstances of this. Woxic with a good spawn to start long. He can pick with the AWP as Totem Boost lined up middle. 4A start for Aurora to lock down long and also have short presence.
Wicardia takes his posts up for an early fight towards suicide, and yeah, it is occupied. 9-10 not going to go down, and it's actually Madja. Fourth position on long with an opening kill. Oh, he's in trouble there, feeling the scrutiny. Wicardia crouched, staring at the floorboards, will recede. He gets away with his life.
One of the little unfortunate factors for Blitz going into this with the MAC-10 as everybody has head armor on the Aurora side, so we'll have to see what type of duel he gets given. I think he's going to be heading to pick up the rifle that Mazinho dropped.
Oh, we get another AWPing head-to-head. 9-10 whistles one past the ear of Wacardia. Vice versa. Short, now theirs.
With the current split of players for the Mongols, it does look like short presence into a B split or B pop. Joda and Wacardia to lock this down. Perfect time on the block, 50 seconds. Lurk smoke lands, Joda's going to play close to this, stuff him in the choke point.
Yeah, this is exactly what he's waiting for. Techno walks out. Oh, Jota unable to deliver a single frag. It's up to Wacardia to keep this going and flowing for Aurora. And flow it shall. Wacardia still alive as Senzu's getting run down. Zantares puts a cherry on it. Solid start from Wacardia's Dust 2 here. This is a good sign of things to come for Aurora.
There's a clear difference between these two teams in round wins, and it's going to be the energy that you see expelled. Aurora, if you go back to the match that they played against Heroic, damn, it got loud, right? I'm talking the second affair, the revenge, the rematch after the jet lag once they've been able to settle into the Dallas time zone from Astana. And Astana's where they're able to pick up their first arena wins of the year. 8 from 8 playoffs, but as far as the arena events went, they had been blanked in that department. Is that the first step, and has it come at the right time? You head over to Dallas, this is where you're going to be for the remainder of the season. You've got Austin coming up next.
Certainly sounds like you're starting to, reach your power level at the optimal moment. A tournament like this, you start picking up playoff wins. It's going to feel like hard work is paying off, and at the right time in the season.
Yeah, Madge is always very leveled in his interviews. You heard from him post-game saying, yes, step by step with Freya. It's going to be an AK brought forward by Blitz. Now, he was such a factor when you look at that Vitality game. The leader was having massive moments. He's gone out mid to B in a couple of these key rounds and has not been able to find a frag to deal with the rotation. Right now, he's taken it on himself to try and pry a way in with the AK-47. A little bit of util to work with. Congregator back cat. His double AWP still in play. They're going to trundle up noisily. They've done a good job dealing with the mid to B so far, other than the pistol round is going to force Mongols to look elsewhere.
Just look how many nades they've got, Chad.
Exactly, right? This is what the double AWPs is going to facilitate, and the fact that you know you're up against a lighter investment, you don't want to get popped upon. So you want to lock down the extremities first. You're going to give them this space because you're not expecting a full buy. This is where Blitz getting an opening kill is actually hugely important to try and establish the dominoes falling. Now back towards B they head. They have a smoke and a flash for this. It's Joda and Wacardia once more. They continue to test this side of the map.
Yeah, that's the last of their smokes, so fight is imminent. Waiting for the cue. Flashes will be thrown. Jota, how do you handle this? He commits to the spam, does deliver. Multitudes, double, make it a locked out round. No chance of a plant now. Only 9-10. Not a single frag to boast in this one from the Mongols. 9-10 at least brings one down, but big smiles on Aurora's face. You test, once again, you test Jota's side of the map, and he's going to leave with 4.
It's been a nice spree of opening kills for Aurora in the sprint to get themselves up to this 5-3 scoreline now. That's 5 on the trot. And that's something that the Mongols will need to change. Now, are you going to be able to change that with pace? Are you going to be able to use some of these long spawns to be able to get to tussle towards long? And is that going to be red? It is going to be another 4-player start A for Aurora. So they're playing to make sure that long can't be exploited. Molly's towards blue bin, the smoke comes in, the HE's there as well to slow this perfect. It's exactly what you want to see to garner this long control. That util, Mazinho reporting back to the boss man. Heard 3 nades long, they started heavy. Again, trying to get this space. If the team's going to start heavy long, you want to take short off of them ASAP.
Gets up. Held by that Wacardia AWP. You'll need a good flash from your teammate to get him off of the line.
They're looking to harass the short control. You can tell with the bait and switch setup for Wacardia and Zantares.
Yeah, he's going to be mollied off there. Wacardia will be forced away. Interesting. They actually elect to use that as an invitation to block. 58 left for the T side to find the finish.
This time it's Woxix AWP on B alongside of Jota. Mazinho has to stay caring about long because of those Madja pushes earlier in the piece. So the tendencies forcing the extremities to stay on their toes. Zantares looks like he wants to fight this one. Madja over towards Goose with a flash in hand. And Zantares is just in this weird off angle if they come up short.
Feels like it's an angle that he's going to thrive within as well. Just slightly overlooked. First bullet accuracy. 25, dude. You've got to move now. Zantares prepares himself for one hell of a spray. The whole team just about to peek into his deadly crosshair. First is clean. Can't build a second cleanly, but gets it on the spray. Brought down by Mazinho. There's the Bacardi AWP, but Madja, the unknown entity, comes swinging on out for 1.5. Techno booked. Another round for Aurora.
Yeah, you can see that twofold there. If they do come out dry, you have a player with the aim like Zantares to rip off a head, and if they drop the smokes, he actually is in a really quick position to get a jump on them. Concerning, this is the second tactical timeout call from the Mongols already. Mara playing a key point within this team. Always seems to get a lot of respect from his players, and I'm sure he's had a couple of nightmares after that Vitality loss. Sure, it was only a seeding game, but that could be a confidence unlocking matchup. So not getting into the site, not getting the bomb down, and that has been the story of this spree. Now 6 consecutive, and if you just take a look at the fact the bomb doesn't get planted, that's one key element, but the lack of kills across this 6-round spread, that's the most concerning part. The Mongols haven't been competitive in any of these rounds. The most kills they've gotten is 2. So not even making a dent, and again, the opening kills yet to come their way.
Yeah, look what they're working with as a product of that. Not pretty. Mazinho, he's got a lot to deal with if he goes a little further. Voids the brunt of the HE. He's having a look. He asks questions, spots out one.
Oh, that's just a spam straight through the smoke. Techno, he's got so much space. They start at 4A again.
He's picked off Wakardi on that spam, and that's an important duel. Oh, Techno! Perfection! That's a way to change it up. There's the kills that have been so sorely lacking in the last 6.
That's just unfortunate, isn't it? That B defense gets picked apart. Now Madja at range is going to burst away. We'll take down Blitz, but they know exactly where he is. They're juggling guns. They've got more than they know what to do with. Madja tucked in towards Pip. They're just going to lock him in. Techno makes sure he can't get out along. The other two now noted. And well, Madja saw some nice aim from you earlier in the piece, but this one's going to be tough.
Oh, and the scout very well suited to the task. They'll be bringing through a couple of upgrades.
I'm not sure why 910 wasn't able to get his hands on anything better than a scout there, but it's all good in the hood. So that round is all on Techno, and he can have some rougher moments, be towards the bottom of the scoreboard, but this is pure impact. Ah, okay. So it's not just a spam. Catches him back at platform, tracks Wakardia, and even able to dodge the shots to kill the second. Aurora have started 4A in quite a few of these occasions. They can't do it again because of that hemorrhage point. Cardia's close middle again. Does he just try and walk through the mid-door smoke on a timing and catch Senzu off guard once more?
So that's one of those moves you're probably not going for all too often.
They want to clamp down on middle. They want to fight for this. There's 2 players on shore.
Yeah, Woxic's going to be forced back by the flame, but Zantares is ahead of that, and he gets completely overlooked. That was the bomb carrier, now burns away all the way down to 20, but with his life. Walking through smokes. Yeah, looks like Techno's going to punish on the reload. He does take that space, runs him down, commits to the spray.
It's a good move.
It's a great move.
The aim's not there.
Would have liked that one. Felt like that was compulsory.
Might see Madja get cheeky with a bit of a long push. Joda's taking up a tunnel, so might not feel too necessary because information will be flowing. Now blocking towards short where the threat feels like it's coming through, and towards lower. If Senzu goes down, that'll be the bomb.
If Jota over bushes, though, that will be the B site. If they get him, they have got access to the B site. This could really turn the round around. Senzu, great awareness.
910 has rotations.
And Zantares has to get past this orb scope. He's having absolutely none of it. From behind, Madja will not elect to strike. He's going all the way around because 910's having a field day. Rotations held. Senzu, he forces the hand of Aurora to rotate. Now Madja arriving, perhaps undetected. Yeah, 910. He might get a bit of a jump scare here. Hello. Oh, no! 910's finished it as well.
I think he did get the jump scare there with that reaction. He's hard.
Hits the no-scope.
Oh, well, now we find ourselves final round, first half. Still money there for Aurora thanks to that spree, but the Mongols looking to bookend this thing. 3 out the gates with the pistol and the conversions. Now 3 hard fought for rifle rounds. Senzu with the bailout kill gets them back in 9-10, patrolling the rotations. And this one right here, jump scare. It's a horror movie. But they're back in it now.
Yes, I mean, and backed by individuals there.
Double AWPs to be equipped once more from Aurora. Faber on the mic for the final rounds of the first half before they head into the break. They would love to flow with that confidence of 7. This is their map choice. Mirage up next. Nuke is the third and decider if we need to get there for the first quarterfinal of the day. And some Aurora fans in the house. More limited in this one, Aurora. They don't have full util. There are kits that should be enough nades to get the openings they're looking for.
Nineteen's going to be walking into this. And Macardia very prepared for that. Perfect opening. Faber going to be happy with what he's seen. Off the back of his timeout, his team have managed to manufacture an opening for their defense. Final round.
Yeah, the 9th of the 12 available within the half, so that's a very good stat line for Aurora. Again, they think the mid to B is the best port of call. Make that AWP claustrophobic on the site, but you need to get past it. They push back short, they smoke mid to B, Senzu's out. Waiting for some form of an investigation, but Aurora have the man advantage. They don't have to move.
A replenish of the CT smoke. Will that be their go sign? They're running light on time now. We will have to see a commitment soon. And a barrage of flashbangs going to imply it's coming his way. Jota and Macardi to be tested. How do they lend a hand from CT? Okay, Senzu and Techno have hit their shots.
2 kills on 8. Do you still go B?
Sticking around, they are. Committing into the site, helped by Macardi's AWP. He started this round off with a pick, now can contribute to second. 20 seconds, bomb on the back of Senzu outside of B, but Blitz can't lend a hand. Jota chips in from window, and they're just kept at bay. Aurora, that's their half. They'll be proud of that one. 7 after going 3-0 down to start. Mongols trailing by 2.
Aurora versus the Mongols, round 3 in 2025. It's another quarter-final. Katowice, Astana, and now Dallas. This time it's Dust 2, the pick from the Turks, and they find themselves up 7-5 on the half. The previous head-to-heads, Mongols got the best of them back in Kato. Aurora over the top of them in Astana, who will be booking themselves a spot in the semi-final against Mouse here in Dallas.
Oh, wow. We got some aggression right out of the gate. 9-10 puts Woxic to sleep. Walking straight up mid. Blitz. Oh, perhaps an overextension. He sticks around a bit longer than he should have, but he'll get out with that man advantage thanks to 9-10's pick. Very confident maneuver.
Yeah, he's found the opening kills on both of the pistol rounds so far, has 9-10. One on Zentares, now one onto Woxic.
He's figured it out. If you get the first kill, the pistols are easier.
And that's something they struggled with within the first half of play.
True.
They finish with Wakadia late long.
All right, how's 9-10's tracking? Jota drops in, and he does go down to...
Hey.
Oh, 9-10! Very comfortable on that USP. Tracks out Jota dropping CT. Limited on ammo, but not in his contributions. Lovely start for the CT side. And Wakadia not really equipped with the health necessary.
Has been having a good map though, 16 and 8 so far.
Yeah, look good on CT. Nice chicken.
Going to be a deagle for Wakadia into this one, while the rest will take it eco, but this is audacious, isn't it, from 9-10, just roaming up middle. The AWP for the Mongols just strides on in and takes names.
You know, I know Woxic a little bit firsthand, and I think that's a frustrating death. You know?
For sure.
I think that's one he's probably got a couple of choice words for his opponent. Oh, he's pushed mid, has he?
Treating it like a casual server right now, but Mongols, the recipe for success is both pistol rounds. Going to need to come with the conversions, and they should get an opportunity to get this second one relatively easily, unless Wakadia has something to say about it. Senzu, bullet between the eyes.
Damn, going for 4 M4s. Blitz so much so he's got no armor behind that.
So
That's some confidence.
Well, this is one of the things, right? So you know that the bomb didn't go down, so the force buy is very unlikely. If you bought in with heavy SMGs in a round like this, or let's say you split it like 2-3, either way, it also has to do with how much damage you took. Oh, look, Blitz doesn't even have Kevlar.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, how much damage you took on the pistol, can you rebuy it easily? Cheeky from Blitz, but it means you're going to be, as long as nobody dies, better equipped for the first rifle round.
Yeah, you don't have those like 2 lingering MP9s.
Yeah, it's that quote-unquote bonus, which doesn't even really feel like a bonus like it did in the olden days.
Blitz is even not playing scared as well, with no Kev. He's just, I'm going to shoot you first. Confidence, I like it.
Okay, well, into the rifle rounds now, all tied up 7 apiece. It's the strong starts in the halves that have gotten Mongols to this point.
Okay. Someone needs to tell Blitz he hasn't got Kevlar. I think he forgot. He has not bought Kevlar. Okay.
Let's see how long he can last, shall we?
I thought it was all
They're going long for a brawl, Alex.
chess. Yeah, okay. Well, Blitz is here. Let's see how it goes. His teammate should be dead. 9-10's alive. Somehow gets away. 18 points of health on him. Mazinho just peppering through the smoke. It's chaos on long. Now a bit more damage chips away at Wakadia. Oh, it's all hanging in the balance of this duel. Spammed away by Zentares. 9-10 next up. Goes down. Blitz the third to fall. Round defining and just an all-out brawl on long.
Now look at that cash utility that's in City Spawn that they were hoping to deal with, either for the mid to Bs or the long cross breaks. But right now, with the 2-man disadvantage, this is going to be hard for the Mongols to piece together. Now, Techno did have a heroic moment late within the piece to put some rounds back on the board after the spree of 6. This one feels impossible. I think one of the factors working for them is the lack of utility. They've left an extra smoke over towards long for Woxic to work with. They're starting to backpedal. Now, if they do heading towards the upper tunnels, there's a lot of conversation about Senzu playoff games not being the player that he is in the groups. Right now would be a moment to announce his presence.
Yeah, absolutely right, it would. So now they try and sell that they're committing A. Woxic spotted and fired off a shot. Senzu's tension drawn as they walk towards the other side of the map. Senzu understandably reacts to that sound cue of Woxic with the smoke, but it does leave the B side wide open, so not going to be able to catch that kind of fast backstab that was perhaps on the table.
Now you think you have to save. Trying to retake this B bomb site, not going to be easy, especially now that Techno's been chipped down to 30 points of health.
Oh, and Woxic may not get the luxury. Brought down by Senzu. Nice upgrade. And Senzu brings the AK instead.
Okay, so 1400 coming into the next round. Senzu and Techno would be able to drop. And there should be enough for Mazinho to potentially buy himself here. As long as they don't give anything else away, Senzu might very well. Quite noisy with the AK in hand. And gets the better of Madja. Okay, add another one to the tally. That's damage done. Rebuys that are going to be required for Aurora, but they will take back the lead. And talked about this within the first half. In my mind, there's no clear favorite between these two teams.
Yeah.
They both exist in the exact same point in Counter-Strike at the moment. National squads, very talented individuals. Sure, maybe different approaches to the game, but high output. And we're used to seeing their faces in playoffs in 2025, especially that of Aurora. Can't be understated. 8 from 8. They've only attended 8, so... 9-10 gets his AWP. That one's going to be dropped across. Long again. Really want to pressure this. So many bodies.
Santara's first man out. Nearly escorts Techno down. Madja the one to finish the job. Blitz and Mazinho, are you backing away? Looks like that's the response. Upon losing an early casualty, you concede long.
It kind of feels like you need to have that fourth man there or that first kill to go your way. So Mongols on the back foot, and they haven't actually taken any space off the rest of the map. Haven't pushed tunnels. They're not up middle. Look for the tag onto the AWPer as well.
He's done very well there, Woxic. Just a scout, and he's making it work. The boost works out for Zantares. There's Woxic finishing the job. And after all of that goes down, they still pivot. Madja, he's calling a very diligent game here. He's not messing around.
Yeah, might just have to be another save. Long has been such a weak point. You have two choices, the Mongols, once you get the rifles back out. Do we start playing heavier over towards Long? Do we forego it all together? Or do you call the bluff and just play a standard round, expecting Madja to start calling something a little bit different? Maybe we'll see the final timeout burnt as Mazinho goes looking, gets caught by a timing here, fortunately in transition, but once he hits the deck, Woxic sends him 6 feet lower. It's just going to be Senzu to try and save the AWP. He's boxed in, can't exit through Long, and the hunt looks like it's going to start heading through CT spawn as well. So Senzu will do very well to hold on to this. Next round is only going to be the 1900 loss bonus. It's important he keeps this, or Mongols will have nothing to work with.
Trying to stay active, and a missed shot. Can't afford to miss another. So takes away one.
He wins this fight, he's out.
Yeah, Woxic kind of locking the door here. Back turn, Woxic clearing, too much pressure, and there it goes. The AWP denied. Aurora 9, Mongols 7. First map of this quarterfinal.
Okay, chance to put it up to double digits now for the Turkish side. Again, the pistol's not going in their favor, but looking better in the rifle rounds, that has not been a question. You get this kill as Zantares, very well done, and then you love the fact that Woxic finds the immediate trade. That's a feel-good moment if you're Zantares. That's how you want that situation to unfold. One spotted crossing. Will there be more?
Oh, wow. Mazinho has actually maintained long control with just a USB.
Rung his bell there. Joda put on notice. It's hard to see this one go wrong for Aurora when it is really just the investment of the Deagle for Blitz. He's trying to make good on that earlier dink. Searching out that of Joda tucked behind the car. Send the Lemmings in first to find the trade.
Oh, Joda.
Oh, Mazinho TK.
Kill as well. Well, he's definitely handled that well.
Yeah, after getting dinked early, walks away with the lion's share of kills within the round, and there you go, double digits confirmed. The easy rounds converted, and that's what this is all about for Aurora. There's that third tactical timeout that was discussed. Mara, last opportunity to take this. Faber can still help him out down the stretch if this gets close. The coach on the other side will be very content with how this is unfolding. Like I said, maybe they're getting a bit jaded with Anubis. That was their crown jewel to start the year. Hard to keep that at the top of the map when you're playing it so often in teams that working out how to counter. Mara with a lot to say in this one. Directly to Mazinho. He's taken over the mantle, sitting in the middle. Again, he's having to operate with a poor MP9. 9-10 with the AWP, rifles for everybody else. Kit in play. But remember, all the long abuse. Do the Mongols play heavy long? Do they call the bluff? Do they not expect another long spawn? Well, we can see it won't be a long play, at least not out the gates.
Oh, a leg shot sends Senzu down to just 19 points of health, and look at Blitz cooking. Straight into lower, throwing nades, making no secret of his presence. Crunchy. And they're pushing through upper as well. This is a lot for Makadia to handle. He'll go down to Blitz, but Zantares keeps Aurora in it to win it. Blitz swung on. You bring down Zantares, but the numbers still favor the Turkish side. Into B, perhaps.
Yeah, 9-10 will be quick on the flank, and Roxic's meant to be covering that. He's going to be late to the party if the likes of 9-10 keeps moving. Mazinho, it's not going to be a good fight. It's MP9.
Oh, the HE could be good. Oh, chunky.
Woxic saw him.
Yeah, awkward now. 9-10. Keeping Woxic busy. Keeping him very busy as he closes the gap onto Woxic. Good hold from the Turkish sniper. Hang on. Bomb down. Mazinho presented a 1v3 he could actually do something with. They've lost the bomb.
They can molly him out of position. This is going to be tough for the kid.
He's only got an MP9. It's just not the weapon. He's trying to reposition. Madge's jiggles do not rumble him. And this gap close, isolating Jules. Mazinho, just an MP9. Steps up when his team needed him.
That is such a tough situation to be in. The fight doesn't come immediately. He gets the opportunity to reposition, and he shows you the power of that MP9. That's the long anchor, rotating over to B, making the most of the chaos that 9-10 causes.
Magnificent play.
The comms are going to be wild in this moment because Woxic spots 9-10. Madge turns around to sandwich him. Mazinho gets a 1v1 on B, then clutches things out as they're stuck in tunnels. Is that enough to get the Mongols going in this second half?
It's gotta be. How can you watch that play from your teammate and not want to give him something similar? Interesting, rather direct call from Madge out of the gates. He's got the bomb and the entire squad towards upper B.
Oh, Techno's already low as well. His support network is going to be that Senzu with a secondary AWP. If this is a good execute, that B side's going to get rumbled.
Yeah, Senzu needs to really step up to deliver. And he has already started well, removing Jota. Techno overlooked, despite the low HP. He's gonna find a contribution. Woxic should have Techno booked. He does, but at what cost? Senzu another from the AWP. Okay, double AWP. Clean as a whistle, just the one casualty. Double kills for both of the snipers.
Okay, now the money's going to be in question for Aurora. Jota at the high end with 5.8. I'm curious, is there a conversation, a timeout required to talk this one through? There's the ability for Madge to drop an AK or even buy one for himself, and we know the body language sometimes with these Aurora players can start looking flat. Sure, the high energy can be there when it needs to be, but you do get the polar opposite as well.
Shots.
Whereas the Mongols, occasionally it's a blitz head tilt. Now going to force into this. This is where they could be letting the game go with this type of an investment. You two are going to be very, very light on to maneuver. Minute 38 left on the clock. 3 smokes, a couple of flashes, and a HE. Sure, the rifles are there. Oh, but the opening kill goes against them again.
That's a real stunning start, and what a scalp as well. You remove Zantares, they've just fully invested. At least the rifle is recovered. Cardia now equipped. But they really want to try and test them again. Solid connection, 4 players down to that softened up number. Oh, Senzu there for the double defense. Techno's here, 9-10's had time to rotate over. Good luck getting through this defense. Madge, you'd have to hit a clean bang. And he has. Gets the headshot. Woxic opens up the sight in combination. Maybe there's more to this round than I anticipated. Mazinho and Blitz forced to retake. Kit present. Woxic next up. And Madge completely not predicting that one. Caught off.
Feels like a stressful situation, a 2v2 post-plant on the B bomb site, but looks extremely casual on the retake.
Madge is going to be really, really regretting the way in which he approached that, just caught in the open.
I think the reason that he's probably a little bit shocked that nobody's through tunnels is the rotation time of the other two.
Right.
Because all those kills happened and then it kind of paused out, and then they were still so far away from that B bomb
So
site.
he's figured they've gone the long way.
Yeah, why aren't they here yet?
Yeah.
And when Mazinho's one of the players alive, he's a long anchor, so you think, has he pushed all the way through? Is that a possibility? Sure. From our perspective, looks like he gets caught in the side of the head. I think what's worse is that type of a buy, at least they're able to get the plant out of it, which salvages them into a little light investment right now. Next round, 2,900 is the loss. You'll get the Woxic AWP back out, but this is great AWPing again from Senzu, stepping up when his team needs it. 15 kills.
Yeah, didn't even just get the one. He leaves with another onto Wakadia. That's that death. Mazinho just catching out Madja, and the other one just, understandably, Woxic at some point had to take that fight. A very easy fight for Blitz.
And they're continuing with this double AWP setup on the CT side. This is the type of round where this could really get rumbled. The fact that there's going to be some Tech 9s, Mac 10s, and going to be a whole lot more mobility in the mix. Mongols now plugging that gap of long, starting 4, wanting to make sure there is no way for Aurora to break in. No early direction from Aurora. It gives the opportunity for Mongols to reset within the round. But if this is crisscross smokes in towards a B split, a short execute where they drop CT and start scaling fast with some good flashes, Mongols are going to be in a bit of strife.
Like smoke from Xantares.
That negates the AWP back of Plat. They need to shuffle positions now, Senzo and Techno.
Mid-pressure applied with that smoke. A second to CT. Oof. That hurts Wakadia. He'll be the front man.
Still disconnected. It's really on this B defense.
Yeah, but they've been passing majority of their tests. Senzu got more AWPing prowess in him. Oh, wow, flash, smoke, doesn't matter. He'll get his, he's lost his teammate. USP headshot required. He gets it done. Bomb, however, will be going down. Jota punches in the code. Woxic tracks Blitz aggressions. Tech 9 at range.
They're giving this one a go. In fact, Mazinho's through. This is going to be a tough retake. 9-10 with the AWP.
One flash from 9-10. Maybe that could be enough to get Mzinho set up for a fight.
Oh, I think they've seen it now.
Not sure. They've crunched the numbers. They prefer those rifles into the next round, and so it will be Aurora pulling it off on the half investment. Jota gets this kill ahead of the flashbang, the aggress out of Techno. And I felt like Senzu had a decent output. It was just the absence of anything from Jota.
I think that it's the rotation through CT spawn.
Yeah?
Right, so the Mongols, I think, were under the impression that was a fake. The fact that your A rotating rifler drops back and isn't contributing with spam and a way to chip in, the B defense, that's tough. You're in a 2v5 situation, right? That's not easy. And I'm talking about the crisscross smokes before the round even begins. You see how it's exploited. It cuts down a whole lot of that time that you're needing to come out the mid doors and make it up the ramp. So they appear, Senzu gets the first, but they're already at doors. So unless you've already decided that you're both going to fight mid or you're both going to fight tunnels, you were segregated, and poor Techno rotating in just gets caught out.
Yeah.
Still money there, fortunately, for the Mongols, but that is a great round to inspire the life back into Aurora.
Faber's last timeout burned after that as well. Wasn't happy with what he saw.
Well, both teams are, I think, going to be happy that they've gotten away with murder in a few of these. That Tech 9 round and then Mazinho, the MP9 1v3. Find themselves in a one-round difference. Both teams, 1,900 loss going into the next. This right now could decide the map.
I will say Woxic's got the spawn and the AWP. Is he going to be able to get a head-to-head pick-off to start off proceedings in round 22? Does he even try? Looks like he will. Smoke to extinguish the insta-molly. And a shot just whistles past. Zinho goes wide. Oh, he nearly had him there. Not playing scared.
Crazy for both of them.
Yeah, right. Got HE. Yeah, there it is. A little late to it. 9-10 will throw it out regardless, trying to catch them as they enter more towards Catwalk, and doesn't get the perfect clear, so no vision on their progress up towards Catwalk.
Oh, the timing of this is going to want to make it interesting. 9-10 has just rotated back now. Looked like he was walking through spawn, but accelerates, so he will be in position to help with this A defense. But Mongols, right now, look at the radar. They're worried about B. Feels like they might need to push the upper tunnels.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it will need to be a retake on A, or 9-10 needs to go nuclear right now. There's more than enough utility for Aurora to go for a full execute. Everything, kitchen sink. Here's that upper push. So now informed by information, but how does Blitz get back across the mid doors? A defender's trying to stall them out for as long as possible.
He's definitely got his work cut out for him. Magic's going to do the double smoke. 910's really got to do a lot here. Blitz will cheat over. It looks like he's going to be there just in time to contribute. Molly, ramp and go. 910 flashed off of the line. This time he has to hit the first, and he has, but it's not lethal. Lucky to be alive. The second does connect onto Zantares. Now bomb will go down. An advantage for the CTs, and no one's expecting Blitz! Wow! That's what you came here to see. A multi-kill out of Blitz, just walks through the whole way. CT to ramp, no one's looking.
It could have actually gone really wrong right there for the Mongols. Off screen, there was the tunnels push. Fortunately, the spacing, as we just relived the moments of this one, through the walls, so Woxic, again, what he was looking for to open up the account. But Techno went first in lower, and he was ahead of the pack. He actually didn't clear Wakadia close doors, got shot in the side. Senzu was baiting and got the trade.
Oh,
it's all in for Aurora now.
Yeah, long centric. Here we go. Jota strafes on out. Mzinho is going to have questions to answer.
Great
and he's
flash.
got it. Headshot's good. Set up by Blitz. An important trade back from Zantares. Blitz and 910. Yeah, maybe you're not expecting the AWPer here. Trying to jump, trying to bait, trying to get that intel safely. Looks like he's succeeded in doing so. The car molly is being cooked out. Blitz is stubborn, isn't he? He's going to play right next to this.
They just want pit control.
Need to break and trying to get into pit. Shaw removes Woxic. Blitz hits his. Quickly retrieving the AWP, though. Maybe they're not expecting it to have so quickly been back in play.
Smokes just come out from long to land mid doors. And think about all the rounds Aurora took long and then rotated back towards B. Well, they're going to use it this time to slink up catwalk. Techno here to greet them.
Oof. Techno's got his work cut out for him. Big round. Playoff game. Can he hold this side of the map? He holds his nerve for one. Wakadia, bomb spotted on short. Blitz is going to be overlooked completely. His patience rewarded and a clean headshot. Takes Zantares out of the equation. Molly awkward. Wakadia is going to be allowed to get the bomb down, given complete space. Wakadia a 1v2. Has he got it in him?
20 kills to his name. Best player so far on the server for Aurora.
He's definitely been looking himself. They've partnered up. Senzu joins Blitz. Wakadia none the wiser. So many options. Here they come. Need a clean one tap. Trying to isolate these jewels. Goes left side. Blitz is ready. Mongols one away from taking map one of these playoffs. They have managed to stabilize Aurora. A couple of good blows. But into the CT side now, a run from the CT side. 5 of the last 6 rounds have gone the way of the Mongolian side.
And the only one that Aurora was able to pick up was those Tech 9s into the B split. Now the patch earlier that they were able to convert was off of long plays, off of long spawns, and again, they don't have them to run with. It just means they're unable to brute force their way out in what is another round where fortunately the bomb goes down, an extra $600 goes into the bank balance with the loss bonus, but right now, it's not anything close to a full buy. I think we're going to get a late long pop into 910 and Mzinho here.
Yeah, there's the flashes, perfectly designed to catch him off guard, and Mzinho is full blind. He still gets one. Still gets a contribution, and you couldn't ask for more.
Doing the around the world rotation again, but surely this time Mongols won't bite down as hard. They lose their long anchor. But Senzu and Techno, they don't move a muscle. These double AWP, Senzu 18 kills, 910, 20. Instrumentals so far in this CT half. Plenty of U2 on Blitz and 910 as well.
Oh, Techno, he's taken a very aggressive position. This is lovely. Just gets himself across as they arrive, and no one's ready for that. Wakadia down to Techno, getting run out the pre-fire. Mag 10 finishes him off. And the B side should be lost, especially now Senzu stomachs half health from the HE. He's hit a no-scope through the doors? Through the smoke at least. Matcher with an armored Glock, Woxic with 4 HP. Is there any way Aurora can secure overtime here? This feels like a guaranteed retake. This feels like the end of Dust 2. Matcher's recovered the Mac 10. Woxic, you got to do something big here. Just a scout, exposed to the tons, and there they go. Mongols take it. Dust 2 is their map. They start the series with a big win. A full 24 rounds, but we get the job done.
Yo, Sasha, duo queue?
Yeah, why not? The environment was just getting too toxic.
All we needed was a calm experience, positive presence within the team. Simple.
You're bot.
What?
I told you before, you're fucking bot. I gotta say, he's really seems to calm down.
Oh yeah, man. Super chill now.
He's pushing me and no one can fucking trade me.
Comes with age, you know? Maturity.
Bro, we're not gonna win if you keep running it down mid. Bro, you're actually terrible. I thought you said you've been playing a lot.
I have, but I'm so bad.
Maybe it wasn't an all-in angle. Sasha, can I have one of those?
Of course, brother.
Thank you.
All the rounds, all the fix-ins, and what was that first map of this quarterfinal? Mongols hold on, outlast, and then outshine at the very end of the road for Aurora. So first map done, Dustude, and now we can look on to Mirage. But first, let me go ahead and welcome you back properly to the Intel Extreme Masters quarterfinal day here on the ground. Yank on the end, Pimp in the middle. My name's Trace. 13-11 first map. What do we get, gentlemen?
That was a very much back and forth game, you know, where either team could have ended up winning, I'd say. Either team perhaps didn't play their best brand of Counter-Strike, and I don't know, Yanko, if that is, again, the whole conversation about nerves, the pressure, not really playing up to par, but it felt like a lot of mistakes were made on both ends, and I guess a lot of situations wasn't really played the way you would like them to play out, but at the end of the day, Mongols were the better team, and I think it's fair they ended up winning.
They were the less bad team, maybe.
There we go.
And I think they were blessed by the fact that they won both pistols. Yep. If they lost at least one of the pistols, Aurora would have won this game 13-6. But the fact that they won both pistols gave them enough of breathing room, right, to be able to come back into the game after that Temzinho huge MP9 round in the B bomb side that we'll get into, that Aurora messed up royally, but that just bought them enough time to get rolling finally in the end and come back and close out the game.
Yeah, which was exactly where we should start. Let's start round 10. Let's talk about openers. Let's see what Techno's doing.
Yeah, it was so poor for the Mongols in the first half. Like, nothing was going for them in the gun rounds. And then what happens? They were 3-0 up. They lose 6 rounds in a row. They take a timeout. They sort of forced by Techno, sees Vacadia, manages to somehow track him through the smoke, finds that kill, finds another one. Blitz is up Cat at 130. Senzo's out mid through the smoke at 130. And out of nowhere, they, you know, in a 5v1 situation, and this is the way they win their first round ever since the pistol, and the conversion, just pure madness, you know, something that couldn't necessarily be replicated, and this is what it took for them to win a gun round on the T side.
That's what I felt in the first half as well. There was no rhythm to it. There was no, like, blueprint of, okay, we approached the round in this way and that gives us a better chance of winning the round, or we got close, so let's try to do it again, but with a better variation. It felt like they were scrambling for ways to win rounds. As you said, Yanko, there was no rhythm, there was no flow, there was no overall general idea of how to approach the T side in order to apply pressure to Aurora. So, as Yanko said, without the pistol rounds, it could have been very dire in the first half, and it probably could have ended way, way sooner than it did.
Rhythm, rhyme, it's Counter-Strike time. I think there's like a Cool Runnings reference in there somewhere. But all things considered, if I look towards that trade game that we're talking about later on in the second half of this, let's talk about that next round coming up, round 18.
Yeah, I mean, the training game and when the game really didn't pan out the way you were supposed to. Round 18, great example. Aggression coming in from lower dark. We spoke about that from the beginning of the game. We see the Mongols really trying to apply an awful lot of pressure right here. The trading goes the way of Aurora in it, and they now have a 3v2 scenario where it looks very, very good. Now 9-10 comes in as well, gets killed, and then Messinho with the MP9. Look at the time left here, Janko. I know the bomb is down, but they're stressing, they're walking in one by one. You could have approached this round in so many different ways, yet you walk in through tunnels, the most compact area on the map, against an MP9.
I think that was just choke. That was choke right there, that round. You know, that's a guy like Jota, for whatever reason, you know, the miscommunication in the team. I guess they were torn between, are we going to try and kill 9-10 in tunnels? Do we want to go B? They knew Messinho was outside B because he threw a nade earlier, right? So Jota thinks they're going to, you know, leave Voxic to try and deal with 9-10 and go take the bomb site and kill Messinho, but his teammate is helping Voxic. All of a sudden, he dies to Messinho, the bomb is down. Now the remaining two players sort of have to go there, but Messinho just hits two great shots. And this is where you need to just do better, right? Like, as you pointed out, Jacob, like, there's so much time. You don't need to do either. You can just chill. The pressure is on them. Clearly, they wanted to crunch B tunnels. You punish them, right? You have the man advantage. Time is a resource, just like utility is, just like a weapon, this, you know, advantages in the guns and whatnot. So they did a very, very poor job in that round. And you could see that the money for the Mongols was tapped out. If they won that round, they probably win the game right then and there.
You said it right there. You know, time is what we're looking for. Time that we don't necessarily have right here. Let's go ahead and flip this conversation over to the next map of the series. So Aurora, T-side to start a Mirage. Jacob, tell me something.
I mean, we need to see a more clear and clean game plan coming out for them. I think it's unacceptable in a sense that they end up losing Dust 2, you know, given some of the rounds that we just spoke about. Now for Aurora, they can definitely make it happen on Mirage. They're not a bad team on the map. Major likes to do a bit of out-of-spawn calling as well. He likes to change up the pace. So if I'm Aurora, I would be talking about right now that we need to get the communication clear. We need to not stress out certain rounds. If we apply pressure, if we get into a scenario like Janko just described, where you have the weaponry advantage, you have the time as a resource, you have utility as a resource, calm down, cool down. The Mongols is a team that always will react. They will always come at you. Sometimes sit back, wait for a move, punish it, and then move on. If they can do that on the T side, I think they're in a decent position to maybe extend the series to a third map.
Absolutely, and it shows you how much in MR12 and on the stage things can go south. Right? Like, if you just held together, if you just stayed together in that round, you probably win it and you probably win the game. But they had a couple of opportunities after that, couldn't really take advantage of them. I think emotionally, this round hit them really hard because they knew how important it was. And even the Tech 9 win that they had later on couldn't snap them out of it.
Now, and I do want to say as well, just before we move on, Trace, you know, you look at Santeras as well. I want to point him out. I want to talk about him because he's supposed to be the best player on the server. He is a guy that we praised in the beginning of the year for maybe having this breakthrough scenario where we put him in the category of world-class riflers. Santeras is not a bad player, but he hasn't been up to the same level as of late. He's still playing decent Counter-Strike, still have certain pop-up games, but he's no longer a player that I would put into the category that is flirting with being world-class. I don't know what happened. I don't know why he's not necessarily struggling, but why he's not that big difference maker that he used to consistently be. But right now, he's needed with Aurora.
But mainly, if you look at what Zantaras isn't doing, at least what they've got is Wakadia in a saddle today, riding on into the battle. I mean, for a CT side, he's doing what he has to do, at least there.
Yeah, we're talking about offers before the game, and they did deliver, just not the primary ones. It was the secondary ones on both sides, and both guys playing the same spot. Wakadia, B player, Senzu, B player as well. Both got the most impact with the AWP, right? And Senzu, hey, for all the criticism, he was the highest rated player in this map, and he did manage to find a lot of impact on that op towards B, right? So hopefully this gives him sort of confidence going into Mirage so he can finally have a really strong series on the stage.
Sensu's CT side rating, Trace, 2.16. You know, he was owning it up over there. He had an awful lot of impact and he kept the Mongols alive in this game to a point where they ended up winning it.
Yeah, it was Senzu v Wakadia if you're looking at the stats page, no doubt. Jacob, let me kick this one in your wheelhouse for Aurora starting on the T side of Mirage. Do they get a chance to then now dictate some pace going into what could be the last map of the series? Do they have a chance here off the rip?
Mirage always offers a chance, and regardless of winning the pistol or not, you can always buy, you know, into this third round or the fourth round for that matter as well, and have a chance to set the pace or dictate the game. Now for Aurora, Janko, it would be nice for them to win a pistol, get off to a good start, maybe make sure that the Mongols are a little bit limited on utility, a little bit limited on the AWP in towards Sensu's hands as well. I mean, in terms of pacing, in terms of what you want to do, I don't really care if you play it out in a way where you default to begin with and you try to feel out the Mongols, but my point still stands. The Mongols will always react on the server. They're constantly moving around, so if you can get into a scenario where you can position yourself in middle, position yourself in B, position yourself in A, then there will be a Mongols player walking into a cross at some point, and then from that point onwards, you need to close out the rounds.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not Aurora style. They're just execute heavy, sort of brute forcing their way in. Last time they had the benefit of winning the pistol and playing from ahead. I think this time around, Mongols will find more success.
Yeah, and this is one of those trying times with Mongols. We know they love playing on a stage. We know that they have a chance to lose on a stage as well. So we'll just have to sit back, relax, and watch that. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We do go to a quick break. On the other side of it, we look at Mirage. We see the Mongols. We see Aurora. We see Mongols up 1 in the series after a tight, contested first map. We're going to go to a quick break. Guess what? You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters, y'all. BRB.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
All right, we're Dallas ready, and we're here now with twists, and we're gonna do first to 100. You gotta kill 100 bots. You have 2 different rounds to do it in, 50 each. Do you think you're ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, as soon as I hit this bell, you're gonna go, okay?
I am ready.
You are ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Ooh, straight to it, snappy. It's like you wake up and you're just like ready to go at all times. Is that true?
Yeah, I think so.
You gotta do a little bit better than that. I think a little bit slow on the side.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. I'm missing so many. It's not my mouse, guys. It's not my mouse.
It's not your mouse. What is this excuse? Oh, my God. You can give this guy no sleep at all. He is fired up. Wow, this is the quickest one I've seen so far. Oh, there you go. What did you get there? 25.70?
25 seconds.
Oof. 24.06 for the first run. Actually, that's not too bad, you know?
22 seconds.
22.1.
Yeah.
22.1 on the first. All right.
21.89. I think that's the record for the day. You must feel pretty good about this run, right?
Yeah.
You think you could go faster than that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think I will do better on the second
Okay, because that was kind
okay,
of...
but could be better.
That was okay. That was garbage. You need to do way better than that, okay?
How do you feel about that?
Not very good.
Not great?
What can I say? I'm trying my best with the resolution.
Yeah, no, this is the thing. You're representing AWPers. You're representing Europe right now.
All right, ready, set.
You know, wired mouse is like, it's not as easy as it once was.
A good worker never blames his tools.
That's actually true.
Does the ear ring still with this whistle in your ear?
No, I'm not old like you.
Oh, what the hell? Okay.
Sorry, coach. Sorry, coach. I am not fast.
It's about the accuracy here.
But you're slowing down a little bit. Oh no, the time, no! Ah, you can't let your foot off the gas. 23.27.
I can do it definitely
27.
That is not good.
0.04. Unhappy with your performance today, or what are we feeling?
I'm not happy. What can I do? I need to play better. 24.5.
See? You do better when you shit talk.
Yeah.
24.5. Gonna bounce back from this?
Yeah, I think so. I just need to be prepared.
Be prepared, okay? That's what Scar always said in The Lion King. Be prepared.
You remind me of the old days. Streets in sepia. Lazy Sunday. A bike ride to the cinema. Oh, you
Getting ready for our second map, the playoffs of the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas. They are upon us. Texas going to be home to Counter-Strike's end of season, and we're getting a taste of just how much these gatekeepers can do in the playoffs. Both Aurora and the Mongols now clash. And a map to the good coming into Mirage. Chad Sponge Birchall, do you think we've got the distance in us today? Do we start with a 3-map affair, or can the Mongols finish this one off as they did Dust 2?
Dust 2 was something new to the head-to-head in 2025, just turned to a star now where you saw Aurora getting the better of the Mongolian Horde 13-5 on this very map, picking the T-side start once more. You would love to see them do it again. Let's take this one the distance. Let's go to the third. Nuke lies in wait.
Mirage, the battleground, the stats certainly pointing towards a potential third. It's going to be a CT start for the Mongols. Aurora on the attack. An immediate window smoke lined up by Woxic. What is the plan from Madja?
Okay, well, vent's not broken. See, leaving spawn for the Mongols. So there is a window boost in play. The sound cube will help inform the Mongols of what could be coming. Util now dotted across for connector and window. To take this is going to be 9-10 on short.
Cognizant, they could have walked up as well. Okay, Senzu, this is going to be a quick flick test. And oh, he's found precision. Finds the headshots necessary. 2 down. And Zentares desperate for the trade. He peeks back in, unable to avoid Zentares on the P2. An immediate follow-up from Zentares. They're not clear in Techno, though. And the dual Berettas would have loved both. This round is still up for debate. Zentares has made sure of that, as has Woxic. Bomb now going down.
They've locked Zentares in. They're trying to deal with him first.
Yeah, he can't really get out unless he picks this exact moment to slip further away, take a pot shot and dip. Time on the side now of Aurora. A measured approach here. Zentares looking brutal with it. Little drive-by onto Mzinho. Blitz claws one back. This 1v1. All to play for. Woxic going to try and dance around this bomb site. Blitz is into the mind games, and he puts a bullet into the mind of Woxic.
Well, that's going to be 3 out of 3 pistols so far for the Mongols. Winning factors on Dust 2 in a game that got so damn close is a Mzinho 1v3 and both pistol rounds, and they'll kick it off again with another.
Oh, I thought Zentares had done it enough. Like, Senzu already made it awkward, right? He gets 2 at the start of things. That's the follow-up we missed.
3 in total means he can go into an AK with Kevlar, and Zentares has opted to do that, and the rest of his team are going to force buy around him. But a big clutch from the in-game leader of the Mongols. This time not so rifle heavy on their CT side buy. A few more SMGs in the mix. Because that bomb goes down, they know they're going to be dealing with an investment.
A lot of pressure onto Senzu once more. A free first. Oh, and Blitz in combination as well. Oh, Aurora needs something. Woxic, the one to oblige. Removing Senzu. Puts the bomb into ladder. Jota finds that M4.
Everyone's got a rifle at least to work with right now for Aurora.
Okay, and we are going to be seeing a big cut of noise. In the same time, Techno hoovers up info, calling B-Apps deep clear.
Blitz will be able to get over to bench, but the real fight looks like it's going to be on this A defense as Zentares and Woxic start to clear out towards connector. Mzinho gets back towards ticket. It's the unknown element of 9-10 at the moment.
Yeah, he's in 2 minds as to whether he fully confirms ramp is clear. Oh, there's info for you. Mzinho catches Zentares walking. Nadal finds some damage, and 9-10 with this information allowed to tuck and spots the shadow, removes Zentares. Jota needs the trade, can't do it. The MP9s fill the feed, and Mongols, they will survive the night. The Aurora force buy falls flat.
Okay, going to see Aurora into the eco now, so Mongols will get a chance to just establish this 3-0 start. So again, really good starts to the maps for the Mongols. Not getting in the force by wars, not losing too many casualties, nothing crazy getting out of control. They're handling business right now. Get to discuss the CT setup and lay of the land for the Mongols. Mzinho will be the A anchor. Blitz con, Senzu short, 9-10 middle with the AWP, but also has the freedom as the AWPer to be here, there, and everywhere in Techno. Everyone's favorite job of B anchor.
Oh, Wicardia Takes a little damage from the impact, but avoids the brunt of the incendiary. Regardless, his progressions is cancelled. It's Senzu removing Wakadia as they group up to try and see if a Deagle headshot could open up to a bomb plant at the very least.
Yeah, you heard the discussion from the desk there, obviously highlighting Senzu had a great performance. The double orbs on the CT side were an instrument of success, and that's also something that Aurora ran with. Wakadia on the other side of the server, he was having a great showing as well. He took it down to that Mizinho 1v3 round. I think Yanko defined that as choke manifesting. There was so much time on the clock, it wasn't necessary for them to get strung out in that fashion. Well, the mop and bucket over towards A, as this one should just be the cleanup crew. Is Xantares making it interesting for a moment?
Okay, yeah, very much just a moment. A momentary double kill still. Forces 3 rebuys at the bare minimum.
Yeah, very good damage. Techno will get over there to pick up an M4, so they scavenge an AK. They get the M4 and, well, they can reinvest. 9-10. Should be able to get his AWP out, no dramas.
Damn, didn't even catch that. It was a straight wallbang out of Senzu for that opening.
It's only been 2 O's with these two in 2025. Katowice in Mongols' favor, Astana in that of Aurora's. Obviously a label change within that time from Eternal Fire to Aurora, but still have that Turkish fan base behind them, and both these teams representing their country. Can Aurora get anything going on the first rifle round?
Yeah, it is cool, isn't it? 2025, we've got an American crowd cheering for a Turkish and Mongolian 5-man unit.
We'll see which one of them can make the dent in this quarter. It's really, for me, going to be all about the semi. It doesn't even have to be a win against Mouse, just has to be competitive. Have to show that, hey, they're not in this game, they have to beat one another. But against Mouse, that's one of the best teams in the world.
Seems like the game plan will finish at A. Reblocked, Mzinho staying dynamic. Jota's got him focused on this potential. "40 seconds, that smoke will start to fade. Mzinho strafes out, gets information. Jota, it goes both ways, but he doesn't want to present his back to the potential for Ticket. As a player on default, man just starts to maneuver forward. Oh, and Mzinho still gets his. Will Senzu be overlooked? Not chosen to announce his presence. Let's Blitz take the next bit of contact. Man advantage. Aurora still need to turn this one on his head, or it will be the first gun going the way of the Mongols. There's Wakadia. Something. Now Senzu's overlooked, and the trigger discipline's perfect. No one looking. Perfect execution from Senzu.
And that's why during the eco round, I laid out the CT side setup, and you can see it profit right there. The short player in A is the unknown entity, not expecting an extra man.
I feel like we see that so much, especially on Mirage. It is all about that like extra joker. Where are you going to put him?
And that's about reading the play, because when you're in such a committed position like Senzu is, he can't just evacuate the site and rotate easily. And Mizinho is also committed on the balcony. So a step ahead, the Mongols in this one. And again, they want the double orb setup. Xantares a bit baffled. And that was able to unfold, but the early timeout pressure put on the Turkish side.
Yeah, it's going to lead to a little bit of friction in the comms. Who was responsible for clearing that? Overlooking Senzu, and it leads to a, well, first gun round going the way of Mongols. They've already got a map under their belt. Aurora, they're starting to forget what a successful round feels like.
Yeah, there's a lot you can look into with Anti, right, in terms of, okay, what's the timing on the default and the nade damage, and what patterns do they like to run. But in terms of, oh, they hit this site 60% of the time and this site 40, right? That's just helping you educate very little, and you never can really bank on that happening. But nameplate Counter-Strike is something that all the teams do.
Yeah, those roles you outline, positions you outline at the start of most games.
Just sets up the expectation.
Well, it's what their opponent has done as well. They've done the research. They know where to expect to find these players on their CT setups. Speaking of.
Yeah, they've got an AK in again on this, haven't they? So seeing if they can at least limit the finances of the Mongols.
Oh, Blitz is destined for something. Actually, just death. Xantares' AK, it will draw first blood now. You could lose your 9-10 AWP if you overextend. Supportive util will fly on through. 9-10, chased by a MAC-10, but falls away. Mzinho ready for the boost.
First opening kill Aurora in this one. Can they make good on it?
You still have that weapon disadvantage in absence of Kev. Full manager. And here they come, testing. Oh, Zeno getting a little bit of a messy spray. Woxic brings him down. There's 9-10 up close. And stopping that bomb from being retrieved. Lovely AWPing to secure the round, and Aurora's squandered their opening kill from Centares.
It just sucks it came on a round that wasn't a full buy. Just a bit of a hero play with that. Ricardia, he's going to be noted. And, well, deleted. No, first kill his.
He's done very well for the first. Now what are you supposed to do? Flash and go! Oh my god, I liked his idea though. When all else fails, just go through the murder hole and hope you're the one doing the murdering.
Okay, well, double AWP's brought through again. Key part of the Mongols' game plan. 5-0 start. As the crowd's letting him know. Joda yet to find a frag, 0 on 5. But we're only about to get into our second rifle round, so give the kid a chance. You're hoping Aurora haven't been broken from that 1v3 they lost on B back at Dust 2. Stage Demons, still a bit of a problem. Wins in Astana Shore. When you're equally squared up against a team like the Mongols, you'd be hoping it shows like a little bit more than this. First map very, very close. We're set up right now with what appears to be a late A play. Joda Palace, Wakadia and Zentaris ramp. Woxic throwing out the util late. Madja in through the underpass.
Looks like 9-10 should be destined for this one. His whole team hanging on his every word. What is the go signal? Well, his death might be as they accelerate into A. Very hot and bothered from Zinho. Still gets his. Burns down by Wakadia. Into the A site. 9-10 and Blitz. How do they handle this? He gets up close. He gets up. Oh, he gets caught. Pushing out of Palace. Doesn't go down. Jota, that was his golden opportunity for a kill. Fortunately, Wakadia still keeping him in it. 2v2, triple kill from Wakadia. Got them this far. It might have to be more. Damage inflicted. Bomb is down. Woxic, though. Eye on the scope, starting to back away. Senzu and Techno to retake to keep the sheet clean, but he isolating Jules, and Senzu's ready. Reads the reaggress. 6-0. Both gun rounds falling flat. Mongols on it.
Again, another opening kill. So really struggling to get anything going in that department, Aurora. Bomb goes down, lost bonus there. Another buy is available. Wakadia, who's having a lot of impact on map number 1 and trying to do the same here on map number 2, but a 3 kill, it's not enough.
I mean, a nightmare for Jota on that fight with Blitz. Just jumped it up. He had no accuracy, still couldn't kind of track him. Hard to track, sure. Double AWPs in the mix. Fighting for mid once more. Madja spotted out by Blitz. He had a lovely angle over the smoke there.
We'll keep counting. Another opening kill.
Ooh, a nice attempt to claw back there. Jota takes and engages with the AWP on CT. Forces 9-10 back at 38.
It's just tough. You've lost that so early. Regrouping around middle. Man, down as Mongols, they actually slink back. Don't need to fight this anymore. They've got a great read on the situation right now, don't they?
Yeah, that's 100 damage, unconfirmed, but they know something hit someone. Can they claw this back? Blitz is thinking about pushing through. The flash is brilliant, but they don't clear him. They didn't clear him. Wakadia will go down. And it's going to be another Mongols round. 5 alive, no less.
They're running away with this one. 7-0. Has to be another tactical timeout. Faber needs to get on the mic. Wake him up, slap him. Let him know, boys, this could be done and dusted already.
It's flying, it's flying. It's one of those games where I'm sure it feels like it's only just started, but at 7-0, you are in the bin.
Yeah, blink and you miss it, and you really just have to recount the last week for this team. It was literally a week ago these two teams were facing in the quarterfinal in Astana. You have to make it all the way to the Sunday. You play a third place decider if you're that of Aurora. You get on a plane, you fly all the way to Dallas, Texas. You land, you take on Heroic, it's a loss. It's tough. You haven't slept. It's been 20 plus hours. You deal with NRG, you deal with Liquid. You send home some hometown heroes, and then you get a revenge match against Heroic.
It's always been a conversation in the community. Oh, that is madness, isn't it?
Probably wondering, why aren't I all the way in that corner? What's going on here?
But you know, when you have a rematch, when you're playing a team so frequently, from one quarterfinal across the globe to another quarterfinal, you play them again. Does it favor the team that lost? Do they learn more from the loss?
That's crazy. Mongols, they picked the same map, right? The desk was discussing it. There was a change from Aurora, but not the Mongols. We're going to try and A-execute here.
All right, keep it simple. Exec it out. Oh, a missed shot, 9-10. He struggles with the first, not the same case for the second, and just like that, a flood of frags. Fill the feed, nothing to report for Aurora.
They're getting blown out.
This is rough. It's hard to watch. Yeah, the CT just ripping them to shreds.
And yeah, now Joda yet to get a frag. 0 and 8. 2 for Madja, 3 for Woxic, 5 for Wakadia, and 6 for Zentares. 4 is all they can walk away from this half with, and they're just getting blown out. You're trying to play heads-up Counter-Strike against the Mongols. These kids hit hard, putting their aim on display right now. And if you missed the Vitality seeding match that the Mongols played, this is a nail-biter. They could have taken this very map.
Well, when everything else fails, you try the A-exec. That doesn't work off the back of a timeout. Is there anything to cling on to? A little bit of hope for Aurora. Blitz is going to try and take anything away he can. Starts with an aggressive stance supported by his team. Flashed off. Zentares, have you got it in ya? Provide an opening. Blitz down. That's what you wanted from Zentares. Now you've got the opening. You need to make it your first round. Woxic laid it down.
Oh!
Hekno goes aggressive. Nasty for Madja there. Wasn't ready. Senzu catches Zentares looking for an equalizer.
They're playing with confidence right now, the Mongols. Just happy to take fights. Oh, and there's another. Still nothing for Joda.
Oh, this waking nightmare for Jota just continues, and everywhere they go, there's a bullet in their head. AKs deadly in the hands of Mzinho. This is no fun. Absolutely zero fun allowed for Aurora.
Yeah, looks like Woxic's going to do his best to hold on to this, but with so much time on the clock, I'm sure they're able to triangulate his position. 9-10's pushing T-Spawn, Mzinho's top middle. Senzu, in case there's a Palace leak, and Techno over towards B. But the pistol's out and the hunt is on. And they could remove this. Worst case would be after time. Well, they found the bomb, so know that there's no chance in winning this round. Confirming that he will be saving, and now they confirmed his position.
Oh, you'd really like that AWP, wouldn't you, Woxic? Okay, 9-10's got you dead. 5-7 runs him down. Nasty. This was rough. Madju was still active on the line. Techno just out-duels him.
Yeah, and after losing the opening kill, Techno takes it upon himself. He doesn't have any support on that B bomb site, just knowing he needs to equal this up.
Mzinho as well, definitely not feeling phased by the stage.
They're getting ragdolled at the moment, Aurora.
I'm sure this is going to be very formative for Mongols as well as individuals. A stomping, like this is, you know, convincing.
Yeah, they dealt with them earlier in the year in I don't want to say similar fashion. I think they've found a little bit more confidence since then. But they were able to swat them away. It's the game tomorrow against Mouse that I wanted to see either of these two teams showing their best foot forward.
Yeah. I mean, that's the big test, isn't it?
It's not even about the win. It's just about the quality of the counter as, well, there we see a missed smoke. And speaking of smokes, Aurora don't have many to work with. 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. A HE, a flash, a smoke. Rifle short. Testing A again. This time no molly to flush out Mzinho.
F910 especially gets one here. Ooh, drops off, doesn't go down. Mzinho high alert. Madja will try as hard as he might, but Mzinho still got that AK in his hands, and he'll take one. Flying in is Wakadia, does manage to equalize low HP. There's going to be a lot of frags here in quick succession. Zentares reveals himself through con late. They need that bomb planted. Wakadia tasked with doing so, but look at Techno, the audacity to just go walking out. They've already found a gap.
Orbs on the retake.
Not easy for 9-10. Does have Senzu though, and a nice shot. Tracks Wakadia through the box. Hold on, hold your horses. Senzu could do this. It's the first. Antares versus Senzu. The smoke thrown towards Con, not for the bomb. Not expecting stairs here at all. Antares has the element of surprise, but Senzu's got the round. He keeps it going. 10-0. Aurora kept in the depths of despair by Senzu in the clutch.
Smothering them right now. What else can you say about this? Another opening kill going in the favor of the Mongols. 9-1 in that department throughout this half so far. And Senzu, the X factor who goes missing in the big games, showing up now. 12-3, 11-5 for 9-10, 10-5 for Blitz, 12-7 for Mazinho. Everybody is getting business done right now. This is a speed run.
They need something, Chad. We're not going to start that conversation. I'm not going to say it, but you know what we're thinking now. Got a 10-0 scoreline. Oh, Jota nearly got himself his first. Puts the AWPer on notice and shows early B presence. Is it too much of an indication of their intention?
At least he's got the confidence to be going for that. It's like they're reading this play yet again. Open market, good weapon for the job. When they're so light on you two, Alex, how are they meant to push any of these players out of position?
Yeah, it's just going to come down to brute force, isn't it? Mad's just going to throw out smoke to the end of apps to guise that cross. Forces Senzu's AWP to do something else. 9-10's actually used his to catch Zantara's lurking mid. Oh no! Here comes Aurora. Committing into Senzu's AWP. He still gets his. And Techno, the unknown entity, looking to finish the job. Only one. Important from Jota. 2 kills. His first 2 contributions. Is it going to convert into a round? Jota steps up and delivers a third. Blitz, though. Oh, has he been spotted out? Yeah, steps ahead. Macardia swings to collect. Mzinho, 1v2. In that blind spot. Macardia, ooh, gets spotted out, gets that info, can't chase him around the corner. It's a no-scope to close. And there you have it. Between the two of them, Macardia and Jota, Aurora will get off of the goose egg just in the penultimate round of their attacking half.
Yeah, better late than never. So can they walk away with 2? That's the best they're going to be able to muster before the halftime break. It's going to feel like a mountain to climb. Dallas is the pit stop before the summit being Austin right around the corner. This is the time to really reflect on the season that's been. You've had the successes, 8 out of 8 playoffs for the Turkish side. You don't want this one to stop here.
This certainly would sour the mood. A quick trip to the playoffs here in Dallas. Unless they can miraculously find a footing on Mirage. 9-10 paid quite the heavy price for his early aggressions. They've sent Woxic and Zantares to go and take space. Shot. Info flows. 9-10. Oh, and Asium Zinho is going to be the one to catch Jota going looking. Oh, and he somehow gets a second. Again, same result. Aurora left wanting. This is dominance on display. This is Mongolian Counter-Strike, and they end it with the showmanship. Blitz puts a karambit into the ribcage of Woxic. This one's over. This one's done. This second half is just for fun. There are few things as disheartening as a Counter-Strike half that doesn't go your way. A 12-0 sure, but no, you got one. Aurora coming into this second map of our playoffs here at the IEM Dallas. And the conversation was, what happens when they get to playoffs? Sure, they can get there, 8, as Chad has enlightened us throughout this series, but here they stand with just one single round versus Mongols. Is it all they get?
2 opening kills, 1 round, and 0 pistols so far. That's the series.
We know.
Under the magnifying glass of map number 2.
We know how important this pistol is, I say with a slight smirk. Zantares. He's going to be in the right place, and he is going to catch a bullet. Ooh, the Glock's connecting, so is Macardio on the dual Berettas, dipping around. Mzinho brings him down. Access to the site granted. Fighting for that CT. Woxic with his P2000. And his teammate Jota ahead of the molly. Maybe going to be overlooked up on that close corner. Will he go for the swing? Turn and go. Flash was there. 3 on 3, but very wounded. Our Aurora trying to get this pistol going, trying to get something started on this map, and it all falls to Woxic. 2 kills deep, but time against him, and Blitz flanking. Senzu could take his hands off the keyboard and mouse. He's chilling. Confirms Woxic's location. No time for this one, folks. It's the 12th. Already first round of the half. And they've got themselves oodles of series point, quarterfinal point to secure a head-to-head with Mouse in the semi.
This one's gone past rapid fast for that of Aurora. Starts well on the pistol, but then quickly goes awry. And Blitz, he was the insurance policy during all of this. While Senzu's dancing with him on the site, he had guaranteed the fact there was never going to be a defuse coming through. Aurora have to force fight. 3rd outing against the Mongols in 2025, 3rd quarterfinal. About to be the 2nd loss.
Well, they've managed to get themselves a kill and a rifle.
How much information did Mzinho just get? How many players did he just see? And how did the Mongols respond to that? Because the AK now in the hands of Zantares. The savior of Turkish Counter-Strike would need to put on some heroics right here, right now.
Oh, Maja, when looking, caught in an awkward exchange with Blitz, and so they are going to lose that man advantage as the captains meet.
Is Techno coming out super late if they get in the side? Is he keeping the options open? There's still a minute on the clock. You can see the positioning of Jota and Zantares, the 2 closest individuals towards A, but it's a 2-player palace walk with 9-10 up the ramp. Information lacking at the moment for the Turkish side. Zantares in a strong position, however.
Just in time. He arrives in that dark position. Jota's going to be hoping to catch a little bit of info ahead of the play. Techno's been caught, but now the penny drops, and so does Senzu. Into the Kalashnikov of Zantares, flying up the ladder, brought down. Oh. Okay, nice burst out of Jota. They will defend their honor in their first of many challenges.
Yeah, you can see no celebrations there. Bomb doesn't go down. They know it's going to be bottom of the barrel loss bonus, and if they are going to make this one all the way back, it is going to be one of the craziest comebacks I've ever cast. You have to force. Well, you don't have to force. You have so many rounds to work with if you're the Mongols, but convention would say you will force. Well done on the opener. AK in the hands of Zantares, and they make good of that as Mzinho can't quite believe it. Laid out a spawn from the Mongols, but again, shouldn't cost them too much. Aurora win this. Get themselves to 12-3. Get a chance to get to Nico. That'll be 12-4 before the guns come out again.
But if you really want to break a team's spirit, you beat them on the force fire with sidearms and Kevlar.
Couple of smokes, couple of flashes. Pistol upgrade for everybody.
It's a bit tricky what they're going for here.
They're trying to show the bomb A and then lurk out B and deal with Madja.
I think that's the plan. He just wants the bomb to be spotted. Did he achieve his goal? Keeping your eyes on those rotations. Block smoke thrown B. Madja seems like he's on high alert. No over-rotation as of yet. Then you throw a smokes, but there's still 2 players waiting the apps. Pulls Wicardia away. Blitz commits into the site. 4 players pulled to the A site, and Madja's alone. He goes down. The bomb is miles away, though. They have to hit some good shots with their pistols, and already Senzu been spotted on the cross. Tucks in bench. They have a bit of a setup here. They could actually make this one work. Xantares has been brought low. A P250 drive-by with Cardio and high alert. Needed that. Gets the kill. Bomb goes down. Senzu making a meal of the spray, and they will fall. Threatening nonetheless.
Trying to get tricky there, the Mongols. Misdirection. Right now, will be the eco. It's even tough for the excitement to build for Aurora as well, right? You want to see them putting their best foot forward, but it's going to take probably winning the next 2 rifle rounds for them to start to believe this comeback is even possible. Remember, they opted on Mongol's map to start on the T side. That's what they did in Astana. Worked out for them there. We're able to topple them 13-5 on this very map.
Far off the mark. Senzu's Deagle goes looking. And all he finds is trouble.
So they want to try B again, understandably so, trying to pressure the in-game leader. Sport Network's pretty far away right now.
Could throw a monster HE if he knew. Oh, or a nice tap. Staying composed is Madja under scrutiny. Oh, he's handled the first 2 with poise, but does go down, giving Blitz something.
Bomb won't be picked up. Blitz won't be getting too much more with this. Maybe a kill. And that should be it. 3 bullets left. Xantares from the B-Apps will close the account. Gap closing. Just 8 rounds now to force this into overtime. But remember, this is when the rifles get donned once more by the Mongolians. Difference into this first rifle round is going to be the AWP for Woxic. 9-10 can't say he has the same. The money's not there just yet. 9-10 Salinsung over towards middle. Woxic very brave through the flames. Edged on down to 74.
Woxic could be set to succeed here. Spots them, gets the info and the frag. Techno removed early. It's exactly what you want from your CT AWP. Puts himself up to his 10th kill.
Nice reroute from Woxic. Gets the kill stairs, rotates ticket. Joda can now tuck in a little bit tighter if it is going to be an A finish, but Mongols look like they have other plans. This is where we can return to the conversation that we haven't actually needed too much within this series so far, but it's the pressure of the environment. We had Freya checking in with the players of Mongols. What's the difference? They addressed the fact that the people in the arena, the nerves, it'd be tough to squander a scoreline like this.
What, 12-1? That would have to be full mental collapse. Oh, and he's done well there. Has Xantares combines with Madja to extend. A 2-man discrepancy. Mongols in mid, losing heads. Xantares taps another. Blitz trying to claw it back, but Madja landed their headshot, so that's a convincing one.
A couple of comfortable ones now. Sure, it was a force buy into a force buy back on the other foot, but the bomb hasn't gone down in any of these. That was the rifle round where they only get 1 kill. So the story is starting, and this is how it kicked off. Sent through the gap, the AWP. And the crossfire on middle as Xantares just chipping away at the tippy top of that smoke there to line up a couple of key frags. Again, Mongols gonna have to just take something a little bit lighter. Loss bonus for them going into the next is gonna be maxed out, so it will be the full buy. 9-10 keeping enough to make sure he can bring in the AWP, and that's a missed window smoke. B split, 40 seconds, util deployed.
Woxic might get vision, he breaks the smoke for himself, the lender hand, Wakadia just the one, humbled, Woxic does find it. Takes down 9-10, that bomb now loose, but Techno making it interesting, he's taken down the Bianca. Xantares falls and recedes away from the market. Looking for Blitz, he's looking for that late cheeky lurker. Does he have the presence of mind to spam? No, wait, the smoke is fading and Blitz is not ready. Good awareness from Xantares. Catches what could have been a very disruptive flank.
Both have M4s, very winnable right now. Mongols can get it done right here.
They certainly could, Chad. They've broken through. Madja watching through his fingers. Jota about to go down. Oh, he gets Senzu though. That's a big scout, puts it all onto Techno. A quiet game from Techno, but he can still end it right here and now. Light on ammo, Techno has to do the job. Knows where one of them's coming from. Closing the gap, tries to find Xantares. Aurora, another one. In consecutive fashion, it has to be perfect.
That's
and
tense.
so far, so good. 5 consecutive now.
Every moment is going to be on a knife's edge as Mongols, light investment, get into the side, get the bomb down, keep the pressure on. Crowd still wanting to see the Mongols take this one. Just need one round, so there's the threat there just yet. Double AWP, Wakadia back into that alongside of Woxic, returning to one of them some rounds over there on Dust 2. Quicker pacing this time round.
Xantares elects to play in front. Ready for that potential swing. What a banger from Blitz. He didn't see anything. Xantares, that is. More impact. He's definitely individually sound, even when the pressure is amped up.
Bomb back over towards A. Jota in sandwich. Woxic over towards triple box. Madja in float. Finish will be A.
Xantares no longer able to contribute, so it falls to the rest. Madja, what have you got here? Oh, he's done well. Clears out Blitz. Woxic primed and ready for the wrap, but there's a good flash. Gets Senzu into the site. Maybe Jota gets overlooked. Yes, he does, but one. Mzinho from the Palace will trade. Awkward flame. A nice shot from 9-10. Plucks one from the pack. It seems certain now. Aurora's playoffs cancelled. Quickly, Mongols take it, securing the semi-final. Dominance on that second map. Sure, all the rounds of regulation to get to Mirage, but they still take it in 2.
Domination is the word for it. The Mongols came in today to take care of business. Just a week ago, they fell to Aurora in Astana, but today they get revenge. 3 heads-to-heads in 2025 so far. Wakadia not happy with how things unfolded for the Turkish side. 8 from 8 playoffs in their year so far. And this is another that will be stalled short. They're able to get to the big show. Unable to deliver when it's needed. Gonna have some time to prepare now for the major. Austin is just around the corner. Mongols, they set their sights forward. There is a semi-final against Mouse. A confidence-building match. Can they get their stage legs in time?
Dallas, I've got Techno for you. How we feel about him? Did you expect this crowd to be on your side?
Yes.
How do you like this crowd support?
Sorry?
How do you like the feeling of having this crowd support?
Of course, it's feeling very amazing for us. Yes.
Now, this matchup, domination on Mirage, revenge for Astana just a week ago. What's on your mind about this matchup right now?
It feels amazing. Of course, we got crushed at Astana against them. Now we got our revenge. Yeah.
Now a lot's been made about you guys and playoffs, you guys with crowds, the nerves, the emotions, the difference in the arena. Getting this win here, having the crowd behind you, do you think it's time to change that story?
Of course, I think so.
Do you think it's time to get Mongols a trophy?
I hope so too.
What do we think, Dallas? I think they agree. Thank you, man. Congratulations.
Well, all of Dallas chanting, send them home, and maybe it is time for Aurora to go home. They have been on quite the grind for Counter-Strike, albeit they did get here a little late. That's okay, too. Now they are officially going home, and we see the Mongols moving on to a semi.
Yeah, I think the Mongols did them a favor. You know, they've been gone from home for a long, long time, and now finally they get to recoup a little bit, maybe go home before the major. Not even sure if they're going to stay here or actually go home, but in its essence, Janko, a non-competitive game on Mirage. I thought we were going to have a close one right here. Normally, we have the second map in this series being super close overtime, but not this time around.
Yeah, after that Mzinho MP9 round on Dust 2, nothing was the same anymore, right? It didn't seem like Aurora was able to mentally recover. Their T-side was very, very poor. Mongols were getting reads on them left and right. Players were stepping up, finding openings, and it was just pure domination. This was just a cosmetic sort of a scoreline in the second half. Really, it was only a matter of time before Mongols closed it out.
I love the willingness from Mongols to take charge of that game, you know, to constantly be proactive, constantly move around on the CT side, and at any point where they're not, you know, fearful of going for fights or basically giving it to Aurora. So yeah, I think the way the Mongols played right here, sort of like we saw against Vitality as well, they played with no fear, they played to their own strength, and as you've been saying throughout the entire tournament, Janko, the only way the Mongols win is if they play their own style of Counter-Strike. Don't try to change too much, don't try to be something you're not, and tonight they didn't.
And you were talking about, you know, Aurora changing their approach a little bit, changing their style, adding layers. I think this is one of the examples where you maybe would have wished for some of that, because they tried, you know, the same or similar thing time and time again, didn't really work. They couldn't get through that first wave of defense to even get into a sort of a winnable post plant. Actually, outside of the pistol round. They had a 2v1 in the pistol round with Voxic and Xantares, arguably their two best players, and Blitz just, you know, put them to bed, defused the bomb, and Mongols never looked back since.
Yeah, and when you look at this overall for the Mongols, yes, this is kind of contributing to this whole storyline of them getting on stages and then progressing further than they would normally go in tournaments.
Yeah, but let's be honest, right? If you look at this tournament in isolation, the way they've been playing so far, the first two games they win rather convincingly 2-0. Then they almost beat Vitality, probably should have beaten Vitality. And now they win a quarterfinal right here where, again, it's rather convincing. I know Dust 2 could have gone the way of Aurora and it wasn't pretty at all, but I think they're leaving me with a sense of confidence that the level of gameplay is at a high level right now. You know, throughout the entire tournament, yeah, there's been a couple of maps where you feel like, it's getting a little bit too messy, or the Mongols still haven't learned it, but overall, they've looked very solid in this tournament.
And most importantly, Senzo was the highest rated player in this series for them, right? And you're really hoping that this is going to turn a corner for him where he has just realized, all right, it's still the same game, it's still the same teams. Yes, the environment is a little bit different, but no reason to do things on the server any differently. And that's definitely going to have to be a requirement for the Mongols if they're going to be able to put up any sort of a fight against Maus in that semifinal.
Well, even, I mean, we're going to sing the praises of Sinzu. We can sing the praises of Mzinho as well if we want to go that route. But I'm also thinking maybe on the Aurora side, Wakadia showed up to play today.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Wakadia, especially on Dust 2 for having a great performance. He was trying his absolute best, but as much as I would like to be positive on behalf of Aurora, I don't think there's too much to be positive about. You know, another quarterfinal here, another playoff where they don't do too much. The fashion they lose in today as well. You speak about different layers, not looking good. Xantares as well. I said it, you know, the segment before this one. I rated him as being a guy that could enter the conversation of being, you know, in that top 3, top 5 rifles in the world, but he's long gone right now.
It's very difficult to talk about Aurora, right? Because
I like the turn of 5 better.
Felt like they played pretty well on Dust 2, and that the map should have been theirs, but they lose both pistols and 1 or 2, you know, silly rounds. And if that were the case, we would see Nuke. I mean, Mirage is always an uphill battle when you go up against the Mongols. It's their best map, and then who knows what could happen. But that's the problem with Aurora this year, right? It's playoffs every single time. Only one win really, and okay, 2 with the third place decider in Astana to show for it, right? There's so many, if only this, if only that, coulda, shoulda, woulda, you know, and never getting it actually done.
Yeah, which is not what you want in any grand fashion right there. Hey, gentlemen, let's do this. I think it's about time that I invite all of you at home. That's right, that's you right there. DHL MVP time, roll that. My Yes, the DHL MVP. The award will be presented to players who excel across 3 categories. That's performance, a vote from us, and of course the fan voting, which is where I'm asking you at home to go ahead and do just that. Let's get some of the votes in. Who are our candidates?
Well, Janko said it right. Sensu having a great series tonight. That's very important for the Mongols, not only heading into the major, but also in a semi-final against Maus. For him to find some confidence against a decent team where he's not just farming against tier 2, tier 3 opposition, that's a massive win condition.
Absolutely. And I think also 9-10 with the AWP on that CT side of Mirage was able to lock down the A bomb site alongside Mzinho, a guy that's, you know, sometimes struggling to find consistency, but when he's on, he can be very impactful, he can be dominant, and today he had a very good game against Aurora.
He did have a very good game. He did play well, and he has been consistently delivering throughout this tournament. Blitz, another guy that we don't often speak about because there's so many different individuals to highlight from the Mongols, had a great series, especially on Dust 2, had a couple of very crucial rounds where he kept them alive and made sure that they could win this series 2-0.
He's the X factor for this team, right? It feels like when he can have a good game, he can definitely find a lot of impact because of his role and the positions that he has, sort of that third star of the Mongols.
Who would you vote for, Trace?
Me? I don't know. I feel like Senzu currently running the vote right there for me, but I'm not here to manipulate your votes, which is what we're asking you to do in that Twitch chat right now if you are at home. However, joining home soon will be that of Aurora. That's right, they've been eliminated, and now we're going to hear from their side after next.
Maja, I can only imagine the emotions you're experiencing right now. Let's go back to that first map of Dust 2. You guys hit 11-10 first. What happened, in your opinion, after that moment?
I think we did play well, I think, on T side, but T side also it was okay, but we lost a very important clutch. Woxic and me, I think, against Mzinho on B, like it will be, they will have no money. And after I think overall we lost a lot of rounds that we have to win, but we didn't play really well today, to be honest. Individually and as a team, it's like this.
Yeah, that kind of poses a question coming into Mirage. Obviously, it seemed like it was a real struggle for you to get any momentum going. This question isn't pointed towards any individual specifically. I know it's a true team game, right? But when you're looking to your left and your right and you can see your stars not performing as you might need them to be on that first half of Mirage, how does that affect you as a captain and as a caller?
Yeah, obviously, it affects me when my teammates are not in the same level, but also myself. Like, I think it's in the overall things. But yeah, we lost so many like stupid clutch, like the pistol on Mirage. We can start very well Mirage. Winning this pistol can change a lot. But like we just threw rounds. I think we don't deserve, like, to be honest, maybe playing on the playoff. We didn't play really great Counter-Strike. But it is what it is, and I think just learning, like everybody know that it's not the real face of Aurora, like but I think we have to fix some things that on playoff, and we'll just think about it and for the next tournament try to fix that.
Final question on the Mongol side of things. We were catching up before the game went live, and you said you see some similarities between your playstyles. Was there anything particularly unexpected that the Mongols pulled out the bag today that perhaps you weren't prepared to face?
No, I think we prepared well. Like, I knew that we'll take 2 AVP on Dust 2. We try to do some things, but I think it's just small details game. Like when you lose so many good clutches, when you lose good clutch where you have advantage, it's so hard after all economically to keep doing. And Mongols is a team that playing with a lot of confidence. So when you give that confidence to them, even yesterday they will be very close to bad vitality, like the first team in the world. So it's a good team with good individually, and when they are confident, it's really strong, really hard to play against them. Yeah.
As you mentioned, obviously we've got the major just around the corner. It's a little bit of a break for you guys. I say break, that's going to be my next question. What are you guys going to be doing? Are you staying here in Texas? Are you going back home? What's the situation?
I think we're going back to the home to do boot camp because it's been a long that we didn't do boot camp. We want to, before Astana, we wanted to do one, but because of some circumstances, we cannot. But now it's important to do a boot camp to work again on the game style, game plan, everything, the tactic also, and we will come stronger, don't worry.
Final thing, Maja, I know you have plenty of fans all around the world. I know you have some family that I'm sure will be watching from home as well. Anything you want to say to those guys supporting out there?
Yeah, I think a lot of disappointing for all the fans in the world. Also for my family, like Defne, Aslan, Ceren, sorry. Size seviyorum. But like I think in the end, I think it's a disappointing times for our fan. We didn't play the way we have to do, and we just need to learn and come back stronger. That's life.
Excited to see you go, Maja, but yeah, best of luck moving forward to the Austin Major.
Yeah, for Aurora, they look for Austin next on their docket. But yeah, that pretty much puts a pin in their time here in Dallas with us, at least. We do see the Mongols move on.
We do see the Mongols move on, and we do see Aurora go home and go for a bit of a boot camp. Maybe time to add an extra layer, so at the Major, if they were to make it to the playoff, that they can put up a better fight.
It's definitely much needed, and I'm sorry for Aurora fans, but I'm happy Mongols won, because I think it gives us a better semifinal. I think Mongols have proven that their ceiling is higher than Aurora's, right? And we got a great storyline coming up tomorrow for that semi. Mao's looking like the best team in the tournament. Can they take the next step, go back to a grand final, or will the Mongols do it for the first time, really, or in a tournament of this magnitude?
Yeah, and tournaments of this magnitude, well, they happen once a year here in the Big D in NA. That's what somebody called it somewhere. It just kind of stuck, didn't it? Anyways, we do have another quarterfinal ahead of us. You can believe it is Falcons taking on Gamer Legion. That's going to be coming up on the other side of this break. So perhaps now is a chance to hear from them before they get in there.
Tezos arriving with the Falcons for another quarterfinal. We can walk and talk for a little bit. Media day yesterday. What else did you get up to other than your media obligations?
We had some practice, played some Faceit in the evening also. So it was a good day, felt the game, so I'm ready.
How did the Faceit games go? All W's?
All the W's yesterday, yeah.
Excellent stuff. How content are you guys with your group stage performance now we're on the precipice of another playoffs for you?
Well, I think we could have done better in group stage. I think we are not satisfied with how we played, and now we're in playoffs, and I actually feel like we're a team that plays a little bit better in the playoffs, so hopefully we can show that again, and everyone is eager to step up.
And we saw that last time versus Gamer Legion, IEM Melbourne. Is it fair to say you dominated them, and will that be a repeat performance today?
It is fair to say that we dominated them. They didn't really have a chance, so we look back and what we did, and maybe also be ready for what they want to change, or because they have to do something different maybe. But it's hard to say. It's tough to beat the same team twice, so we just have to be ready.
Excited to see what changes both them and yourselves bring to the server. Thank you so much, Tezos. I'll let you get on your way. Good luck.
Stages don't get bigger than this. Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike has been coming here. Mind-melting frontiers. The Cathedral of Counter-Strike. 10 years in the making. Conquering the Cathedral.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. The official broadcast is better than ever on Faceit Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Faceit app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Counter-Strike Combine 2025 Dallas, Texas, coming direct, hot, and into your living rooms around the globe. We're gonna have the best Counter-Strike players in the world put through a bunch of tests, trials, and tribulations. Do you have what it takes to win in Texas? We've had our best man on the job, Rushley A. Rushleson, defining and coming up with a couple of new techniques on what Counter-Strike players should be bringing to the server. Let's find out if they've got what it takes. How do you feel about peeling and taking a bite of a banana?
Bad idea.
Which part?
Swallowing. I need to eat.
You don't need to eat the whole banana, just take a bite.
I do have to open banana Yes. or that you said peel Yes. it. What do you mean peel it? Peel, open it, yes. Ah, okay. Sorry, I'm from Russia. Man, I don't understand this.
Just peel the banana, take a bite, okay?
What am I doing here, man?
Strong peeling technique there. In the mouth, chewing now.
He actually opened the mouth.
11 seconds. That's not a bad time.
I'm taking this banana. I will not chew it, I'll just swallow it. Are you really? Nico, you're not doing it. You need to chew it. Why? Don't need to chew it. Bro, you're not going
Don't
to
choke, all right? All right.
Oh.
Oh, he's not happy with the bite size. That's just a nibble.
It's a small bite,
That's a
okay?
nibble.
It's a small bite.
Oh, it's a plus 1 second. Okay.
Plus one?
So we've
What is
given
this
him.
referee? What plus one?
Look, you got to take it up with the tournament management.
Man, look how much I bite.
Yeah, look, it's not fair in life, Modesty. For the size of bite, he's taken 1 second off your time.
Okay, and giving me 1 second extra.
Let's bring in our next task. How are you with utility?
Very good.
All right, we get 3 shots. We're going to be measuring your accuracy, not time.
Whistle normal then.
I just wanted, it's very sporty, isn't it? Oh, it's returned.
Okay. Wait.
He sped through the shots there. Nothing lands, but I would like to give 1 point for the return on deflection.
Hey, that's not fair.
Hit the board, came back. He's hit the net. Oh!
No, that was a bad throw. Wait, 1-1, yeah?
Well, I feel, turn this into a 0.5. If this is only worth 1, then the bounce back's only worth a 0.5.
No way.
Nico wins.
Man, it's always like this, against me. Everyone against me.
Are you happy with the results of today?
Yes.
Do you guys feel ready for Texas?
Yes, insane ready.
Yeah,
Let's defend the title.
All right.
We'll eat bananas, drink water, and play basketball.
Perfect. That's exactly what we need to make Counter-Strike great. Thank you, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Acor. Considering you are a stand-in for the time being for Gamer Legion, did you realistically expect to be making it into the arena?
To be honest, I'd say no. I think we did really well preparing for the games as well. So yeah, and the team chemistry is really nice. So I think that put us a little bit ahead of some of the other teams. And yeah.
What's it like being back with Ash? He's had some, pretty big words to say about you and your ability within the team.
I really like Ash as a coach and as a person. So I enjoy being here, and yeah.
Obviously, for Gamer Legion, you weren't there when they faced Falcons at IEM Melbourne. It was a rough result for them. Are you going to be the difference maker today for the claiming some revenge?
Hopefully, I think we can make it, and I think we just believe it and believe our skill and team chemistry and synergy and everything. I think with the prep we have, we're going to have a good match here.
Super excited to see it go down. I'll let you get on your way. Thank you so much, Akor. Good luck.
Well, Nico's last name is not Doncic. We know that for sure. After watching that, it's just not saying. It's not meant to be, at least within the realms of basketball. Hey, Dallas, welcome back. We got another quarterfinal for you all. If you can imagine it, the Falcons are taking on Gamer Legion, and I've got some friends here with me on the desk, because the desk is eternal. Isn't that right? Steel?
Yeah. You'll never be able to kill the desk. Not fully, not for real. It'll always come back.
It's always here. Now, Josh, you've been in A before.
I have. I think my entire life almost.
Is there anything you want to say to these people?
Yo, what up, NA?
All right.
you got a little something in there. We also got a little something in the pipeline for everyone else, which brings us into this quarterfinal right here. So let's talk about a rematch of sorts, Yanko.
Yeah, a rematch of the last two quarterfinals for both of these teams, right? Like for the side of the Falcons in Melbourne, they had a great time. We can see there that was the one with Monesi, and in Bucharest they met 2 times when they had Dexter on the lineup. Got embarrassed in their first outing, the Falcons against Gamer Legion, but bounced back in that quarterfinal and had a really, really good run. I think also for the side of Gamer Legion, you know, this was their first arena playoffs in Melbourne, and you can tell they weren't quite themselves, and Falcons had no issues in that game.
Yeah, we saw Gamer Legion. They got blown out 13-3 and 13-4 in that series. And on that nuke map as well, Gamer Legion actually won both the pistols, but lose that first gun round on their CT side and then lose to the Force Buy on that second round. So, you know, not being able to get any sort of footing into the game, Falcons just completely blew them out of the water, which is kind of funny because the first time we saw these guys play back in Bucharest, it was actually like 13-1 and 13-2 in favor of Falcons over the side of Gamer Legion. Over Gamer Legion over Falcons, the other way.
Yeah, and you look at what we got in front of us with regard to Gamer Legion at the very minimum. You know, this is a team that doesn't have a full lineup here. We are looking at where Slind is not playing. We do have Acor in here, and they made it this far. So is that a testament to what they're doing over there in that camp of Gamer Legion?
I think it is, and also you look at, you know, the final game was against G2 that has, you know, some really good players, some veterans on the lineup as well. In Melbourne, it was them who knocked out FaZe and sort of benched Brokey in the process. So they've done a great job of beating some of these more experienced teams to get to this stage, and this is where, you know, the struggle is going to happen, not just because of the stage itself, but you're going up against Falcons who've only lost to Vitality and Mouse since acquiring Monesi.
Yeah, and you look at a player like Acor, he's just plug and playing right now. It's not like they're going to build a system around him. He's basically a support player right now with an op, and he's coming into the system. And the thing about the Gamer Legion system is it's really just built for the team to play as a whole. It's not built around one player to kind of be a star or a couple of players that are kind of the duo. It's just, here's a farm team where we're going to take people that are effectively no-namers, we're going to build them up, and then someone's going to buy them eventually. And Acor is just like another, I guess, cog in the machine.
And it's working though. I mean, they're floating outside or right around that top 10 in the world number, Yanko. So if I look at Gamer Legion, I say that what they've got going on over there is a fun project at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they've been steadily improving. They've had a lot of changes as well, losing some players, having to acquire new ones, right? Bringing in the likes of Rez earlier this year, which really helped them in the experience department. And you can see that they've been a little bit up and down, you know, have that first big event playoffs in Bucharest, but then failing to qualify for the major, which was a huge hit. Bounced back in Melbourne, making the quarterfinals again, and then in Astana they were 0-3 in last place. I mean, people had them as a lock for the playoffs, and they completely bombed out.
Yeah, it's almost as if every event that they don't go out in last place, they also fail to qualify to the major through the EU qualifiers. And then every event that they actually do well and they're making it all the way to the playoffs, it's like, okay, you're facing off against Falcons in the quarters, and it's like, one more time for the road.
Yep, one more time. One more time for the road. Josh, I like that. Let's also talk a little about Rez. I mean, and will he ever return to Oakland form? It's the biggest question mark, I think. Everyone's asking. They're all asking, will he return to form?
He had that in Melbourne. That I think it was 0.01 away in terms of the rating, but you know, here he has a slightly different role. He is, as I said, the veteran player. He is the example for some of these younger guys who have very little experience in general until Tier 1 Counter-Strike, let alone playoffs, let alone, you know, big stage games.
I think if we actually bring up this point enough times, we might will it into existence, right? It's like every time he comes to an ESL playoff stage, we just say, are we going to see IEM Oakland Rez form again? And then he'll deliver it. So maybe we just will it into existence here again, and we're going to get that pop-up version. What was the difference in rating? 0.01 difference from his Oakland to Melbourne. So maybe we're going to get 0.01 from Melbourne to here.
Or maybe not. Or we can also hear from ZTR in this moment. So let's do that.
ZTR, obviously this is a rematch of the quarterfinals that went down in Melbourne that obviously didn't quite go in your favor versus Falcons last time around. What's the biggest change that you've made coming into today's game to make sure that's not the case again?
I mean, I'm not sure we made that many changes. Obviously, we're playing with a stand-in, so we're probably playing a bit differently.
probably are maybe less prepared, you can even say, strategically. But I think we have that game behind our belt or on our belt now, so we have that experience, and also we have a much needed experienced player in Acor. So yeah, I think experience is probably the main thing we're taking with us now.
There's also been a little bit of a change in the map pool in terms of this quarterfinal. You guys went with Train last time, didn't go so well. This time you've picked into Ancient. Just looking at the stats, it's been looking good for you. Why did you feel like this was kind of the key ground to be going to versus Falcons?
Yeah, I mean, we picked Train last time. I think it could have gone a lot better, haven't we had so much pressure on us and stress and such. But yeah, I think we played the Ancient now. We feel like it's very comfortable. I think we grabbed 2 victories prior in this tournament together with Acor. So yeah, I think it's a comfort pick for us.
You mentioned the word pressure. I'm just curious because unfortunately we keep on talking about it, but you guys aren't going to the Austin Major after this. Considering this is, your last event, you've managed to make it to the playoffs, does that add a little bit of extra pressure to make a deepest run as possible to end out your season on somewhat of a high?
I wouldn't say so. Like, we still stick to our goal of making playoffs, and then whatever happens, happens. We are just trying, now we're probably just trying to gain as much experience as possible. But of course we have that winner mentality, and we want to go as deep as possible.
Looking forward to seeing the rematch go down, ZTR. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck.
Yeah, so let's hear from, or what we've heard from ZTR rather, Janko. What do you discern from what he's just given us?
Yeah, I think he's spot on with having us stand in, alleviate some of the pressure. They're going to play a little bit more loose. Acor played in a major grand final 2 years ago, right? So it's a bit of a weird situation for Gamer Legion, but they at least have that experience for Melbourne coming into this one, and hopefully they can put up a better fight this time around.
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about, I guess, Ancient's going to be there. I figured that they were probably going to go for either that or Inferno over the side of Falcons, just because Ancient is their comfort pick. They talked about it. They played it a couple times at this event so far, but it's also one of those maps where maybe they could get a little bit of damage off over Falcons if they're not playing super coordinated down middle, especially Nico, not having a great game.
Well, because they gave us those spoilers, we can also just jump right into a Vita.
Do it.
And I think it goes without saying, we will get Ancient in this series. We did just hear that be said.
Yeah, I think when you have a stand-in, you're trying to play the same maps all the time, right? I think they would have liked to pick Inferno. They generally like Inferno a lot, but they haven't played it with Acor and might still get it as the decider in this case, right? Ancient as the pick, I think, for Falcons. We see them play a lot of Nuke. Probably going to stick to that in this series as well. No reason to not go ahead with it.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to see any surprises going into the veto. It makes absolute sense, and I think Gamer Legion needs to find some sort of footing going into this game. Obviously, they're going to start on that T side of Ancient, and as we saw from the previous matchups that they've had head-to-head, it's all on them getting a good start and being able to convert a lot of rounds, because the entire style of Gamer Legion is kind of play as a system, and the style of Falcons is play to your individual strengths. You have Nico and Monazy.
Yeah, I don't think that the maps matter too much, and the problem for Falcons in this tournament is Monacy is the only one who's been playing, pretty much, right? The rest of the team is lagging behind. Nico has had a pretty slow tournament so far. The rest of the guys so-and-so. This stats get hurt a little bit because of how dominantly they were beaten by Maus, and they had a close series against Heroic and whatnot. But this is crazy that Monacy is the only player who has a above 1 rating.
Well, let me pose the question then, because some teams have those honeymoon periods, right? I mean, but what are we looking at with regard to where the Falcons are right now? I mean, we know they found some successes. We know that they might even continue down that trend, but where are they right now in sort of longevity speaking?
I think almost they need to take a page out of the Gamer Legion book. They have so much reliance on kind of like the reads that Nico has and playing out these mid-round situations and playing to, I guess, the strengths of the individuals, but they could use a little bit more of the cohesion, the start of the game, like the opening phases, to make sure that they have just higher level tactics, not just like this kind of like Puggy, I see a little gap here, let's just do like this really basic, simple plan that they could put together and piece together. That's what makes them so good, is that they have that ability and Gamer Legion doesn't. But what makes, where Falcons kind of like falls back a little bit is the fact that they don't have that to rely on a more consistent basis. They need to be able to have some more set plays and rely on just being like, hey, if the individuals aren't, playing to all their cylinders, they need to be able to fall back on something.
I think the problem is, Trace, they've had too much practice, right?
Too much,
That's usually it. That's usually the
They've had
work.
way too much practice. They go into Melbourne with like 1 day, they make the final. They probably should have won the final in there, go straight to another tournament, another final, losing to Vitality both times. And now you have a week of practice, and look what you did to yourself.
Yeah.
Right? You're overthinking everything, you're overdoing it. Just wing it, man.
Well, that's an interesting point, though, because
exactly.
The way they lose to Vitality, though, is that they don't know how to close out a game from being up 12-6 because they don't have anything to fall back on. It's like what happens when you start missing your shots, even though you're in insane positions, or you do a bad read. Just do something that's simple, and everyone knows what their role is on those rounds. That's what Gamer Legion does well.
They tried that one over at the Falcons already. They tried that one already. There's other things going on with Simple these days. We can hear from the Falcons. This guy Magisk, he's got a couple majors.
Now, Magisk, before we talk about the task at hand on stage today, just a quick recap of the group stage performance for you guys. For Mouse, obviously they managed to pull off the comeback against you to put you in this quarterfinal game. Looking back at that game, what was the biggest issue in allowing Mouse to get back into that one and take it 2-0?
I think, first of all, I think we did manage to stay calm when we were supposed to stay calm and just play the CS that we know we can play. I think we took everything a little bit too light. And, that punished us in the end. And today we are going to play the quarterfinals because of that.
In terms of your form at the moment, is the level that Falcons are playing at enough to make you contenders for this trophy in Dallas?
I mean, obviously, I think in the last 3 tournaments we've been in the finals and we have managed to also win one and also have a feeling that we should have won one in Melbourne. So, I mean, I'm not saying that, we're not in the perfect state. I still think we have room for improvements. I still think we can play better Counter-Strike, and I think definitely also working a bit on the consistency. But I think overall we have the level, especially if the individuals are showing up as well and that we play some good CS as a team. But, we need to work for it. We need to fight for it. And obviously we also need to stay humble and understand that, everything doesn't come for free. We need to keep working hard for it.
You mentioned Melbourne. Obviously, you've got a rematch to be kickstarting the playoffs here in Dallas versus Gamer Legion. Difference, obviously, they now have a stand-in on their side. Last time, you absolutely dominated them, though, right? What do you expect they're going to be changing today to hopefully make it a bit more of a competitive affair for their side?
Yeah, I think they're going to be playing a little bit more freely. I don't think they will be as scared as they were in Melbourne. I think that was the first time as a team they were playing on a stage together. So that can always be a little bit special. So I think today they're going to try and put those feelings aside and play the CS that they usually do. And, maybe also try and go a little bit with the momentum. But we will see.
When I was speaking to Nico yesterday on Media Day, he couldn't help but, keep on focusing on the Vitality game that could potentially happen in the semifinals. So confidence level for this game, do you feel like it's in the bag for you guys?
I don't think that's a thing in Counter-Strike right now. I think everyone is good and I think everyone can beat each other on a good day. So I think we need to go out and focus on ourselves. I think we need to go, play the Counter-Strike we know we are capable of playing. And if we manage to do that, then I definitely believe we are going to win today. But if we don't have good mood, we don't fight for each other, and we don't do these things that we usually do, then we might have a tough game today.
Thank you so much for your time, Magisk. Good luck.
When things go right for the Falcons, it's cool.
Yes, that Astralis media training still burns strong in Magisk. But yeah, pretty straightforward from him. Don't underestimate anyone, respect everyone. Everyone's great these days. Everyone can beat you.
I see you got a little bit under your skin there, and I get it. Like, I do understand that whole media training thing is so fun, but also not as fun as getting up to 12 and then losing, like, real hard over here. I'm talking about mega chokes. They did it versus Mouse the other day over on Mirage even.
Yeah, they say they need to work on their consistency, but I mean, how consistent can you be when you get into these situations and you don't really have any idea? Like, every situation they get into is a new situation just because they don't have anything set. And this is like just a compilation of rounds basically against Mouse. Starting from here, they were 11-4 up, and it's just so much hesitation, indecision, who's doing what, nobody knows. They go into a round like this against MP9s. They're rushing through connector. They have basically all of their smokes and nades left, but they're still rushing up connector into the site, trying to just rush the game over. It's 12-5. They have so many rounds to just use to close it out, but it's just rush, 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 force buy. You guys can take a pause, like not even like a attack pause. You can just use Glocks for round, talk about the situation, get as many gun rounds as possible, and just give yourselves the biggest chance to actually win a round. But no, it's just like force buy, B-pop, force buy, rush up con to A, force buy, B-pop. It's like, guys, is that it? That's our playbook? That's the depth of it? And we're called the second best team in the world?
Look, the sky's blue, the ocean is wet, and Nico malding. Three things that we can just see throughout the history of time.
Yeah, I think for them in this game, that 12-5 round was the worst one. I mean, that was your best chance to close out the game, and after that, your money's in the bin, and you really have 2 proper gun rounds. Everything else is half-buys and something connected in that way, and it just was a bad game from Falcons. You know, it wasn't their day. Magus alluded to it. Maybe they didn't take it as serious. You know, they lacked some of the intensity for that game, considering it was a seeding match, and, you know, they beat Maus last 2 times in the semifinals, so Maus was definitely more hungry in this one, but I wouldn't take too much away from this game. I think actually it's a great wake-up call for the Falcons, right, to come into this game with vengeance.
I mean, one of the things I have, like, it's a theory, it's a working theory, we'll see how it goes, is that these guys would be better off on CT side to close out the games than on T side. It feels like something's missing on that T side, whereas the CT side calling, they might be able to just call, and Nico's great at this, just a gamble stack. Hey, let's just stick 4 people on this site, let's maybe do an opening so they don't really know what we're doing, and then hope that they walk into us and we can close out one of these 7 rounds that we have. We could just close it out. But no, they're on T side and they just try to rush it over with.
But no.
But no.
Yeah, we had to get that one over the PA at least one time while we were in here, might as well. What were some of the challenges, not challenges rather, but some of these learning blocks that the Falcons are having to take? I mean, you've hit an interesting point there, Janko, in that maybe they practice too much. Maybe they're putting too much effort into the idea of structure and making something happen.
No, I think it's just getting on the same page still with everyone, right? Playing at the same pace, not having guys wanting to speed up the round, you know, while the rest of the team likes to take a little bit more time, understanding how m0NESY getting used to his teammates, like how do they want to play, what it is that they like to do, how do they like to react, and just working on your maps. Most of the time it comes down to that, right? Like you can have 1 or 2 maps that you're really good on, but it's just improving on more maps so you can abuse your opponent's map pool, so you're not as easily punished when it comes to that, and raising your floor on all the maps.
I think another thing that we can look at is just about the individuals having that discipline to make the right play, to not rush through the moments, to know when it's their turn to activate or not activate. And when you rely so much on your individuals to make huge plays, like that's also a big counter. So if you know,
who doesn't rely on their individuals to make big plays?
Like okay, if you allow me to finish, then like if you know m0NESY is going to go for an op pick, he's going to go for an opening somewhere. All you have to do is sit there and be like, okay, m0NESY is going to go for an opening pick. Let's wait here and wait for him to go for the peak.
But where is he going to go? Where's he going to go? He can go
you can do prep
to a lot of different places.
You can go for a lot of different places, but if you can boil it down to like, okay, these are the probable like 2 most likely places, let's stick an op here, and if he decides to go for this peak, we punish him for that. Cool, there's our opening into the round. So it's yes, you can rely on m0NESY to have these really good moments. He's the best performer for the team. He's one of the best players in the world, top 5 easily. He has 1.25 rating right now. But if you can shut him down because he needs to always go for those plays, because the rest of the team, you can't rely on them to close out on a consistent basis. You look at Magisk and Kixen in those regards, because they have like less than 1.0 average rating normally. And you know, you could talk about Magisk on the stage and in the big playoff moments and everything like that, but you still rely on people like m0NESY and people like Nico, and when they go to overcompensate because they have weaker parts of the team, and then they get shut down because it's obvious that they're going to go for some sort of heroic play, then what do you do at that point?
No pun intended. I like what you did there at the very end. You kind of full circle on that one. Janko, how far, and maybe this is a weird question to be asked, but like how far are we away from a Falcons to where there are none of these question marks about like consistency and or making the right moves within the team itself?
I mean, they probably still had only total of 10 days of practice with m0NESY, so I think they'll do their best. I think they are in good form in general, right? And they have the players, they have the experience to make some of these runs, right? It's only been Vitality and Maus who've handed them losses since m0NESY joined the roster. But it will have to be, you know, more time before they feel like they have it all. They know they can win a tournament, they can win this tournament, but everything has to align for them in order for that to happen. And why wouldn't they have faith? You have 2 guys on the team that managed to get Stewie 2K in 2024 to lift a trophy right in front of his home crowd. So if that was possible last year, who knows what can happen this year?
Look, I think when we talk about Falcons, it's like they're probably going to beat Gamer Legion. They're probably going to go the distance. But, I mean, we could shift the thing to talking about what Gamer Legion could do to beat Falcons. Because right now, they need to rely on them having everything go perfectly according to plan. Because if one kind of piece of the dominoes falls over, everything just spirals out of control for these guys. And I think what Majest kind of alluded to is like, Gamer Legion, they have to play more freely. They can't just stick to, okay, we wrote this down before the game started, so we're going to go do this strat, and even though we've been spotted and Monazi's shot us with a scout and everything, we're going to continue into this plan, run into the stack. They need to be able to call audibles. They need to be able to adjust in that mid-round situation, say, you know what, we're going to run into our depths, let's cancel this plan and do something different. And I think if they're able to kind of focus on that and get themselves out of just doing whatever they wrote down, that might be a little bit more of a challenge for Falcons.
I think the problem is last time around they had to play from behind, right? Like T-side, they started on train T-side, they lose pistol, they're playing slow defaults and trying to do something. They can't win like that, and they can't play like that with a stand-in especially. They need to win pistol and play explosive from the get-go, right? That's the recipe for an upset here by Gamer Legion. If they again have to start playing from behind and those rounds don't work for them or anything, Falcons are going to pick them apart.
Which is about that time, I believe so. Dallas, are you tired of us yapping yet? Is that about right?
Yes.
Oh, fair. Very fair. Almost based, some might even say. But it is time for us to go to a break. We come back. We have Falcons, Gamer Legion. We have Ancient, Nuke, Inferno. It's all on the other side of this. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters, Dallas. Thank you.
Stages don't get bigger than this. Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike has been coming here. Mind melting from Ruteris. The cathedral of Counter-Strike. 10 years in the making. Conquering the cathedral.
Hello, Dallas! These next two teams to grace our stage have each in their own way scoured our world of Counter-Strike for the finest talent they could assemble. But all that talent, it doesn't matter a jot without the hard work to back it up. And so these teams have poured their blood, their sweat, and their tears into their game for this moment, for this stage, to make their way towards this trophy. So Dallas, the question is, today, here, now, whose hard work is going to pay off?
It's been a good journey ever since Ilya came in. We had some very good results, so it hasn't been an easy route to playoffs at this event, and we still managed to do it. Just happy to be in playoffs, and hopefully I can step up my game for the next one.
3 days of hard work for us to reach the playoffs. Right now it feels kind of good. I think everyone is energetic and ready. I think every game we played so far we've been looking really strong. So hopefully we can do a deep run here in Dallas to show everyone that we deserve to be a top 10 team, and we should have deserved to be at the major as well. So hopefully we can prove everyone that.
Really happy to be here. I think Dallas has become one of my favorite events of the year. It would be very cool to have a chance to defend the title and bring some hype in the arena.
This first team comes to the stage with 2 IEM Dallas champions in tow. As they defend their belt, you loved them last year. Well, you love them now. It's Team Falcons. There ain't no Dallas story like a stand-in story. So let me hear you for Gamer Legion. Whether you're a prince or a pauper, the favorite or the upstart, the server doesn't care. All that shows is the work you've put in. So now, Dallas, it's time to get excited. It's time to get loud. Let me hear you!
Well, all right, Dallas, Texas. It looks like another playoff match of Counter-Strike is ready to go down in the Big D. That's right, looking at Falcons versus Gamer Legion, Ancient Nuke, Inferno. Josh, what do they need to know?
I think the Falcons' honeymoon's over, and Gamer Legion's going to make this one close. Still, Falcons should come out in the end, but Ash has been preparing for this game.
Potentially the last game of the season for Gamer Legion, right? You want to leave everything out there on the server. I think compared to last time, they're going to play a little bit more, with a little bit more aggression.
We see players like Rez, he's looking ice cold as he walks out onto the stage. He's going to be the one that we look at for another repeat IEM Oakland, IEM Melbourne now performance. And he's going to be leading the team by example. The rest of his 2 maps on arena stages are going to be looking up to him.
And for Falcons, it's been a rough tournament so far. Despite making the playoffs, they haven't played up to the same level that we've seen the last 2 tournaments where they made the grand final. So this is definitely a bounce back game for them. They need to prove to us that it wasn't just a flash in the pan, that they are a legit contender to the likes of Vitality, to the likes of Mouse.
Let's just add into there as well the legendary coaching staff over on the side of Falcons. All the accolades you could possibly ask for as a coach within Counter-Strike. You look at Ash, a young coach trying to vie and be in that same exact area with that same exact accolades on his profile. So you look at that, what do they bring to the table here? You wonder.
Well, right now you're looking at the basically complete opposites. You've got Gamer Legion and Ash who are basically training these players to get to that next level, and then basically they get sold off to the better teams, the championship winning teams, but right now they're sitting here being that gatekeeper between all of the teams basically and the contenders, whereas on the other side, the chip team, they're built to win champions.
And they're the defending champions of IEM Dallas with Nico and m0NESY in the lineup. We've heard how much it meant for them last year, how great of an atmosphere it was, what an experience, and I'm sure you'll see Nico step up compared to his group stage performance.
Well, it's certainly that time. We are done yapping. I can assure you that. Twitch chat, you guys need to settle down too, because we are ready to blow the roof off this one. Falcons, Gamer Legion, Ancient, Nuke, Inferno. Falcons CT decided to start over on Ancient. So let's do the damn thing.
Oh, what's up, Dallas? We're back. Another quarterfinal tonight. Falcons, Gamer Legions, more Counter-Strike coming at you. I want to get a temperature check. How many of you are sticking your neck out there rooting for the defending champs of Nico and m0NESY? How many of you taking Falcons? All right, now we got the other side of the coin. How are we doing with Gamer Legion? Any Gamer Legion fans out there in the arena? Beautiful. Well, Dallas, we're happy to be back. This city has been fantastic for Counter-Strike, and this quarterfinal is set to begin.
And what a great story we had last year. Nico and m0NESY returned to the arena where they won just last year. New colors and new goals. The team they desire to beat more than any other awaits them in the semifinals. But to book that matchup versus Vitality, they must defeat Gamer Legion in the quarterfinals, just like they did in Melbourne.
Yeah, you got to handle business. You got to get some confidence building beneath you as you head into that semifinal match. Pistol round set to go live. Gamer Legion, Falcons beginning their title defense with Nico and m0NESY at the helm. CT side start for Falcons. Gamer Legion going to be attacking into them on offense. And so we begin.
And so we don't, Jason. There's a quick tech issue to run back to spawn with just a moment longer. We'll do this again.
We're going to try it again.
But for the game, this matchup, we've heard it before. You know, the fact that Gamer Legion are coming in, it was their biggest performance as a team back in Melbourne, making it into the quarterfinals, playing on the stage. There was no comparison in the stage experience between the individuals on Falcons versus the individuals on the Gamer Legion squad.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. There's no way you can. I mean, but that's also the world that Ash has basically been living in throughout his whole career. He is the guy who picks up these and puts together these crazy lineups of players you don't expect and pulls them into some kind of a cohesive unit that can cause some damage. This is a big ask as well, especially when you put the addition of A-Core into the roster standing in, who had some, I don't know, I thought they were funny words about m0NESY. I was like, yeah, m0NESY is pretty good, so I guess this will be a pretty tough matchup tomorrow. Which is like, yeah, that's a good way to put it.
It's definitely a fair point. m0NESY was blowing our minds in the group stages. Yanko brings up a point before we get into this that Nico needs to step up on the stage. Expectations are that he will.
Oh, there's no sign at all who the fan favorites are. You mentioned Nico needed to step up. Well, obviously Dallas is going to love it if he's able to do that. Nico and m0NESY getting a little bit of love of the crowd. All right, Dallas, here we go. One more time. Pistol round set to begin right now.
Here we go. A lot of util here for Gamer Legion. ZTI picking up a smoke. You've got A-Core with smoke and Flash. Molotov for PR as the squad all gather outside of A main.
Yeah, this is, I mean, look at the mini-map. There's like 9 players on this side of the map. How often do you see that? Falcons has this completely red, and oh, Gamer Legion, I know you have an execute. I know you got utility, but you're in trouble.
Match is waiting on top of the boost. Tesses behind the big box. Ready to drop some util on the attack. And that grenade lands right in the middle. Great kill to take Magisk off the top of the boost. Here's Tesses though, topples 2. Going back out for a 3rd kill, and Nico's coming in to assist him. It's all slowed down here for Gamer Legion, not getting out of A main. Acor's going to continue to try and fight them into a competitive position, but Falcons put a stop on the A play.
That's what I'm saying. They had no idea what was coming to them when they pulled the trigger on that execute. Way too many players there. Falcons just call for the stack and the pistol, and Gamer Legion with the call out of spawn just have no chance at winning it. Great round from Tesses, tons of nade damage, a double kill on top of it with the USP. Been awesome to see Tesses in this lineup. He's been performing very well for the Falcons. I mean, when you obviously look at this team and you're like, well, Nico and Modesty are going to pop off and do the heavy lifting, but Tesses has probably been the second best player for this team over the past few events.
Which is crazy to think about, because back in the Heroic squad, the one that was going to all the finals at the end of CSGO, Tesses was always the player that was talked about being cut, removed.
Tesses and Shush always flew under the radar, didn't
Exactly,
they?
yeah. And so even in that Heroic squad, we see some good performances with the newer edition before he went to the Falcons squad, and he's obviously elevated his performance even further in the green colors.
Well, Gamer Legion decides to back off and save only Glocks for them, as without a bomb plant, without any kills, with the complete domination of Falcons in round one, they have no desire to invest here, so they'll sit behind the smoke, and we'll see this round likely coming to a swift conclusion. We were talking about before this match too, like Falcons mentioned it, the semifinal against Vitality, you obviously cannot look over Gamer Legion in the quarterfinals. That's a recipe for death, and I think Zonic at this point in his career is like, we don't do that.
Especially after the last couple of years.
Yeah, well, and now you have to build up a little bit of confidence. Falcons is looking for a really strong win, not just in terms of the scoreline, but in terms of how they feel within the team. Is the communication on point? Is everyone on the same page? Are we all feeling better? We need a solid eye test out of Falcons here that makes it look like that cohesion is really clicking and really hitting a perfect situation.
Well, Yanko brought up the point that they haven't lost anybody other than Miles and Vitality since the addition of Monacy. And those are the two best performing squads we've had.
They got spanked by Malzo. That was no mere loss.
That was definitely an embarrassing loss for them. You could see the disheveled nature on their faces after the matchup. But Gamer Legion coming in, getting the buyout here for the first time on the T side. AK-47s for all five. Falcons a bit of a bonus. They'll keep 2 MP9s and a FAMAS into this.
Yeah, but because they have some weaker weapons, they're already doing a little bit of trickery. An early round in the third round, push into A main. So Magisk is going to have that position with his FAMAS. Modesty supporting him to get him into the position. And the timing of his next move is going to be everything. He can shrink this map, gather information, and wrap around Gamer Legion at will. For now, Falcons need to sit back and just gather intel of where exactly Gamer Legion is.
Had a PR stepping into the open. Monacy going to be doing plenty of damage to ZTR. Not so much for that grenade. He realizes the space that he's lost, so he deploys the utility to prevent him getting into the red room.
And Gamer Legion really didn't do anything over at the B bomb site. 3 or 4 players there, but they didn't attack into a whole lot. Got stalled out by a smoke and Jaguar, so they're going to reconvene towards the A bomb site. Now, Towson is in trouble. If he dies to this push, Magix has a lot of safety and a lot of ability to be patient.
Monacy's rotated over just in time. Gets out of the temple, but A-Core right between the eyes. And now we've got Magix coming back from A main to try and fight into Donut, but he's also going to deal with the threat of Towson. And so that A bomb site is overrun.
Yeah, needed a little bit of resistance, needed Monacy to survive longer so that crossfire could be appropriately set up, and especially because his death pulls Magisk away from taking down Towson. If Magisk can hold on to A main, they might actually have a stance in this retake. But the kills go against him, and Falcons almost look like they want to line up for a retake.
Yeah, it's not a lot of utility, but they have got 2 kits. Red's going to be taking Kicksand down, Tesses falling, leaving it all on Nico. And 4 players to remove from the site, and he nearly gets away with Turi eventually taken down, and Gamer Legion get their first round win.
Yeah, not the worst thing in the world. A little bit of economic damage. If you're Falcons, you know in the next round you're going to be buying up no matter what. So willing to sacrifice the weapons to take some extra guns away and give that retake a chance at it. 2-1. A-Core, that's a beautiful shot. Oh, that's a nasty way to die. Yeah, and it's good to see A-Core do that as well. The stand-in for their typical opper Slend, who wasn't able to make the trip out to Dallas. He's had a rough event as well, but in a tough situation of stepping in as the odd man out of a team that already knows what they're all doing. But that's a beautiful shot to get them their first round.
Tesses forced into the fight by the Molotov. He's going to be cleared out by ZTR. Advantage siding here with Gamer Legion. And some space in mid being taken for PR as well. Cleaves away Monacy. And that's the space for Gamer Legion. Looking pretty sharp in the first 2 rounds here as PR, confident to go through the red smoke, will fall at the hand of Nico.
Oh, the nade peeks into the nade, and Towson's there for the cleanup. Man, Falcons in this round just getting battered. Magisk is in a shift back to CT spawn. Kicks in passive over at the B bomb site. A 2 versus 4. But no way for them to sync up to really work this round back into their favor. It's going to have to be individual heroics, likely from Kixon.
It would take something special for him to defend this B-bomb site enough.
for a squad to get back into it. 58 seconds.
They've got nothing to delay, no smoke, no Molotov.
fades away.
Yeah, so Kixen just backing off. They say, okay, well, Magis took a deep angle in towards mid. They saw Red Room was clear. I'm going to move on over and we'll just save these weapons for the next round.
I like the energy that Gamer Legion have brought into the game, though. You know, pushing into the red smokes, taking the mid fights. It looks confident from Gamer Legion.
Back-to-back rounds that they've been able to just delete m0NESY out of the server. Acor's one tap and now PR out in mid just swinging for that donut fight with m0NESY standing in front waiting. If they continue with that kind of an impact in middle, and especially that kind of an impact specifically against m0NESY, Falcons could be in some trouble. He's far and away their best player. No other player on the team is rated over 1.0 outside of m0NESY. It's actually insane, the drop-off of the supporting cast over on Falcons so far in Dallas.
And he's significantly over that 1.0 rating as well. Incredible performance in the group stage from him, and it wasn't enough for a flawless run.
Well, he mentioned ever since, he said in the interview coming into the match, how nice it's been ever since Ilya joined the team and how much he's appreciated and the good results they've had right out of the gate. Well, since Nico joined Falcons to start the year, then in 5 playoffs, including Dallas, they've made 4 finals. Yet to see if they can do that here. That's not a bad run just for Nico.
Not bad at all. 1 title so far, and obviously the beast that has taken them down in those best of 5s is Vitality. Not going to be able to play them in the BO5 at this tournament, just with the group stage performance landing them in the same side of the bracket in the quarterfinals. Not a lot here for Falcons. They've only got 2 M4s, the rest on pistols. Should be Gamer Legion taking the lead early on here.
And you've put both your rifles, Kixen at the A-bomb site, Magisk with the other over towards Donuts. You have them leaning towards that A-bomb site to be able to contend with mid control and then also fall back afterwards.
Flash into the swing. 3 players come in. Kixen with 1. Not going to be enough here for Falcons to stay competitive in middle as ZTR and PR combine. Still got Kixen's rifle though, and he realizes they vacated. Oh, Tez says very close to a miraculous kill on Rez. It's the dink in the follow-up shot, but not enough to bring down Rez.
No, that would have been a beautiful kill to have as well, because that would have allowed Kixen and m0NESY to actually go for this. But m0NESY without armor now has to slip away back to the A-bomb site. Kixen has to find some safety, trying to keep some space from the push after the bomb plant from Gamer Legion. The real snake in the grass is that guy. PR, low HP. But on this little scouting mission, if he finds m0NESY, the rest of Gamer Legion could flood over. Oh, PR, Dallas is too good for that. Aren't you, Dallas? You guys are way too smart for that.
Well, now he comes out and PR to go down. m0NESY to take him out.
I'll be honest, Dallas, I expected a little bit more excitement when I told you all that you were smart. Okay, thank you, yes.
That's better.
Yep. 2-2, 3-2 after the bomb goes off for Gamer Legion.
Hey, PR, you know, may not have the most arena experience, but he has the idea on what he wants to do. See him wiggling into the walls, seeing what he can get away with. You know, people bring up the point that Rez is back in the playoffs of an IEM in North America, Jason.
I know, it's like the 1970s all over again. It's crazy seeing him here. This is lovely for Rez.
It's in Oakland, though.
I mean, we just talked about the kind of turnaround from Nico joining Falcons, what he's done for this organization in terms of reversing their fortunes in a good way.
Yeah.
Also, same thing with Rez coming into this team, kind of picking this team up and being kind of a fundamental player for this new rebuild that Ash is underway.
Sort of resurrecting his own career as well.
All right, round 6, Snade's out. Quick B play, you're right.
No, PR at the front of the attack, Mac 10 looking to charge in. Kixen though, double kill from the rifle. Tez says back turn, Nico gonna step up. Towson topples 2. And we've got a 3v2 now. Falcon still with the player advantage, and that swing out from Tez says will result in a clutch required from Rez. We were just talking about him and his ability to step up here for Gamer Legion. Well, he's got 100 HP and a shot at this. Gonna try and separate them into 1v1 fights. He gets into a smoke duel with Tez sets, goes back to the m0NESY read, and the timing just about favors m0NESY, but then he loses the fight and manages to follow up as the replenishment of troops comes in.
Yeah, really, really good defense. Okay, so Gamer Legion, you might want to note that one down, Ash. That fast-paced play, that change of pace does not pan out whatsoever. Kixen puts a stop to it with a nice double kill. Not going to catch him sleeping at the B bomb site. Those slower rounds of controlling B lane, of taking. Ooh, it's
That's
back.
where it all started.
It's back.
1 year later, and we're still saying it. Well, he's looking for the title here this time.
Hey, you guys started a whole thing. They set it out in Australia as well.
It went global. PR already out of elbow. He knows his job today, and Nico's going to try and make it difficult for him. PR taken down, and that space not given to Gamer Legion.
That was one of the things that was really hindering Falcons' defense in this little bit of a 3-round run that Gamer Legion just went through. was losing mid consistently. m0NESY lost the fight a couple of times, and Gamer Legion was able to exploit it. So a good opening frag from Nico to keep them in control. 3 players waiting in B lane, waiting for utility to fade away. Talson's going to be lurking at elbow. He's also the audible, the plan B. If Gamer Legion want to bail out to the A bomb site, he's going to start taking that space so they have the freedom to do it.
Acorn not going to connect his shot. Tesses burning and forced into the cave, and he's going to get caught in an awkward position that allows Rez to equalize. 55 seconds left in the round. Eventually Rez to fall as m0NESY hit from the long peak, but the bomb is bailing out. It's going back into mid. There's an opening on the A site.
Yeah, pulled everyone away for just a moment, but now they're aware. The comms came in. Even m0NESY hustling to A now. This is going to be a really, really hard take, and now it's smoked off. 40 seconds. You still have options.
You still got to fight your way out of Donut, though. Orp running in. Orp going in, and Magic's going to be able to get a kill. How? How was Nico gone down as well? Falcons, it looked good for them, but suddenly it's all Gamer Legion into the final seconds of this round. It's Kixan coming back in alone. A disastrous moment on the A site here for Falcons. And Kixan looking to pick up the pieces. So many positions to think about here for Kixan. He doesn't even get out of the donut. A huge yell for Ash because he knows that's a round that did not look good for Gamer Legion.
I mean, let's just say it. They had no business winning it. And I always like to kind of try and help bail out of different situations, but that one is just a kill that has to come out in the way of Magis. That's a completely flubbed frag. Probably even a double kill if he gets that first one clean, and it sells that entire defense down the river. But just look at how punishing just that miss can be. Like, they're still in a really strong position, but you miss one shot. You have a man advantage, you have everyone rotating over, you know what's coming, and it all comes crumbling down as soon as one death is taken. Falcons having a tough time getting themselves anchored into this first map.
Everyone very excited about Cash.
For good reasons if she's going to cobble on it.
And it's now going to be officially sanctioned by Valve too. Official cobbling. The timeout for Falcons. Not going to be happy about how that last round went down. Not the start they would be hoping for. And, you know, we're coming in to this game talking about Falcons. Wanted to see them get into full force in the quarterfinals. Just remember what happened in Melbourne. It was a very dominant game for Falcons. Gamer Legion weren't in the series at all the last time they played in a quarterfinal. A better start from Gamer Legion already.
Yeah, it was a complete wipeout, just to reference that. That was IEM Melbourne. 13-4 on Nuke, 13-3 on Train. Both of them wins for Falcons. Gamer Legion wasn't even present really in the server. They got beat real quick. So this is a good reversal for them. Having this kind of resistance early on, T-side Ancient, you've broken their economy a couple of times in the early going. You're sitting with a one-round lead with all the advantages. You got to be very happy considering your position if you're Gamer Legion and you're Ash right now. Round 8 and out of the timeout, Falcons likely talking about the next gun round because here they don't invest anything. Couple deagles, 5-7 on Kixan, which we know can do work, but Falcons shouldn't have a chance at this one. m0NESY brought down to half HP by utility. And Gamer Legion spread in a default looking for pushes.
Oh, nice shot from Ruz. Keeping it clean against m0NESY. Pistols to be unleashed with a flash into the face of Acorn. Rez to be overwhelmed, and the 5-7 doesn't get more than just one. Only losing one player in the round for Gamer Legion as they now go to 5-3.
Yeah, admirable effort from Falcons with the flash peek. Nicely primed and nicely set up, but the weaponry just not there to take them all down. So now we get a little bit of magic inside the server, because this is the first time we'll see this bad boy brought out. m0NESY's picked up his AWP, so in the sense of the AWPing, the game kind of begins right now. Falcons is going to have a new look and a new attitude to him on the CT side, now that m0NESY has the AWP out in the field of play.
Yeah, he's going to try and shake off some of the frustrations, because he's been caught a couple of times so far. Just getting one tapped or taken out of donut a couple of seconds into the round. Gotta feel like he can have more impact with this in his hands. He's going to start towards Donut again and drop back into the A-bomb site. Gamer Legion have taken some space already towards Jag, applying pressure into the cave. They're about to have a fight down to the bottom of the ramp here. Tesses and Kixan bringing the fight to them. And through the smoke, Acorn will go. And an upgrade for Tesses into the AK. He's got Kixan watching his backside as that smoke fades away, but Talson still able to react in time to get a headshot, but it's Rez with all the distraction to get into the back lines and get himself a double.
Dang, that is so cold. Rez He took a big risk, but he's seeing all the attention in B lane. He said, you know what, I'm not going to slow down whatsoever in Cave. That is a devastating double kill, and m0NESY might even lose the off.
Yeah, he's close to PR here. Very close indeed. m0NESY starting to back away, trying to secretly get in mid. PR's on the hunt though, round the back. m0NESY about to be detected. AWP gone. Doesn't get a chance to have impact, and it's Rez to step up with an MVP round here for Gamer Legion. And we heard him just as he qualified into the playoffs. His post-game interview, he was talking about the fact that he feels like they can beat Falcons today because they look mortal. They don't look unbeatable. They don't look like the same Falcons that immediately started getting big results when m0NESY first joined. This is a weaker version of that Falcons squad that we've seen over the last few events.
That's a big difference between, I think, Falcons and Vitality at the moment, and you heard kind of Robs mention it in an interview. The big edge they have over most teams is they have the strongest mentality. Falcons haven't been together long enough to really build that sort of strong mentality. That's what they're in the process of doing right now. So I think Rez is dead on, and that this team, like as strong as they are, as good as they've looked in those best of 5 finals, they've lost to Vitality. Even with the names in the server, they're showing quite a weakness at the moment that can be exploited. And the problem is showing that weakness, you just hear it from Rez. Like, no one's scared of you. They should be, in theory.
But not right now. You got to put that fear into them. And at the moment, Falcons have been unable to do that at the start of the CT half at least. 7-3, the most likely outcome for the next minute and 30 seconds. It's great to see Rez willing to make some plays, take some space. He's going to be such an important player today for Gamer Legion if they are to pull off this feat.
Here's a peek in from ZTR.
Spotted too.
Yeah, but he wants nothing to do with that fight. He's happy with the stalemate. He's just saying, okay, I don't need anything. Good shot from Tesses. It gives a 5-on-4 over to Falcons. And now if they keep getting picked apart, they got to be really careful. So Gamer Legion has grouped up with 3 over towards the A bomb site and going to start probing in and see what they can find.
Well, Magisk does have the rifle here, and m0NESY's deagle will show its might on the first kill on Tal'Sim. Magisk has found a little bit of sanctuary at the back of the fire here as well. And the rest of the Falcons rotating over. ZTR applying pressure to Kickstand, keeping him pinned on the B bomb site, but it's all about the fight today. PR's cleaning up. A double and yet another from m0NESY, and Falcons have a 3v2, and the 2 remaining Ts are completely separated by the distance of the entire map.
It's all on Kickstand. If ZTR gets this kill, it's opened up. Big frag for Kickstand. Now just a core remaining.
And he'll come back through elbow, but m0NESY's deagle will close it. And there's a little bit of m0NESY magic at 3K with the deagle. And Falcons present a difficult round to that of Gamer Legion, one that will cause a timeout.
Yeah, those deagles were powerful from m0NESY, 1 deag headshots, but you know what? That's just a star player keeping you alive in this map. That is exactly the kind of performance you needed from m0NESY or NiKo. One of those 2 to step up and get you a round win you had no business having. And now you can try and turn the fortunes. Now you can try and use that to build some energy behind it. Because Falcons looking at this like we need the last 2 rounds of this half. 4-6 at the moment. You win a round like that, you get flushed with cash. AWP is back out for m0NESY. So a lifeline provided by the newest member of Falcons. And Gamer Legion out of this timeout. Gonna try and respond immediately. AWP in the A-Core's hands, 4 AK-47s, plenty of utility. Round 11.
PR going back to his job of taking mid-control via elbow. Rez, look at all that utility damage. 8 HP and bullets to the wound as well. 2 HP left. NiKo getting a double kill down elbow. Lays down fire and gives okay, NiKo, what are you doing to them? Is there any more? It's just unfair. No one's even seen him. And he goes into the elbow smoke, knows that there can't be more than 3. So he's just going to start flanking around the back as well.
That's the entertainment value out of Falcons we came here to see. We showed up to see. 1 round out of m0NESY, triple kill with the deagle. Now you got NiKo pushing down mid and controlling and winning everything.
And A-Core goes back.
Maybe not everything, but close to everything.
He gives them the start. It's on the rest of the squad to close it out now. Minute left. Rez, who took so much damage at the start of the round, still alive somehow and still fighting forward. A 2v3, not completely unrecoverable, but the big issue is the bomb is down at elbow, and Falcons are watching it.
I think we might just get an extended save here. If you look at Rez and A-Core, there's no money. I think Rez might just try and find some safety. So you're going to want these AK-47s because PR can buy himself, ZTR can get something you might need to drop for Towson, but if you lose these two AKs, this last round buy is going to be real scut for Gamer Legion, so saving is quite important. And Falcons 20 seconds, they still can make the call to go for a hunt, but I think at this stage of the game, they're just like, we have the bomb, let's just secure it. Let's not worry about getting too fancy. They have the money to go for it. But we'll sit at 5-6 going into round 12. To end the opening half of the IEM Dallas quarterfinals, the second one being played. Nice win from Mongols earlier today.
A very nice win from Mongols. Starting to build up some momentum here in Dallas. Another frustrating event exit for Aurora. Been to so many playoffs and yet to really break through to the next level. But that Deagle round from Monacy just a couple prior has opened up a fantastic opportunity now for Falcons to make this a 6-6 half. And they've got to be very happy with that because it hasn't been the best defensive effort.
No, it hasn't been, but also I think when you see Nico build upon it with a triple kill of his own in the next round, that's what gets you excited that maybe Falcons starting to get a little bit of momentum, starting to build into this. Tons of nades down mid. PR brought low, but
coming out.
It doesn't matter if Nico's blind. He's able to get away safely.
Yeah, Rez now pushing up. Oh, Tessa is taking a dink on board. Rez going to keep the pressure up, but the smoke comes down, and that will cancel out his play.
A stalemate, and Gamer Legion used the call.
Currently, the A bomb site is open. You've got Magis playing in Donut as the quickest responder.
They only have one smoke on the hands of ZTR. Magis has backed into the bomb site, which means the rotation of Monacy and Kixin, they'll likely have to go through Temple. It feels like Falcons think this might end at B. Everyone's kind of backing off of A. Everyone's here, but playing very deep. Now pushing back into things, and the hit is coming in now.
Magis looking out of the Temple into the site. It's going to be one kill for him and some damage laid down. Gamer Legion trying to leap into the bomb site. Magis gets so clean from him. The only defender for a long time, and then from the Temple, it's 3. Kicks in, stopping ZTR from making any magic happen, and Rez is on the other side. So Falcons will tie it up. It's going to be a strong finish to the half. 5 players up at the moment. Rez going to try and prevent that clean sheet, and he will do so by taking Tesses out, but now they know exactly where he is, and Falcons won't let this one slide.
Nice thing for them is you have 2 big rounds out of Monacy and Nico to close out this half. You get to go into halftime with a positive attitude, a positive feeling, 3 in a row to tie things up. Falcons, Gamer Legion, second half coming up. 6-6 between Gamer Legion and Falcons, but I'll tell you what, the tension on Falcons seems palpable watching them play. They've got their #1 objective, their #1 goal, which is beating Vitality, awaiting them in the next round of the playoffs in the semifinals. First, they have to get through Gamer Legion, but it feels like they're so scared of getting upset, so worried about the possibility of losing this one and being eliminated early, that they're playing a little bit within themselves. We'll see if this second half can open up. Gamer Legion on the CT side, Falcons going to be attacking into it, and it looks like Falcons going to be running towards the A bomb site.
And Magisk has the smoke ready to pop towards CT with the rest of the team. Gather in A main. Red's starting to get the read on it. He's coming back over to Donut.
ZTR is going to hopefully try and grab a headshot through the smoke, just spamming away as they enter in.
Well, that smoke comes up, does detect m0NESY jumping around the corner, and it's going to be Rez taking the first. m0NESY going down. Tess says to trade it. He'll put the bomb down on default spot. Not going to be denied by Acor. We've got a 4v4 post plan for Falcons to try and work in their favor.
All right, 3 going to be retaking from Donut, Acor, PR, and Talson. ZTR coming from spawn. There's no kits and there's no utility. This has got to be fast and it's got to be convincing.
Yeah, once Magisk gets this info as well, they're heavy Donut. He can accelerate that flank around the back. Nico spots out players. Kicks in going back in towards CT. Now Magisk can start to come in. Coming in through Donut soon. The fights are going down inside of the site though, so he needs to speed up. And PR's got doubles. And Nico stepping up with 1. And finally Magisk's flank is the insurance policy that Falcons need.
So well managed by Falcons. That's actually such beautiful protocols that were set up in that moment of calm as their retake got lined up. I mean, they spot the play out in Donut. They swing all 3 of them in Pen Temple immediately to kill the CT spawn player. And then it's like, all right, we got to play together now. We all got to kind of go out, trade each other out of Temple. This is a beautiful kill. Come right on back. Kixon's got a flashbang, sets up the swing. And Gamer Legion just had no chance. Had nothing in return, no strength on the retake. 7-6 for Falcons. A second round bye though for Gamer Legions. MP9s and 5.7s picked up. This will be contested.
Mac-10 flying in and flying away with Talson. Tessa's going to continue, not stopping at all. And Falcons keep it clean in the follow-up. Look at that streak of rounds now being built up for Falcons off the back of that m0NESY Deagle triple kill round.
The power of a star player just being able to 180 the trajectory of this match. They were getting smashed. That Deagle round reignited Falcons, so yeah, quite a run for them to get this advantage, and nice enough for them. This second round from Gamer Legion, all this investment, it does nothing.
Gets nothing, yeah.
It's a waste.
It's going to be frustrating because now you have to go into the next round and you have nothing to play with either. So we're now looking at 9-6 being stepped up here for Falcons.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, most likely.
Tesses and Nico going to get away from the bomb. Gamer Legion still has some timeouts to burn, so I wonder, I mean, it might be worth calling one early in this half, in the first gun round if you're Ash. And just say, all right, guys, we got to start quick. We can't dig ourselves in a hole in this CT side. It's got to be right now. We'll see if he calls that in the next one. MP9 and 5.7 brought forward by Gamer Legion. But Falcons in a position where they could kind of blow this game wide open as soon as that first gun round comes in. I'm not going to lie to you, dying to a jumping Mac-10 is one of my least favorite ways to die, especially the double jump as well on top of everything.
It's not fun, but it's certainly enjoyable to watch, Jason. It's one of the more beautiful kills we'll get to see. And there's plenty more opportunities for them in this round as well, as Kixon and Tesla still have Mac-10s against weaker weapons.
This time not together, so not ready to pull the trigger on a hit into the B-bomb site quite yet. It looks like Kixon is going to lead the way with an AK in support of Nico. Thought maybe go into cave, but not yet. So it might just be a rinse and repeat at a different timing, but this time Gamer Legion is prepared. They've got 2 smokes. Acor and Talson can block the ramp. Or block cave. And then you've got 4 defenders here.
Gamer Legion, best chance to win the round is with this B stack.
I mean, this is a nice piece of utility to delay this, but Falcons isn't going to be scared. They're just going to say, wait for it, we'll go after the fact, and look at what happens. Yeah.
Mac-10's making money. 4 kills in quick succession. And the B-bomb site topples in favor of Falcons.
It's always just a matter of time. Well managed from Kixon and Falcons. So with 3-round lead now.
And the second half truly begins for Gamer Legion in the next. They've got to put an end to this streak that is starting to build and build for Falcons.
They're going to have money. They're going to get the buyout. Acore is going to have enough for the AWP.
Last time they played this map was back at PGL Bucharest. A 13-7 win for Falcons. Acore going to try and recover a weapon, but caught in the open. There's that 9th round, so guns come in next. Nico will be able to grab another AK-47. There's a MAC-10 and MP9 still on the side of Falcons. We'll see if they decide to keep those and put them into any kind of a use.
I'm sure a lot of people were hoping to see Liege make the playoffs this weekend. FaZe couldn't find the way.
I mean, I know we're in America, but I think a lot of people were excited to see Simple this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. I think that was the main headline.
Yeah. Oh, we got to get that camera perfectly pointed at Tessus. We got to make him look good.
We always have to have a camera on his keyboard these days. Slight tech issue fixed. Oh, the camera fell. Oh.
All right, yeah, we'll take a moment for that.
I like it, action cam.
Yeah, it's good. And right out of the action cam, we get that timeout from Gamer Legion as this first gun round of the second half comes to play. So extended time to chill a little bit. Nice makeup. You look great. Not a lot of time left for Gamer Legion to get this started. They have no AWP in this round for Acore. It's all M4s across the board. They're going to be missing a couple kits for some of these defenders. On the Falcon side of things, standing pat, keeping Kixon and Tessus on the SMGs, the MP9 and the MAC-10. So it might not be fast, but when they decide to go, those SMGs are going to be very aggressive. It still is a very fair question.
The Dallas crowd is always sus, man. It's always sus. Here we go, round 16 underway. Gamer Legion getting a real buy here in the second half, and they didn't go with the AWP. They actually left some extra money in the bank for Acore, and they've gone for 5 rifles.
Keep an eye on where Tessus and Kixon are working together over towards the B bomb site with the SMGs. Gonna move their way through the smoke. There's a line of smokes on the map. As they're traversing across, Magis gets his job to spot out this A main push, and he's got it. Good headshot. No trade quite yet, but Acore, how much does he want to follow up? Running now, now.
Gun out for Magis, he knows, and Acore realizes that window of opportunity is shut in his face, so he's going to back away and get to safety.
Okay, Kixon and Tessus starting to put some pressure over towards the B bomb site. It's Towson alone, and he's got one smoke to utilize. He's got no idea they're this close. He's in trouble.
Towson in trouble, but a double, and he'll be happy with that. He's going to back away, and suddenly Gamer Legion with the advantage.
They lined up for him. That's got to be so frustrating. It felt like the perfect read of the scenario. Nico's lurk over towards elbow might be everything. Acore and Rez going to jump up the boxes. Magis, low HP, but looking for this, but not any longer.
There's the head of Monacy. Peeking up into the open, low HP. Molotov going to force them off the ledge peak. Nico coming out, gets caught. Acore looks back at the right time. And Gamer Legion have 2 low HP Falcons on the other side with no real shot at this.
I don't even know if it matters if you go for it or not. You're not going to win this round with low HP. Neither of them can take a bullet. Monacy stepping forward. Off angle into the corner, and yeah, it's tough. Towson's got another. Magis going to back away.
Gotta be happy if you're Gamer Legion here, because this is a round where they lose the opening kill. Acore tries rapidly to try and get it back on that A main push, unable to do so. And you see Falcons get to play 5v4 as they get ready to go into the B bomb site.
I still think they made a very good call. I think unfortunately the lineup was there, and obviously the fights are a little bit different when you're using the SMGs as well. So, you know, that's Gamer Legion with a nice strong win to get things started. Even Acore can pass his M4 over to PR, pick up an AWP. Oh, heck yeah. Get him in here early. Having the time of his life. A nice Friday afternoon of Counter-Strike.
Fun for all the family. Right now, Gamer Legion looking to have a better time in the second half. Towson earns the high five from ZTR and Ash.
But now you got 5 AK-47s and you got the AWP on Monacy.
Got the AWP out for Acore as well. We know Tessus loves to be a nuisance on the B ramp. We know he loves to try and catch timings.
Well, so does Tessus apparently.
That's what I'm saying. Here he comes, right up to the front of the attack. Nico to follow up, and Towson gone. So space in the B bomb site taken, and in fact, it looks like it might just have to be a safe call here for Gamer Legion.
Yeah.
There's no one nearby, And they're going to start retreating, but the problem is Magisk is here on the other side of the map, and Acor might just barrel into him.
Magisk actually, like, no joke, has the most important role right now. That's a big kill. All taken down. And does Gamer Legion want to have a mission to go try and recover it? Rez moving into A main now, so he might get frisky.
Yeah. Magisk has a chance, right? Oh, what?
What a rat.
ZTR gets wallbound by Kixan. Rez now stepping up. Oh, the Shadow. The Shadow makes him shoot, and Magisk comes in and secures the headshot. It is brutal for Gamer Legion. They lose the opening B call, and they go for a straight 4-man save, and then they lose everything bar PR. Oh, it's a disastrous round for Gamer Legion, just as they were starting to try and build the second half up. Falcons, a super important round at this stage of the game.
What a wild sequence of unfortunate events for Gamer Legion. This is a cool call from Falcons. I mean, I have to imagine that's game plan for that first gun round. They probably saw something in the tape. Gamer Legion like to take a lot of mid control. Exactly what they did. They heard all the utility. They heard the footsteps over in middle, and call is just like, yeah, go challenge at B. Likely only going to be one person there you can find in a heads-up duel with an AK. Gamer Legions get themselves started, but that's a false start at the end of the day. So a little bit more fight, a little bit more battle to get some kind of control in this map.
Rez burned out into the open. He's going to cross over to the left side. They know they've got him pinned in that.
I think Kixan probably realizes there's two players as well.
Oh. Taps away, looking for the second, but he gets back. It's Nico to take that one. Out from heaven, both kills go the way of Falcons. And Gamer Legion a 3v5 hole to try and dig themselves out of. Could Acor start? Kixan's waiting. Could this be the third victim, the Shadow against the wall? Acor's going to retreat into spawn.
m0NESY's getting a lot of time to peek into the B bomb site. Hasn't seen anything just yet.
So much time to sit with a 2-man advantage. The response with a flash peek in towards m0NESY. He's going to miss the shot. ZTR gets one back here for Gamer Legion.
Now the timing on that flash peek aggression from Gamer Legion was just as the rest of Falcons slipped away, so m0NESY unfortunately just had no backup, no one to keep any kind of a space. I don't think Gamer Legion can go for this. They might feel like they have to try and see if they can get something to start to stay in this map, but if they lose everything here, it's over. They flirt with the idea, but back away after all. It's Kixan and Nico in middle to secure the opening kills and the round-ending kills. 11-7 now.
You'd imagine Ash thinking about a timeout soon. Getting into the late stages of this game, and Falcons have control of it.
I mean, his first time out in this half got them around. It's just they couldn't string them together. Now you have to. Townsend, Acor, and ZTR survive with weapons, but what else? Couple dropped guns, and Gamer Legion will have another strong buy going into round 19, but that's not the most exciting thing when you realize they've only won a single round. It's a 5-1 run in this second half, and Ash calls that third and final timeout. One last chance for him to relay the game plans that can get them back into it.
The save in the previous round gives them one last shot. You keep the AWP, you give it back to Acor. Gonna have PR and Towson on rifles, and MP9 to come out in the mix. But for Gamer Legion, this is their last chance on the opening map.
It's their last chance on the map, and I'll tell you what, this map means a lot. I mean, this series means a lot to them. Falcons have been the team that have eliminated them from the quarterfinals back at PGL Bucharest and over at IEM Melbourne just recently. So, I mean, you're looking, if you're Gamer Legion, you're like, yeah, we're really going to let them eliminate us 3 times in the quarterfinals?
And Gamer Legion also not going to be in attendance at the major in Austin.
Yeah, their final hurrah of the season.
Here comes Nico, out of elbow, right into Rez. Towson to follow up, and a great start here for Gamer Legion. They bring the fight to elbow, and out of the Ash timeout into a really solid start.
Look at the difference, though. They do all that mid-pressure, but this time they add a smoke at the top of B ramp. So Tessus is looking for the same fight he had in the first gun round, and it ain't there, because Gamer Legion's just like, we're not going to let you beat us with that. We don't want to deal with that protocol.
And that allows them to get back from mid and then stack up this B bomb site defense towards the end of the round as well. So tough to see a world in which Falcons can even fight into a competitive position from this point. There's the fight for Tesses. Revealing the presence of Falcons. Still up towards the top of the ramp. They'll replenish that top ramp smoke. Tesses can't respect it this time. Goes right through it. Kicksan's got the pick. Rez trying to double up. PR's beside him. And m0NESY now, the last remaining member, retreating back behind the smoke.
Kills are valuable.
And none of them easy. Vision severed by the cloud cover, and so m0NESY starts to retreat back behind the door. That smoke fades away.
He's going to have a save available to him if you want. I don't think Gamer Legion is going to be very motivated to hunt down. So I think his goal right now with the bomb being dropped, he's like, I don't really have a chance of winning this. So let me go try and find like 1 kill, and I'll probably end up backing away off of that.
Yeah, and that 1 kill not presenting itself, and no real reason to go and try and find one.
And Gamer Legion do it again. I mean, a must-win round, essentially. It's not, going to straight up lose you the map, but put you in such a tough situation to come back into it. And they do it again with 4 players surviving, so they don't get punished in terms of economy. Next round's going to be another strong 5 for them. Not bad from Gamer Legion considering the situation they're in.
Yeah, a lot of money, though, for Falcons. m0NESY saving AWP. You've got just under 10K here for Kicksan, and as the round ends, he goes over 10K. So plenty of money across the board for Falcons to get a buyout here. But we're looking at another timeout from Ash into another round victory, and Falcons want to call their own.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the problem, though. You need way more than you have timeouts. You need way more rounds than you have timeouts if you want Ash to be able to win a couple for you. Falcons burn this one, so Zonic on the mic with his team, talking things over, listening in. The winningest coach in Counter-Strike history has had a tough time with this new organization putting things together over the past couple of years. It's been quite a task, and I think a heavier task than he probably anticipated, but this lineup seems to be something he can work with, something he can mold into another group of championship contenders.
He's had a better time over the last 2 months than he has over the last 2 years with his squad, for sure. He's finally got the pieces that he wanted all along. Nico and m0NESY now playing under the Falcons banner, and m0NESY going straight out of elbow, straight into the opening fight, and it's m0NESY to come away with it. A-core down, and Falcons have the advantage to try and grab map point.
Steel was yapping quite a bit in the pre-match about m0NESY's ability to find openings for you. And m0NESY's just backed him up with that first kill, but can't convert a second, and now pushing through smoke. All of a sudden, Gamer Legion have a man advantage.
Yeah, great response from ZTR to double off now. Magisk making his A play out of A main. Rez starting to come back. He realizes this is a possibility. This is an opening.
Yeah, Magisk has done it before as well.
Rez not wanting to commit deeper towards the A bomb site. Has to play in donut.
This is nice, though. No one making a move, no one making anything that can let Gamer Legion know where they are. Everyone's just tucked in, waiting for it, waiting for the bomb to arrive. And then we'll start seeing them move forward. Now, there's 2 smokes, 2 Molotovs that Falcons can use to plant this bomb safely. Magisk wanted to fight. Gonna force Rez back, has the information. Bomb gonna be planted in the corner safely. And we have a retake at hand. 4 for Gamer Legion, 3 for Falcons.
ZTR blinded just as he wanted to go through that CT smoke.
No more utility available for Falcons when these smokes fade. Gamer Legion moves forward.
ZTR charging out of tempo. Magisk around the back of the big box. He's got a double kill, and that'll force them back. They have to relinquish this round. Rez is going to fall away. And Falcons up to map point here on Ancient. The opening map of the quarterfinals looks surely like it's going in the way of Falcons.
Ash looks a little bit disappointed too with how all that's played out. Not exactly probably what he wanted to during the timeout that Falcons called. He relayed some ideas and didn't look like it got done quite the way he envisioned. 4-round lead for Falcons, 4 chances to close out Ancient. And look at the teamwork from Falcons as well. The kills across the team are wild. 12 for m0NESY, Tesses, Magisk, 13 on Nico. It's Kicksan at 16 and 9 to lead the way. But a very good team affair going deep down the roster. And that one hurts if you're Gamer Legion. But time to buckle up. Off for A-Core, MP9 for ZTR. You've got rifles otherwise.
The bomb starting to drift back over towards A. A-Core is going to have his scope positioned looking deep into A main. Hoping that he can peel away a kill. Quickest rotating player available is Rise. So pressure certainly on A-Core's shoulders here. Just one player in A main though at the moment is Magisk. The rest of Falcons combining to take mid control.
Well, they've got it quietly. Now utility, a little bit of a push towards the B bomb site. Tess is under pressure from 2 choke points. Mid control for Falcons.
Res opening headshot. A-Core follows up. Gamer Legion looking good at the start of the round, at least on players. m0NESY taking a dink on board. He's still going to get away with it. He is still going to get away with equalizing kill. And now pressure on A-Core. Gets back to it on Magisk. Can the stand-in stand up to keep his team on the map? He looks back into the donut. m0NESY's waiting, and another one from m0NESY's mighty AWP. And it's ETR with everything to do. And the inevitability of m0NESY delivery impact comes in the final round. It will be Falcons to open up with the opening map of the quarterfinals. This is a squad that are destined to try and get into the semifinals to play against Vitality, and they're one map win away from doing it.
Rez, where am I?
You're in a hotel room in Katowice.
A hotel? Looks more like a hospital to me.
Yeah, perfect.
I was tuning into the major, G2 was winning, then all of a sudden there was this blast.
Was this before or after they lost their FaZe in the semis?
FaZe? In the semis? Give me that. Spirit defeat FaZe 2-1 to win Shanghai Major.
Don't worry, we go through it all slowly.
Magic's popped off. I must be dreaming.
This are gonna take a little adjusting to, okay?
No, it's all wrong. That's so right. Never mind, it's cooked.
The world's different now.
Wait, what is that?
Oh, this whole thing? What do you think?
It's so weird.
The young prodigy is yet to peak. They're both of us.
Huh?
Click over the pitch, Josh. Should I say, steal?
And still picks up an ace. 5 pounds.
That's right. Let's see it. Show us the black and red.
Wait, what?
It ain't 2014, Ankh. Your options are limited.
Put a bow on it. The Falcons have delivered Ancient 13-8, putting Gamer Legion to the wayside in map 1 of this quarterfinal. Intel Extreme Masters Dallas, by the way, we're live. It's 2025, and the arena is pretty full. I gotta admit, there's a lot of NA Counter-Strike fans around here. Yanko, Steel, and myself guiding you through this quarterfinal. So first map done and dusted. Pretty much lock it in. I mean, you can't really explain dominance to the way that you did at a certain point if you look at the score lines.
Yeah, I think the Falcons did a great job of bouncing back into the game, right? I think they could have been more dominant on the CT side. I think that one round where Magus sort of whiffs the spray really hurt them to have a better scoreline in the first half, and they benefited a lot also from winning both pistols. I think for Gamer Legion that cannot happen, right? When you're an underdog of the size that they are in this game, you have to win at least one, give yourself some breathing room, give yourself a buffer.
Yeah, which kind of makes me look over on the side of what's going to be Tessus and m0NESY over towards round 10 and some of the things Falcons were able to put together there.
Yeah, I think round 10 was kind of the real turning point for the side of Falcons in this game. This is the first fight that actually Tessus won on Cave there, and then m0NESY getting this one dig as well. I think this happens twofold. One is that Tessus was losing his fights in Cave. He lost it in round 4 and round 7, the only 2 other times that he took a fight at Cave. And I think that kind of let things spiral out of control for Falcons, but also it let Gamer Legion stay in control of the rounds there. And then when Gamer Legion wasn't able to get that kill, when Tessus either gets the kill or he's able to survive and Gamer Legion doesn't have that opening into the round, I think that's when everything starts to kind of collapse for them. They need that opening.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also we had back-to-back rounds really where right after this, okay, maybe it's not the end of the world for Gamer Legion, you know, sucks to lose a round like that. But after that, you know, gun round, going into it, great utility from the side of Falcons, doing a lot of damage, and then Nico for the mid fight, you know, finally finds some impact. Great double kill here. Now he's just going to sort of read him in the corner with the one tap, and after this, the Gamer Legion players are going to just save their guns.
Yeah, and adding on to this round, when Nico's going for that, not only does he have like another teammate with him mid, he's got set up from nades coming from Red Room, and Tessus, he's kind of getting that spam battle, locking down that cave angle so he can't die, but also it's kind of giving barrier of protection to Nico there so that they're able to get that. But I like that confidence that comes out. Oh, we just won a big round with Deagles. Let's go and just get in their faces. You know, we've been kind of giving up middle this entire game, and that's what Gamer Legion was doing. They would walk out mid, kind of in that second interval of the round. Then once they had that space, they're kind of able to do whatever they want. Everyone from Falcons is playing so much respect, falling back, giving so much space. They lose a bad duel, whether it's Magis can't get a kill out from the donut push, or it's Tessus dying in cave. That's the opening Gamer Legion had all throughout the game, and that turn of events for Falcons just being like, you know what, we're going to run it down and get in your face. That's when we saw life just resurge through their bodies.
I think that's where you saw the game being over, kind of for Gamer Legion. You know, not because they lost like 2 rounds that maybe they shouldn't have or whatever. It's because Nico and m0NESY had back-to-back good individual rounds, right? And if they're showing up, then there's not really going to be much for Gamer Legion to do in this game.
6-6 half, you win both pistols. The Tessus show is surely in town today, which is nice for the side of Falcons. You know, we talked a lot about the idea that Nico and m0NESY have to be activated in the server, and then the others have to somehow toe a line to make it make sense. But no, when Tessus shows up in a big way, that also goes pretty far. I have to say, look, commiserations though, over on the side of Gamer Legion, Talzin playing lights out.
It feels like, well, on the point of Tessus, I feel like everyone on the side of Falcons kind of took turns showing up each round, because Tessus definitely didn't, like, I think they were pretty even. There was like a 1 to 2 kill difference throughout like 4 or 5 even of the players on Falcons. I didn't look at the final scoreboard there, but, you know, a couple of the rounds went the way of Gamer Legion because Tessus doesn't win a fight. So, you know, if he's able to pick up 1 or 2 rounds on the flip side of things, cool. But it just feels like Gamer Legion, just the domino effect that happens within each round as a vacuum, it kind of feels like that overall thing happens as well, where the entire game falls apart for them. Outside of the server, they start to tilt. Everything collapses just from like one bad round, one bad death. They don't know how to regain their focus and regain their footing.
I think the problem was also for Falcons, we were talking about m0NESY is the only player to have over 1 rating in this tournament. Well, now all 5 were over 1 rating. You know, everyone had their moments. I think Falcons did a great job in the second half of just winning the key rounds, you know, winning the pistol and converting. Then even when they would lose a round, they managed to get the reset right after. And it was just a difficult situation for Gamer Legion to be in, always having to play from the back foot, always feeling that pressure that you have to do something, you know, in the rounds because your opponents have the advantage.
Let's start talking about Gamer Legion starting on the CT side of Nuke and how they can't afford to be flat-footed on that start. They can't afford to let the Falcons get in control of this game right away, right out of the game.
I think that's going to be problematic for them because the Falcons seem very much in control. They haven't made really many mistakes on this map. They seemed very confident, you know, that they were going to come out on top. Some frustration here and there, but all the players had their moments. No one is really disappearing from the server. So for the side of Gamer Legion, going into a map like Nuke, CT side with a stand-in, all the rotations and everything, I'm not sure what their plan is going to look like going into this one.
I think the main thing for them is to shut down whatever Nico is going to try to do outside, whether he's trying to sneak down secret or try to make an opening out in like Big Garage or wrap to Heaven. And that's going to fall onto Acor. It's going to fall onto Rez to be able to really just control that aspect of the game. And I think the other aspect is Gamer Legion, I think, needs to just play a standard game of Nuke and not try to go through like their gimmicky, like, let's do lobby push now. You know, there was a round like the last time they played where a couple of HEs came through the ceiling, through the skylight, and then that's the kind of trigger. It's like, dude, why are you doing that? You should be only doing that when you know like there's 3 or 4 players outside, but you're doing it and you're walking right into where you know the enemy's setting up. Like, audible, cancel, get out of that play. Do something different. Just rely on playing standard.
And I think I don't really have doubts that Falcons are going to be able to close this out. So I'm looking a little bit more into the future and the big picture. You know, Nico hasn't had a good nuke. It feels like, you know, ever since Maus in Melbourne or Maus in Copenhagen, right, in the semifinals. So I think it's important for him at this stage of the tournament to just find his form on that map in particular, because in some of those finals against Vitality, you know, well, most notably the last map of the Melbourne Grand Final, like, if he was able to do a little bit more, especially on the T side, it would have been enough for Falcons to win the game. And it's just been a struggle, and he hasn't seemed to have been able to find his flow on the map, which used to be a staple for him.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We do have that short break, that very, very short break. We're going to jump into Nuke. We're going to see if Falcons can finish the job here against Gamer Legion and net themselves that berth against Vitality in the semis tomorrow. It's the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025.
Don't get bigger than this. Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike is becoming here. Mind melting from Ruteris. The cathedral of Counter-Strike. 10 years in the making, conquering the cathedral.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Counter-Strike Combine 2025, Dallas, Texas, coming direct, hot, and into your living rooms around the globe. We're going to have the best Counter-Strike players in the world put through a bunch of tests, trials, and tribulations. Do you have what it takes to win in Texas? We've had our best man on the job, Rushley A. Rushleson, defining and coming up with a couple of new techniques on what Counter-Strike players should be bringing to the server. Let's find out if they've got what it takes. How do you feel about peeling and taking a bite of a banana?
Bad idea.
Which part?
Swallowing. I need to eat.
You don't need to eat the whole banana, just take a bite.
I do have to open banana,
Yes.
or that you said peel
Yes.
it. What do you mean peel it?
Peel open it, yes.
Ah, okay, okay. Sorry, I'm from Russia. Man, I don't understand this.
Just peel the banana, take a bite, okay?
What am I doing here, man?
Strong peeling technique there, in the mouth, chewing now.
He actually opened the mouth.
11 seconds. That's not a bad time.
I'm taking this banana. I will not chew it, I'll just swallow it. Are you really? Nico, you're not doing it, you need to chew it. Why? Don't need to chew it. Bro, you're not going
Don't
to
choke, all right? All right. Oh. Oh, he's not happy with the bite size. That's just a nibble.
It's a small
That's
bite,
a
okay?
nibble.
It's a small bite.
Oh, it's a plus 1 second. Okay.
Plus one?
So we've
What is
given
this
him.
referee? What plus one?
Look, you got to take it up with the tournament management.
Well, look how much I bite.
Yeah, look, it's not fair in life, Monasi. For the size of bite, he's taken 1 second off your time.
Okay,
And giving me 1 second extra.
Let's bring in our next task. How are you with utility?
Very good.
All right, we get 3 shots. We're going to be measuring your accuracy, not time.
Whistle normal then.
I just wanted, it's very sporty, isn't it? Oh, it's returned.
Okay. Okay. Wait.
He sped through the shots there. Nothing lands, but I would like to give 1 point for the return on deflection.
Hey, that's not fair.
Hit the board, came back. He's hit the net. Oh!
No, that was a bad throw. Wait, 1-1, yeah?
Well, I feel, turn this into a 0.5. If this is only worth 1, then the bounce back's only worth a 0.5.
No way.
Nico wins.
Man, it's always like this, against me. Everyone against me.
Are you happy with the results of today?
Yes.
Do you guys feel ready for Texas?
Yes, insane ready.
Yeah, let's defend the title.
All right.
We'll eat bananas, drink water, and play basketball.
Perfect. That's exactly what we need to make Counter-Strike great. Thank you, gentlemen.
Gamer Legion got smoked on their own map pick of Ancient, so now they move on to the pick of Falcons, the battleground they have selected. It's Nuke as the second map in this quarterfinal series. Vitality waiting in the wings, waiting in those semifinals for who they'll face off against. Falcons, not the cleanest game on map 1, but they still breeze right through Gamer Legion.
They do indeed, and you can see why they wanted to bring this fight to Nuke. The last time they played in the quarterfinals out in Melbourne, it was a 13-4 win in favor of Falcons. As the Falcons, the form has dropped coming into Dallas. The Falcons, they look weaker than we've seen them over the last couple of weeks. And as we build into the pinnacle of Counter-Strike in Austin just around the corner, Falcons want to book a semi-final spot against Vitality and see how high the ceiling truly goes.
It's the last chance to build a little bit of confidence, a little bit of energy within the team, feeling like you're on the right page, like you're set to take on the best teams in the world. Dallas, quarterfinals set to complete. Gamer Legion need this map where they are eliminated and Falcons will move on. It's Nuke. It's going to be Gamer Legion on the CT side defending against Falcons' attack.
A lot of util into this one for Falcons. Quickly heading into the lobby with 4 players. The A-bomb side's going to see some love. Taliesin and ZTR set up together to try and deal with the Falcons' threat. Match is ready to drop that smoke in towards main. And that door will swing open, signaling the sign to go.
All right, kicks in a little bit of utility on the roof. Taliesin's going to shift away. Oh, this is the worst time for them to move this defense. Here it comes.
Now the hit comes in just as they adjust, and we've got ZTR in the first, the second, and the third as he knocks them down with the dual Berettas, gunslinging his way to a 4K, and Gamer Legion hold on.
Oh, and he's pointing at him as well. He wants to let him know. Showing him where he's at on the stage.
Yeah, bringing some energy into this map now for Gamer Legion. Fell flat in that second half, but starting off Nuke with some energy from ZTR.
Yeah, it's a lovely way to get things started, having a player pop off like this. It's good for him individually, gonna have confidence moving into the next few rounds.
Especially when it's your in-game leader too, right? Once your leader stepping up, charging forward like that.
And in-game leaders will all tell you they call better when they're playing better, so nice start for Gamer Legion. We'll see if Falcons can return this. I doubt it. Only one deagle picked up, mostly a save for Falcons. They got nowhere near the bomb site. Yanko on the desk talking up the Nico Nuke angle. He's obviously he's got a long history with this map of some unfortunate shots and unfortunate losses, some heartbreaking losses. Sure. Now he's got to win on it to get into the semifinals. A couple players fall. Tess is in Monacy.
Gamer Legion had a decent start in the first half of H. It wasn't enough to keep them going as Monacy 3K Deagle round turned out to be the catalyst to the comeback from Falcons. They gained control from that point in the game in the first half and able to round things out. Gamer Legion hoping they can get an even cleaner start here and build on it. Heard the Dash talking about when you're an underdog team, you can't afford to lose rounds like that.
Yes, and well, yeah, not even losing, you can't afford to take losses. Like, you can't afford the mistakes here, right? If Kixon's Deagle opens things up, maybe you lose 2 players, 3 players. Those are resources you cannot afford to drop at this moment. Good find from Rez. So much safety so far back, and ZTR is not going to let anyone cross. This round is done. It's going to be 2-0 for Gamer Legion, and we'll get AKs in the next round for Team Falcons.
There's one nice shot from Nico. Couldn't follow up. ZTR to close him out. And one casualty for Gamer Legion. Money builds, and we've got Falcons getting into the bye.
Yeah, we'll get AK-47s. Galila's going to be on Tess's, who picked up the Deagle in the previous round, but this is the first chance for Kixon, who top fragged in the first map on Ancient for his team, leading from the front. It's the first chance for him to start digging into the playbook and setting things up as this half goes deeper. Keep eyes on Nico outside, obviously. As I mentioned, Yanko bringing him up as someone who needs to have a good game, and it would just be great for him to have a good game here on Nuke, but such a critical part of the map.
Miss Molly here. Rose is going to stay committed outside behind the smoke regardless. His eyes on Tessas at the top of the silo. Uncomfortable for Rez, but he's going to get away.
He's so happy. That was a Galil, but Nico never spotted Acor up on the roof. He's probably looking closely into the smoke, see if he can spot Rez taken down. It looked like it was going to go the other way. Now a 4 versus 5.
Well, PR put under quite a bit of pressure. He's got Towson to try and alleviate some of it. Magis stays committed to the push, and he spotted a little bit of Towson in the air. PR swings, and he gets a double out of the MP9. He actually gets both kills from that. And that's giving Gamer Legion a huge advantage now to close out 4v2.
Yeah, but upper bomb side, only 1 defender, and it's Rez with low HP. Now he's in a tough spot, but if something goes wrong, if he takes a bullet, anything, Tess is going to clear him out.
He's going to take more than that. Yeah. Leg to the head. Rez falls off, and we got Falcons in the upper bomb site.
Yeah, now we're in. Bomb being planted for Heaven, backside of the silos. PR, he doesn't want to flank because he's got no HP. Gamer Legion is getting funneled, I think, into some choices, some decisions that they really don't want to make, but have to because of the health.
Well, Tessa has given away his position, trying to lay down some bullets through the main smoke. PR is so low coming in from Heaven. Relies upon the main prong to the approach to get them in. And now Tessez has to be tight in his hold. He's not going to be able to do it. Falcons unable to pick up their first round win. Tessez gives them the bomb plant though, and that's 3 in a row here for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, both Falcons players go into HUD and kind of work their way towards lobby, towards Squeak Door, where they're going to be blocked off. So coming back in, they didn't have any strong positions. They had plenty of time to find them. And you could see Kixon when he comes back in, he's like, the only option I really have is to fight. Here's that clear from Tessez.
He's seen the shadow off the silo. Yeah. Knew exactly where to go.
But that decision from PR with 4 HP not to flank ends up being a brilliant decision to make. Really well done from PR, understanding the situation. Got a headphone off and a referee in the camera view, and you know what that means. That means we got a little tech pause.
A tech pause indeed. But best in the business will get it resolved quickly.
Oh, Dallas, I see you guys got beer this year. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, no chance required this time. Keep bringing some great signs as well every single year. They just keep getting better and better as the day goes on. It seems to be something with more beer, better signs.
Yeah.
Something there, Jason?
There's some magic. All right. 3-0 for Gamer Legion. Timeout coming to a close. Round 4 settling in. Acor with the AWP for Team Falcons after this 3-round loss to start the half. Their T-side is going to be a tough affair. They're going to have to grind the rounds. They don't have the luxury of the buffer provided by a pistol. And this one they're playing with Tech-9s and Deagles. They got plenty of utility.
Quick take of outside for Nico, and bullets land at his chest, but he still makes it across. Gets down Secret. Now the rest of his teammates attempted to get past Red's bullets. They will actually get by. Oh, honestly, a couple extra right there at the end.
Only one player's rotated downstairs, though. Magic's going to be the lurk. It's ZTR over in Vents, but he's not so much... Okay, 2 players over in Vents. So ZTR hops out with that smoke. Confident nobody encroaching, but when it fades, they will push in. And now Rez has come into the Vents as well. So doubled up on the defense in Secret.
There's a swing of Nico's Deagle. Grenade's going to land in towards him, and they push right into the rifle. They overwhelm him, and so Red steps up in his stead. He'll go into the peak, and Monacy's landed one in the meantime on the back of Talsin. He's now Testes looking for a follow-up kill here on the Deagle of his own. And Falcons are in this fight.
Monacy could win this. Oh, he has no idea. Rez. Oh, he doesn't know Rez. Okay, sound cue up towards the upper bomb site. Tess is now lurking down low. You got to deal with Acor up in the heaven.
1 HP for Monacy. Oh, that grenade's going to get him, but the bomb goes down. The bomb gets planted. Crucial milliseconds fall in favor of Falcons, and here's the Testes flank.
They don't know about this, so they can't hustle.
Oh, he does. He reads it. He reads the play. He goes back, gets his gun out in time. And now it is Magic required. We talk about experience and the lack of stage experience for Gamer Legion. None more experienced than Magic, and he's going to wait back in the hut. He's got himself one in Acor. He's got to let that experience shine. He lands the dink up towards heaven. But enough health for PR to stand and the defuse to come through for Gamer Legion.
Very, very close as well, because Rez defusing with no HP, or excuse me, PR defusing with low HP. That could have been a double kill. All right, let's see what you got. What a slideshow. We'll come back to it, guys. It was basically an image anyways.
Needs an Intel Core Ultra upgrade, I think. Here's Magic's attempt.
Very dangerous.
You have to remember that was with pistols for Falcons.
Yeah, I was going to say a very dangerous round for Gamer Legion. Acor getting aggressive behind this smoke. Last time it was Rez. He was caught, but only a Galil couldn't finish him off. So Rez, okay, he sees a little bit. Smoke coming in. And Tesses doesn't want the peak this time.
Rez at red. Goes into the open, spots out Tesses at the silo.
Yeah, but that flash is a signal. Now they know someone's at Rez.
Yeah, Nico's so ready for him as well. Red sliced open by Nico. Acor trying to cleave one off the top of the silo. There's a replenishment of the reinforcements here. ZTR's arrived from Secret to go and challenge Nico, but Nico's got both. This is his position. This is his domain. And outside in control of Falcons.
Yeah, given some footsteps in the nade trajectory from Secret. He wants Acor to be calling out that one's gone down low. But Gamer Legion in the 3v5, they've just chosen to stack this upper bomb site. Ooh, if Falcons finish here, it could be a train wreck.
Yeah, Taliesin to the back of the site, just spots a little bit of Testes, but it doesn't matter because Magic has come through. Monacy follows up, and they run over the A-bomb site. It's going to be a safe call here for Acor, back it away. Monacy on that hunt. Nice shot from Acor. He realizes he's now in a very dangerous spot where they likely will try and take that AWP away from him.
Magis has done some really solid work in these first 2 maps on the flank. Away from the action as that solo player, the guy who's expected to always make sure plan B is available. I don't think Acor goes for this. That one kill kind of gave him an idea of the potential, but decides to back away at the end of it. But yeah, great lurking performance from Magisk, even if the volume of fragging isn't anything crazy. And once again, here he finds the escape route. So first round for Falcons on Nuke.
Acor hanging on to the AWP. We got $7,500 in the bank for PR. We'll see what kind of buy Gaming Legion can throw together here.
It's going to be a solid buy, but they're going to be out of money after this. PR has to spend all that cash dropping rifles over his teammates, so it's going to be really awkward for Gamer Legion moving forward. This is maybe the first big chance that Falcons have at breaking that economy, resetting it, and giving themselves a chance to scrape together a couple easy rounds to close the gap on the scoreboard. So really big round for both of these teams. It represents for Falcons the ability to keep this close and get into the match early. For Gamer Legion, extend that lead and try and bury Falcons if you could win this one.
CTR and Towson boosted up on top of Hut. They're going to play there together. In the meantime, there's a bucket of flashbangs waiting on top of the roof.
This has to be a double pump though, right? This has to be like a round of utility for an upper exec that forces out all the counter nades. It's too early in the round for this to be a commitment. Surely.
Well, they're going to go on it. They're going to go on the first time of asking. And knocking at the door, as Tess says, but there were 2 players on the Hut. 2 players on the Hut. And maybe that'll still come back to bite Falcons, but yet to make his move. Still waiting inside of the Hut smoke. ZTR ready to strike. Magis goes back and nearly clears it, but ZTR, a little bit of magic dropping off the Hut. Monacy's going to clear him out though. Evens the numbers out at 55 seconds, and the pause button has been hit. There's still time to stay composed for Falcons down in the site.
Good nade, a little bit of extra damage and making PR nervous. Monacy going to tap the bomb. They might want to bail out to the lower bomb site. This has been so harassed, so contested. I don't think they're going to be comfortable anyway. Neither of them can cover Mini. They have to choose if they want to cover Heaven or Mini.
PR comes in at the perfect time. Tessus looks away, so it's Monacy looking for his first big clutch here of the quarterfinals. 25 seconds left, and Monacy bails out.
Yeah, but Rez has the read. He's actually kind of beat him a little bit with some pacing, although he pauses over in ramp room, thinks maybe Monacy ran back out towards lobby, but now he's going to be here to pin Monacy behind Silo.
When you've got Monacy, you've always got a chance in the clutch here, and it's a straight-up fight between Rez. Half HP dropped a little further for Rez, now at 40.
Oh, this reposition is brutal. I think Rez is just beat. There's no way you expect this.
Look how quick and decisive Monacy is in these situations. The room fills with his name. And the kill feed is incredible for Monacy. So comfortable in the clutch.
Look at that smirk as well.
Dallas celebrate a Monacy moment again.
Man, I have to imagine he got a little bit scared when that smoke comes out. He just had to spam the angle when he thinks Rez is moving into it. It's a great reposition, but almost outpositions himself. If Rez is able to make it to the bomb, this round is basically over. Monacy just has to guess that he's going to walk in as the smoke blooms. A second round. And there's the economic break Monacy was looking for. USPs for Gamer Legion.
Stack of players here at Secret. All on pistols as Nico has his crosshair pinned, ready to punish a peek. Temporarily throwing utility down and kicks in to clear out Rez. And the A play is here for Falcons. They'll walk into an empty site.
Nice and easy. 1 kill and it's over. So there's that kind of easy round they get to close the gap. It's going to be 3-4 now as the bomb gets planted by Nico. And for Gamer Legion, probably going to start trying to have a conversation here as this round finishes up about how they want to change this defense. I think, you know, Nico's only got 3 kills, but he's had a couple nice rounds outside. So Falcons, that might be something Gamer Legion is thinking. We've seen them be aggressive towards Redbox a couple of times. We've seen them play passive back in Garage, so probably just a conversation about how they want to work it into this next gun round. Good kills from Monacy. Heating up. Farming Ecos, it all looks good.
Yeah, Eco in the last of the crops. He's just around the corner, and Monacy's going to find it. 3 rounds in a row for Falcons. I think Rez is going to be frustrated from a couple of gun rounds ago when he gets up to red. He felt like he was in a strong position.
Yes.
Just didn't catch a favorable timing. I don't necessarily think they can't go back to that. based on how it went.
They can still go back to it. They've just used it twice already in this half so far. So I mean, once you use it, that much, I think Falcon's going to be kind of aware of the possibility. They've already shown that they're not getting caught off guard by it, right? So it might not be worth the investment of manpower and utility. But here we go, aggressive again. I take it all back. This time, past red box.
Yeah, Rez has some help this time, and in fact, he's gone through the smoke. On the back is Tessa, and it's going to be ZTR on the first, Reds on the follow-up, and this time outside success for the CT side of Gamer Legion. Tessa's fighting on so many different fronts, 3 players all around the smokes, and the aggression for Gamer Legion outside pays off.
Yeah, this time they really get the reward out of it. Previously it was maybe just delayed, maybe just an annoyance, but this time it's an emphatic victory for the aggressive stance. 1 versus 5, and off the top of that success, a round where you have no money and you've just rebought into, you're gonna feel flush with cash after keeping 4 players alive if you can get there. Just Magisk remaining to find. And he should go for kills. Shouldn't be a save for Magisk in this scenario.
Gamer Legion's first round win outside of the initial 4 picked up. Ash happy with the response of the CT side once the guns have come back out. This is Rez pushed up in the smokes. Absolute chaos for Falcons to try and figure out, especially Tessas, who's just standing in the open fighting 3 different fronts.
Yeah, they never had a good read on where everyone was. They were looking for ghosts the whole time. Round 9. Mac 10 on Kixon. Over towards ramp room we go.
Fast.
They've got some pep in their step.
Indeed they do. Tessa's getting into the vent. The kicks at Mac 10 flying through. Tessa's got a knife kill. Oh, this is not the start Gamer Legion would have liked in the follow-up round. And Falcon's just barreling down into B.
And as soon as Tessas gets that kill, if you're Gamer Legion, you're like, oh, we can't go down vents. Oh, now he's gonna be aggressive. He wants to hold on to it instead of dropping the smoke. Might come back to haunt them. Might regret that decision, but for now, Nico can hold them at bay.
Important kill to be won there by Rez. Follow-up utility smokes, flashes, forcing them back into secret.
That's the one. All 3 of them are behind the smoke. They have to bail out. They don't have the time to wait for it. So Falcons gonna win a hard-fought round. Shock and awe with Tessas dropping vent paired with the ramp rush. The early rotation to get down towards control or decon through vents just gets ruined.
Yeah, 4th round 1 with a little Falcons flair. I'm sure we'll get to see that knife and how it went down for Tessas. But changing it up, that's what Falcons can do. Quicksand very happy to pick up a Mac 10 and just go front in, create space, create a little bit of chaos.
And sometimes strats and tactics are just that easy. That is entirely designed for Tessas to just get that one fast rotation kill. You know if there's a ramp rush, an upper player is going to try and get downstairs as fast as humanly possible. Going to throw caution to the wind. It's still early. There's smokes everywhere. There's malls. He's feeling safe. But coming into the vent, he never saw Tessas.
Yeah, ZTR makes that quick rotation. So decisive about it. He's now going to be on notice for the rest of the half. A little more wary about getting into the vent. Oh, good push into the hut here from Acorn. Advanced setup with the AWP, and it peels away with a kill on Magisk.
And it also opens up the chance for PR to take a risk and start pushing into the smoke over towards Trophy Room. Now he's going to be able to wrap around.
Speaking of wrapping around, look at Tessas.
Yeah, this round's gonna get weird.
Look at Tessas. He's got Telson running right into him. Second kill, nearly. ZTR ensures the trade and keeps his team in this fight. Now, Rez is still at the back of the garage, and we've got Falcons moving outside as PR takes over lobby. Gamer Legion so active on the CT side right now.
I wonder what Acor is going to do with this op. It's over towards the control vent for the moment, but PR just said everything's clear. You can actually go elsewhere. So now he's got to be concerned over towards Mini Garage. They've been spotted crossing, not wanting to use utility. There's 1 kill from Acor.
Oh, yeah.
He can back off. PR's coming in slowly but surely.
Yeah, Rez can take the distraction, the initial fights, but that's the PR flank. And it's Nico with a 1v3 ahead of him. It's going to be a tough clutch to get into here for Nico.
Well, the bomb's all the way out and outside, so it's going to be an extremely tough clutch. Yeah,
got to play on hoping an elimination, and of course not going to happen as ZTR nails him in the head. We've got 6 rounds picked up for Gamer Legion.
Still, I think if you're Falcons right now, you got 2 rounds remaining in this half. You're sitting, you're feeling in a comfortable place. You're not in a bad spot. You didn't win pistol, so you knew this half wasn't going to be a large snowball where you just blow up the scoreboard. You've been grinding back into it, fighting back and forth. 4 rounds at this point is not bad. You get 1 more, you're happy. You get 2 more, you're ecstatic. So timeout to see what they can scrape together. Op still in the hands of Acor. And what else does Kixon have in his bag of tricks? The cheese for the knife kill and vents has already been used.
Well, Kixon's going to go to Tech 9. Khalil for Tessas, 3 AKs on the rest. Acor with some confidence. He went for the hot push in the previous round for the opening move. He's gone outside this time. Not going to net him the kill, and realizes there's a timer on how long you can hold that position. So drops back, repositions. He'll be over towards Secret early on. A lot of smokes outside right now for Falcons, and not a whole lot of players.
No, but they've attacked down towards Secret a number of times throughout this half, very frequently. So even just the smokes outside is going to make Gamer Legion a little bit nervous. They have dropped Acor down there with the AWP. So considering the fact that at this point, perhaps Falcons lining up at the Secret stairs, they would be incorrect if that's their line of thought, because the upper bomb site is in trouble.
It's in a lot of trouble. And the player to get them out of it is ETR in the back of the site, and Towson up on the rafters. It's only one from Towson. It's ETR on the cleanup instead, and a single kill from the back of the site is not enough. Acor waits in the vent. Coiled, ready to fly up, uses the utility instead, and with the bomb going down, it's PR to take the next step forward, but he gets caught with Kicksan just hiding behind the box.
And Acor's Molly gave away exactly where he was playing from. The Molly trying to keep a defender out of there to make sure that the Heaven player can actually get out, not be harassed by a player at vents, but it sells Acor, and he'll probably lose everything. Indeed, he will. Nicely done from Monacy, leading the way with 12 kills for Falcons, the only one for Falcons in double digits. You know what? That's probably true.
As a North American, you got to say that,
yeah,
Jason.
It's probably true. Kixon's done a great job. I mean, the 2 trades with Tech 9's coming out of the smoke as well, calling a great game. The little peekaboo up towards Heaven, really well done. Little frustration for Gamer Legion. They had that hot start in the half at 4-0, but it's been a 5-2 run since then. Falcons have gained control of the gun rounds.
It was a 6-6 half in the first half of Ancient as well. Falcons having to play from behind to get that even score line. Looking forward again here. They should be able to do it, given Gamer Legion's situation.
It's a rough buy, isn't it? 5-7 on ZTR, Deagle on Res. Really, really labored with utility. Only a couple pieces remaining. 1 kit to work with. And you can see Falcons, they're so comfortable playing it slow, seeing if there's going to be any pushes, anything crazy. And Kixon lining up for the outside smokes. Nico's going to utilize those over at Red Box. And we'll see what kind of movement it forces in the defensive Gamer Legion. Did he lose his smoke?
I'm just happy to see the smokes landing this year. You know, we
That's true.
We were celebrating Stewie actually landing the smokes outside, so I'll take it.
Well, I mean, it's odd because now the timing of that smoke wall is so disjointed that Nico just backs away. He's like, I actually can't utilize this anymore because it's just a little too weird.
Acor has been all over the show with his AWP, this time towards ramp. Unfortunately, they're not coming towards him yet. They're going to apply pressure into the top side again. It's Towson and ZTR with weaker weapons. PR out towards Mini. 28 seconds on the clock. Falcons looking to close the half at a 6-6 scoreline. Magisk opens up. Towson shuts the door on 2, but it's ETR's 5-7, the last hope, the last line of defense of this upper site with Acor. And the AWP's going to strike. ZTR going down, and so will Acor as he falls to the ground. It's a 6-6 scoreline. Falcons hoping for a 2-0. They switch to the CT side next.
Deja vu on map 2 as Falcons storm back, a comeback to tie things up 6-6 at the end of the first half. But Gamer Legion is hoping the future holds something a little bit different for them because map 1 ended in a loss, and if that happens here, they are eliminated out of the playoffs at Dallas. So looking to bring this to Inferno if they possibly can.
Yeah, that second half did not go so well for them after securing 6-6. Only won 2 rounds in the second half. It's going to be a completely different story here for Gamer Legion. And let's see what ZTR can cook up here for the Gamer Legion T side. It's quite quick for Rise, charging into the ramp room. TeSeS waiting, and oh my goodness, blasted, but still landing 1 kill.
And Kixon might have just slowed him down enough to get him downstairs, but they're coming right at him. Kixon tucks into the corner. Oh, he's done. How many can he take with him is the question. Answer is 0.
Yeah, they're just keeping the train going here for Gamer Legion. Looking to keep the momentum up. Nico just distracted, completely lost as to where Gamer Legion are. And they come through all the gaps. 4v3, remember the TeSeS is so low, so you need something magic from Magisk, and it's not there. Towson will take him down on the clock. ZTR to respond, so it's a quick round here for Gamer Legion.
Both
and
pistols.
It's one that's strong and convincing.
Yeah, both pistols is a really nice thing to have in a map that you need to close out to keep this battle going onto a third map. So nicely done from Gamer Legion. It's still going to be tough to convert the second if Falcons do decide to buy. But I mean, man, that's just, if you're Falcons starting the second half in this kind of a pistol round, that's probably a little bit disconcerting if you're one of the players. You had no idea what was happening on the map. You had no idea where Gamer Legion was moving. And just get beat all across the map, 7-6.
There's going to be a forced buy response here from Team Falcons. TeSeS already buying up into the scout. MP9's coming out, Deagles. Now, we talked about how crucial it is. The Gamer Legion don't drop losses to these kind of buys coming up next. Could be devastating. Could be the end of their Dallas run. Or spell the start of it, at least. If they lose a round like this. So, looking to try and keep it clean. He's going to have the scout out, and we've got Rez now getting into the ramp room. He's going to have to deal with a push.
Ooh, okay, Rez. TeSeS pauses and waits. They want a shot from m0NESY first.
Here comes the flash. Here comes the beat. TeSeS coming in. Cutting through one, but stopped by Magisk in response, and an upgrade as well for Magisk. He gets away with an AK-47.
And there's no ability for Gamer Legion to take any space off the back of that kind of a play. Towson has barely moved down secret stairs, so m0NESY's got plenty of time to get comfortable in this lower bomb site. Okay, things get a little bit strange now for Gamer Legion. Gonna work their way into secret, but A-Court, Red Box, ZTR still outside mini. They're not committed anywhere yet. Around towards heaven we go. Very few eyes on this location. Kixon and Nico are gonna clear out lobby. So Falcons are going to start piecing this together while m0NESY is just parked at the lower bomb site.
Trying to remain composed, their Gamer Legion.
I think ZTR with Molotov Flash is going to try and throw a fake up heaven.
And Towson and A-Court about to be spotted though by m0NESY. His eyes back in his crosshair just in time, but usually so reliable in those situations. m0NESY gets nothing.
Ooh.
A dink on the ZTR though.
That scared the hell out of him.
Oh yeah, you can see how panicked he is. Jump scare, and oh, it's Kixon. Oh, he turns back. What? What is that? He gets away with a triple on the 5-7. The dinks out towards heaven and the turn back to the vent.
That's a freakish sequence from your IGL. I cannot believe it. Look at the spin around. This is gross. Initial dink. He does eventually clean it up. Knows what that flashbang means. Unfortunately for Towson and A-Court, they're coming into a blind fight. They got no idea.
And we just said that they can't lose a round like this. Gamer Legion can't afford to lose rounds like this. You come into the second half, you got a tie game, you win the pistol. You need to convert it. You need to start getting going here in the second half early on. And that moment from Kixon is absolutely devastating.
And it negates the positives of winning both pistols. And you've got to buy right back into things, and you've got to engage this economic tug of war in the first few rounds to try and come out on top. But now you're fighting against Falcons with rifles, with M4s, AK-47. The scout is still in m0NESY's hands. A brutal turn of events for Gamer Legion.
You've got to throw one right back at them. Scout out for A-Court, Deagles, Tech 9s. Knocked off their feet, or Gamer Legion.
Just warming up for the off, you know?
Getting a lot of chances, a lot of shots.
There we go.
Firing outside. And Acor will rattle back.
That's a nice rebuttal at range. Nico slides over outside. Magisk is with him as well. Nico's actually down in secret, excuse me. Magisk sees nothing. So a very patient round from Gamer Legion, and it has to be. They've only got one smoke remaining, so that one smoke, I mean, you got to really pick where you want to place it. It's not, if you use it on the cross, you're not going to have it for the bomb site. If you use it on the bomb site, you're not going to have it for the cross. So they got a really tough decision to make. And there it is. To fight towards heaven, to wrap across Mini and challenge heaven and hell.
Yeah, Magisk gets vision on it though, but the timing, not able to spot ZTR and PR getting closer to the locker room window. Magisk clean on the first headshot. Gonna climb up the ladder, be quite quick about the reposition.
Yeah, he doesn't know if they're there.
Here comes Nico as well to try and clear him out, but PR, great deagle shot. Oh, Rez waits outside, and Nico set up by the distraction goes down to the deagle of Rez. And Gamer Legion can now have an opportunity to pull this back after a heartbreaking loss to Force Buy in the second round. They have one of their own here.
Oh.
Tessez, how has he not got that one? Damage on to 2, and yet no kills still for Tessez. PR getting away, trying to run away with a bomb, but it's Rez's deagle to bounce back for Gamer Legion.
Tessez might never use a Galil ever again.
No, I think that's it. Retire that.
He might never pick up that gun, but what a win for Gamer Legion. And that's just, I mean, quiet on the map. Yeah, Falcons just must have been so nervous. This kill is there, but Nico's going investigating as well. He's trying to end the round immediately, and man, they just get caught trying to do a little bit too much into it.
I think that's everybody's reaction right now.
That's heartbreak, that's disbelief, and indigestion all in one.
Another Force Buy.
Well, I mentioned Gamer Legion needed to descend into the economic tug of war. Well, they have the advantage at the moment. It's now Falcons who have to fight dirty. Only Taliesin outside for the T side. Other 4 players lining up towards ramp room. There's nobody home, they'll get it for free, but then they have to ask the question, do you want to go downstairs? Do you want to go heaven? Do you want to go back to lobby? Where exactly do you think Falcons is positioned?
The descent down into the B-bomb site.
There's 2 players here, but they're over in secret. That's going to be Nico and Kixen.
And so they're getting further away from the site.
When this bomb gets planted and when they hear the utility come out, they may just want to save. They just may want to save and try again in the next round in round 17. Try not to lose any of these weapons. If you could find Taliesin in this M4, that'd be cool.
And Nico's deco going down. You do have a lot of committed resources to this fight against PR. Honestly wins the outside duel as well.
Well, now you can have 3 rifles in the next round, but you have to make the decision to call it off now, and they will. I like this call from Falcons. So they'll concede the round, but now you've got 2 FAMAS. You've got an M4 and Monacy from finding Taliesin on his lonesome. It's going to be 9-7, 2-round lead for Gamer Legion, but Falcons have a very intimidating buy coming in the next round.
Gamer Legion do a good job stabilizing after the Force Buy loss in the second round of the second half. We've got a timeout here for Falcons.
They need it. They need to have a really big conversation here, heart to heart. Don't want to let this one slip away from them. Now this buy is kind of a luxury. It's kind of just a bonus that they get by nature of saving and finding the extra weapon. I don't think you'll want to invest a whole lot around it outside of what you have right at this moment, because next round you'll have everything for a full buy. So Zonic trying to get Falcons back into things. Monacy looking down the line at the play that's called. Gamer Legion marching forward in this second half, undeterred by a second round loss. 3 of the first 4 in their favor. They win this round 17, they've got all the momentum moving forward.
At least by nature of how this half has gone so far, Gamer Legion have been able to avoid any Monacy AWP sighting. Nico's deagle, oh close.
Through good timing there on Towson, but he sprints down Secret quite early on here, so space being taken for the side of Gamer Legion.
It's because if you're Gamer Legion, you know they save 3 rifles, and you know they've maybe picked up a little bit of utility around it, but they're not going to sink everything they have, so that fast play forces the smoke from Kixon, which means you're going to have, what, like a minute and 15 seconds of free reign of Secret, so it just kind of pulls that smoke out early so it can't be a hindrance later. I think in general, the philosophy from Falcons in this round as well is just like, who cares about Secret? Who cares about the lower bomb site? If they go there, they win. We still have guns we can save and buy up next and continue having cheap investments.
Kicks in, feeds himself to Rez. PR coming in to help him out, but Magisk actually doubles up and keeps Falcons in the fight, but Acor there to respond.
And he's going to be very, very nervous. He's going to be very aware of the possibility that Tessus is pushed up towards ramp room, which is exactly what's happened. AK-47 recovered. Tessus needs to try and slide in. That's the bomb. Oh, what a turn! And it's all down to just Towson.
And Towson has to try and unravel all of the hard work from Tessus on that double kill. And Tess, yes, there he goes! That's more like it. Great recovery. And Falcons fight forward to 8 rounds.
Absolutely insane. What a round from Magisk and Tessus. The double kill for Magisk to set him up, but Tessus picking up that AK-47. Those are 2 really hard fights. No armor as well. Drills Acor in the spin to shut down ZTR. That's a nasty sequence. And if the second round loss after the pistol was heartbreaking for Gamer Legion, I don't know if I have an adjective for what this one is. Just takes their legs out from beneath them. Second timeout called by Gamer Legion out of that devastating loss.
And now that m0NESY AWP has entered the server on the CT side. You've avoided it for the entire second half so far. And a shake of the head for Ash. A couple of incredibly frustrating rounds from his team today.
But they're still in it, so you can't give up yet. 3 AK-47s, a Galil on Acor. Only a lowly P250 on Rez. Falcons looking to tie things up. And so light on utility for the Gamer Legion attack. They've got the smokes, but not a whole lot behind it. m0NESY's AWP could be instrumental.
Smoke blown open. Shot misses by a whisper. m0NESY retreats, wraps around. Look at Towson trying to catch the reload. Timing on Nico. Oh, he's got it. Nico backs away. It's going to be an opening kill, followed up by PR. And the m0NESY AWP coming up towards heaven, but it might not be enough because all of his teammates are gone. And ZTR, he's caught by m0NESY, but it's all about dropping back now. As Tessus is rotating towards the vents. It could be a window, a small window for him to get back up into the site, and Falcons could still have a shot at this.
m0NESY's going to try and give him some cover as well. He has a smoke. He can actually smoke off Squeak Door, and they can make this work. Tessus can come up the vents now. He's got that cover.
There's the smoke up, and Tessus arrives. m0NESY switches out to the AK. A kid on his back. A little bit of utility. m0NESY with another clean headshot. Does he look back to the right spot at the right time? Towson's in the vent. Tessus doesn't clear the hut. The time is limited, and the chances dwindle. m0NESY's got another headshot, hunting down the final kill. And he just can't get it. m0NESY's gonna retreat. Not enough time to pick up their own victory, and Gamer Legion will withstand its double figures, 10-8.
However, m0NESY's AWP did get blown away by the bomb. He's not able to recover it, so that weapon that was going to be so crucial is gone. And this is a rare mistake out of Nico. That's like a rare inexperienced mistake, just dumping the whole mag when you don't have information on what's on the other side of that smoke. A very audible reload in an exposed position. For that lack of experience we mentioned for Gamer Legion, they're sticking in this map so well. Towards the upper bomb site. All these smokes outside have pulled the attention of Falcons defense, but the hit is coming elsewhere.
Kicks in, steps forward in all the chaos. Step shrouded by bullets. Headshots coming in and eventually taken down by Acorn. Nico now looking to cover off the site, knowing that the bomb is rolled to his feet. It's a comfortable spot for his two teammates to rotate into. Trying to piece together where the remaining players of Gamer Legion have gone. And they've bailed out of the upper bomb site.
This game is so wild. I have to imagine both coaches are sitting there just trying not to have a heart attack with the way that these heroics, these individual multi-kills from Falcons are keeping them alive, but then the inability of Gamer Legion to capitalize on the rare moments of success they have.
Yeah, you can see.
Yeah, Zonic doesn't even know what to do with his fingers. He's going to break them pretty soon. Got to be careful. The things you don't realize you're doing when you're nervous.
Well, let's see how he fares if Falcons fail to convert this one. Acor has gone on a long journey with ZTR. The two SMGs going to be caught in a crossfire. Tessis is going to step up first and not even required anybody else. Tessis takes the double kill.
But it's got to be now. It's got to be here for Falcons. Like, you've had three of, this is your third. This is your third miraculous round. You had the kicks in the previous round behind the smoke during the upper X. You had the Tess's round when he picks up the AK-47. Now you've got you had the second round win already. Like, this is now the time where you have to capitalize on the fact you put yourself in this position. And if Falcons is the team that we think they are, if they're the team that is #2 in the world, the second best team who can only be defeated by the best of the best, this round right here is where you have to put a stop to this, tie the game back up and take the lead and close out this map.
The conversation we started today was all about Team Falcons getting a convincing victory versus Gamer Legion to go into that semifinals versus Team Vitality. Just a couple of weeks ago in Australia, they beat them in the quarterfinals and made it look easy. It's a different story today. Gamer Legion making them sweat.
Gonna be another tough round though, but they worked it out the last time. Two Deagles, a Tech 9, a Scout, and an AK for the Gamer Legion attack. Nursing this one-round lead, hanging on to it for dear life. Nico, 4-12. It's been an ugly game that he has not been able to get a feel for.
That's been a very poor event from Nico. This map might just be the low light. His teammates can get the result. Might not matter. m0NESY just jiggling outside, detecting information, and well, lack thereof. Not seeing anybody. As Nico now comes over towards Secret. It'll be a great round for him to find some impact. Usually so comfortable, usually so dominant in this position. Nico is going to get the first, drop the utility, and back away.
You can tell, though, he knows he's having a rough game, because I think he would have gone for two. The normal Nico, I think, would have swung for that second one. This time, though, makes the smart decision. Says, don't do anything when I'm having a game like this that can give the advantage up. Not at this stage of the game. So now Tess is in position to cut off the fallback.
Oh, the PR able to land the shot required to keep Gamer Legion in this 4v4, but look at the response from Falcons. They push into the lobby. They've got the space here on the CT side. It's going to make it tough as m0NESY looking to block out Mini, looking to stop them from getting forward, and Nico at Secret. Can he lock this one up?
Oh my
It's the worst kept secret though. He's not able to do it. And m0NESY with the headshot, at least keeping numbers even, but Nico needed something.
I guarantee you his eyes flicked up to the kill feed to see who got that kill, to see how that exactly played out. But man, hard game for Nico. And that kill right there is really tough to handle. Now a retake scenario for Falcons where they have no smoke. They've got one kit on m0NESY and they got to risk everything for it.
Throwing everything they've got into this. But Kicksan going down in the vent, and m0NESY's already so committed. Desperately trying to make something happen here for Falcons, but even he can't do it. Even he can't find a way here. It's 11 rounds for Gamer Legion. m0NESY is committed to the site, trying to remove his weapon, and Magisk will protect him, but the bomb will go off and blast everything away from the hands of Falcons.
Okay, this next round is actually going to be awesome. Round 21. We don't get a treat like this all that often, because those kills, sticking around and finding those two kills on the exit, the bomb destroying everyone from both teams after the fact. Both teams have crappy money, crappy economy, but both teams have to buy in this round. So it's going to be a very odd, scrappy one. And at this stage in the game where so much of the map is going to rest upon it, Zonic calls a timeout. Giving his boys a chance to talk things over. How do they want to work these weak and diminished weapons? What setups do they want to run? Both teams going to be missing utility. Round 21, it's 11-9. Falcons one map up in this series. But Gamer Legion tantalizingly close to forcing Inferno as a third and deciding map.
This is the best chance for Gamer Legion. They've got to take it. m0NESY out at red. It's got to be a lot of pressure on his shoulders. With NiKo not having a good game, m0NESY becomes even more important. Able to rise to the occasion outside here. He's going to back away. He's going to put NiKo at secret instead with a FAMAS. He got 1 kill in the previous round. This time, same result. TeSeS under a lot of pressure. Deagle diving down into B.
Oh, good tag from Magisk. Oh, didn't need to go back for that, but m0NESY's here, so maybe you're just trying to set him up. m0NESY's got to back off now. With his teammate gone and TeSeS having dropped, he's outside alone, looking for one more. And PR has just actually played that, ZTR, excuse me, played it perfectly behind Redbox, but he's being flanked out. There's a timer on his life.
Well, there's the fight for m0NESY outside, knowing that he has the flank. He doesn't want to commit to it, and so allows Kixen to clean up. Then m0NESY goes back, and he loses the duel. Now with 50 seconds left, Acor rises up to heaven. His teammates following into the A play.
No one's here. No one's here from Falcons. They've gotten in. NiKo's in vents, and the other two over. And Mini kicks in. Drop before anyone else is involved. This map slipping away from Falcons.
NiKo and TeSeS. The last two hopes to get back into this round. Molotov into the side. He's not going to force Acor into the open. TeSeS is just going to duel him. Comes out on top of it. There's no kit on the back of either of the two remaining players. It's a 10-second stick in this. And Gamer Legion not buying it, not going for the peak, not giving them the opportunities. Now they come. Not the favorable timing for NiKo. TeSeS has got to hold it. NiKo's got to cover him. And NiKo can't make it happen. TeSeS alone in the world. And the time does not favor him. There's not enough of it left. And for Gamer Legion, that means it's map point. And a smile creeps back on the face of Ash.
He's got to be proud of his boys the way they're playing today on Nuke. Plenty of chances they had to just collapse and give up when Falcons never let them go on any kind of a streak. That could have been so frustrating, but they fought back each and every time, and this is the reward. 3 chances to close the map. 3 chances to take us to Inferno.
And this is Gamer Legion coming into this event with a stand-in, bringing Acor back into the team. And they're going up against Team Falcons. The only losses they've taken since adding m0NESY are against Vitality and Mouse, the 2 best performing teams in the world. They got blanked by them in the quarterfinals of Melbourne. But at this event, without even their full squad, Gamer Legion about to take the second map of the quarters. It's an AK from m0NESY. Everybody else's weapon is lackluster. Everybody else's performance is lackluster.
m0NESY's been in hard carry mode, and you're at that point of the game where it's like, all right, guys, I've done what I can. I need someone else.
And we thought it would change coming into the playoffs. With all the experience, you thought it would shift, but not the case. Kixan pinned in the corner. Towson gonna be up first. It's Acor to land the shot. And an opening for the Gamer Legion team to funnel into. m0NESY can't mount anything from the defense, and it's over here. Nuke goes the way of Gamer Legion.
Oh, there's the flank, and there's the final kill, 13-9. A hard-fought, gutsy win out of Gamer Legion, sticking through all the difficulty that Falcons caused. And now you get your reward. A 3rd map, 1 more chance at the semifinals. Gamer Legion Falcons, we'll be right back.
In light of your numerous complaints about the monitoring and publishing of communications, you have been awarded this wellness check-in. Not only that, we're here to celebrate the recent success of your department. Can I offer you a celebratory hug?
Not until you won a major.
Despite your success, we will continue your watch.
What? I thought about another 6 months?
Please refrain from any outbursts. That's -1 month. Last session, we spoke of creative difficulties. Have you sought any inspiration from other departments?
What? Like, take their strats and just change their names?
Build a scrapbook like you would an ESL skit.
I did try that with 3D Max, but...
You started playing like them? I see. Have you considered other reasons for your previous underperformance? Perhaps looked inward? Upper management would like answers. Well?
I don't know. I feel like we've been a bit unlucky, but...
What?
I mean...
Do you have any idea, or should I suggest something?
I'm just thinking...
Talk power revoked.
Looks like time's up.
We are going to end up on 3 maps, if you can believe it. The Falcons and Nico looking for some resolve and some answers after that second map of the series. Nuke not necessarily going the way, albeit their pick. I've got Yanko here. I've got Steel in the middle. We've got more Counter-Strike ahead of us, gentlemen, so hold that.
Yeah, Nico officially in crisis on Nuke. He just had his worst map in CS2 on this map, and actually the bottom 3 have all happened in the last month. Like, nothing was going his way. Sometimes it was timing, sometimes it was just him making questionable plays, having questionable positioning, and that was the problem for the Falcons on the entirety of that CT side. They did enough on the T side, considering they lost the pistol, lost the first gun round, managed to make it a good scoreline, but on the CT side they couldn't string rounds together, and it was because they couldn't hold yard.
Yeah, it just felt like kind of everyone took turns on Falcons doing a play which was so questionable. It's just like, oh, why are you doing this? And we're just sitting there in our seats just like, why? No, we can see what's about to happen. We're seeing the most unnecessary like re-pushes or re-peeks, or we're seeing like Magist with the scout or Nico coming up stairs. Like there's multiple instances of just super chaotic rounds. Rounds where like Gamer Legion should be losing, but somehow they win. Rounds that Falcons should be closing out, no problem at all. It's like... What is going on?
I'll tell you what was going on. m0NESY sitting at 115 ADR at halftime. That's what was absolutely going on. But
where's the team?
Yeah, where is everybody else? Like we saw that example of Nico down towards Secret and just getting caught blindsided almost on a peak.
Yeah, shout out to Jason. He read it perfectly. You could tell on the replay that he actually did just glance over
right away,
to the kill feed to see who it was. If it's the R player, then he can move potentially. And that's when he got picked. But also, he's holding an off angle in the middle of the map.
Against Tech9s.
Yeah, exactly, instead of having a different angle.
Yeah, and like this round 8, is one of the rounds where Gamer Legion got really aggressive outside. There's just a bunch of smokes around, a lot of chaos being just happening at the moment. You got Rez and ZTR both close outside, but then you also have death from above. You've got like Overwatch happening, and all 4 players from Falcons get like eliminated super quick early into the round here. And this type of like all-in type of play I love to see from a team like Gamer Legion, where it's not like they're pushing lobby, trying to do a lobby crunch for no reason. They know that the core game plan of that yard control, kind of messing with the rotations, pulling people away from protecting just a couple of, like 2 different positions. Now they have to cover 3, 4, 5 positions, and once they are split all over the map, that's when Falcons can pick a moment to strike. And Gamer Legion's like, you know what, let's just all in, shut this down right here and now. And that was like the first time I saw kind of life in them, that they're willing to take fights at the right part of the map, at the right kind of interval.
So if you're Falcons, you won that first pistol or that second pistol, you lost the follow-up.
Look at the buy for Gamer Legion. There's one smoke here, one scout, 3 deagles and a tech 9.
This doesn't make sense.
And m0NESY gets tagged by the pistol, dies to Acre. They're still in a 4v4, but now they've lost the ground and they're unaware of where the players
this peak right here. And so Magisk dying, unlucky, like know how to aim, but then Nico coming up and getting caught by Rez as well. It's the end of this round though, right when it's like Tessis, like right here spraying, and then I'm looking at the clock and I'm looking, it's 15 seconds left, and they're trying to take the bomb and go down the vents, and there's 11 seconds right now. What is happening? And the bomb actually dies trying to go down the vents. These rounds are absurd. Like, this is the second best team in the world we're talking about, and these are the rounds that they're involved in.
There were some yikes moments.
And it's absolute madness, I mean, in some of these rounds, and it's really uncharacteristic how Nico dies there, because it's not like there was 15 seconds left and then he's going up. Like, usually he's very good at not getting caught by that last lurker, right, but not overextending. But for whatever reason, maybe it was chaos in the comms, right, that he felt he needed to move and try to make a play, and then Kixan is just stuck, right, in a bad position where he can't do too much.
Well, towards the end of that game, though, and obviously all things have to come to an end at some point. Yes, Nuke came to an end. Let's talk about round 20.
Yeah, they got another one, Falcons. I mean, they managed to get a reset one more time. Here it's slightly better. There's an AK on PR that you actually play a big role. Nico finds an opening kill. Wow, surely this is it. But then this is a nasty shot on PR onto Tess and Nico here with the glance, right? Boom, dies. Everyone else is on the upper bomb site. Gamer Legion is able to get the bomb down and get in position. This was always going to be, you know, a very, very difficult retake.
But again, it's like you have everything you want, right? Nico gets the information. He gets the first kill. He keeps his positioning. Why does Tessis need to get more info or go for another fight? And then another fight comes on top of that. Nico, he's playing close and off angle, sure, but he gets a tech 9. Yeah, you could do such safe jump spots. You already have the advantage, and you know that there was a potential play outside. And especially after Tessis dies, he gets more confirmed info. There's more players outside. More reason that you don't need to play close unless you're trying to overcompensate and try to just kill everyone yourself. It's a team game, and there's stages to every round. You don't have to do everything yourself.
And you know, for Nico, for all the greatness that he has, it is sometimes on the mental side of things where, you know, things tend to go wrong, right? So here he has to show the resilience, right? Like, it was an abysmal map for him. Cost his team the win probably in a way, but you're going to Inferno now, where you have a lot of responsibility in playing B, right? Both on the T side and on the CT side. You can't let this frustration transfer over to the decider.
And think about some of the breaks that the Falcons got right there with Tessis pushing in the lobby towards round 16. You know, there's big eco crunch there. Those are rounds that you're not supposed to get away with. But if you can harness those, hell, a couple of those, maybe this looks another scoreline, looks different.
There were a couple of rounds there, the Tessis where he ends up with that FAMAS, some weird buy there. Absolutely, it's crazy to see that the rounds that you would think are so easily one-sided, how chaotic the rounds get. I think another round, like round 21, I was trying to go back and like look at all the rounds which you would think go one way and went completely just, you didn't know until the last like second how it's going to end up. I was trying to go back and check those out. Round 21 was another one of those. We don't have it here, but it's just like, it's insane how many rounds this game ended up that way.
Yeah. Unlucko, or
I mean,
it's not luck, I guess.
It's not luck. It's the fact that Falcons doesn't really have any depth to what they have right now, and they rely on the individuals too much. It's what I said before. And you're like, yeah, but if you have a player like m0NESY, then you want to use him.
What do you want? Like, when their best player disappears, like, what do you expect to happen? Was the strategy going to help them in that department? The problem for Gamer Legion is they're inexperienced, so they're going to make mistakes and lose 4v2s and 5v3s and whatnot. And Falcons are playing like they're the youngest team in the tournament. Like, they're somehow playing even worse in those rounds, right? And that's not characteristic for them. They played much better Counter-Strike at the previous 2 tournaments, and they're going to have to find a way to sort of get their ish together for Inferno.
Yeah, Inferno on the other side. For Ash and company, a bit of a sigh of relief as they did pick up that second map. We're going to hear from them right now.
had a chance to be catching up with Ash after what was a crazy battle going down on Nuke. I posed the question to him because there were a lot of rounds which arguably should have tilted Gamer Legion off of the face of the earth. Posed the question to Ash saying, how did you keep your cool in those moments? You know, when Tezis cleans up a round with the 3K, when it looks like everything is down in the dumps. He said, honestly, you don't. You just have to move on from those moments. Also posed the question about Inferno waiting in the wings. It's a good map for them if you look at their statistics. He said they're feeling way more confident than they were on that Nuke about this Inferno. So still all to play for as we move into that third map.
Yeah, a bit of confidence restored there, especially after Nuke, after you're able to flip this series and put it back to just one map of contention, that being Inferno. Let's talk a little bit about that. Let's talk about how this plays out in this quarterfinal, Josh.
I mean, Nico, I'm just going to point him out because he has such a big job and responsibility towards Banana on those, I guess, both sides of the coin, and he had what, like 6 kills and like 40 or less ADR that last map. He's probably not feeling well. He's probably tilting a little bit. He's probably going to make poor choices. Ancient wasn't even like a spectacular map for him. He just didn't even play middle for most of the time until he ran down mid after they won a big Deagle eco round where he got like a 2 kill through a smoke. But then it's like a lot's on him, and then you have the confidence from Gamer Legion, and you look at Nico, and that's kind of like all eyes are on him right now.
Is Nico going to wake up? Are we going to see a Falcons win here? I just need a short, sweet.
I think, yes, we saw in the Heroic series as well, them losing a close nuke, right? And then it went into a decider, Dust in that case, and they were able to reset and sort of dominate on that map and win. I think we're going to see something similar happen here against Gamer Legion.
Yeah, well, not like us. that's what's going on down here. There's a party going on around here. It's called the Intel Extreme Masters. If you're in Dallas, come on down and check us out. We're at the Kay Bailey Convention Center. But first, let's go to that quick break. We can jump right back into the series of the Falcons taking on Gamer Legion, looking at Inferno to decide all of this, but that's going to be on the other side. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters, y'all. We'll be right back.
Yeah, I always played Cave on Anubis.
I changed recently when we got Res and PR. Then I changed to B-side, so it's the first time for me, but I have a good duo, so it's working fine so far at least. I mean, depending on which team you play, it's pretty difficult to do that because some people can be very cringe on how they play. Like they can abuse it, or some people just leave it and then it's kind of chill to hold it. But yeah, I'd say it's not the easiest thing to hold, at least so far. They use a lot of util, they just harass you, they put a lot of effort into making you uncomfortable.
I mean, you need to have Molo and smoke, of course.
Yeah, that's good to have.
So you can block Cave,
Yeah, just have some util to block Cave and have some decent flashbang lineups if you want to aggro out B main or something like that.
Yeah, as well.
I mean, that's just for us on B side, but we take into account as well a lot of information around the map, like middle and A, etc, etc. How much util we have left, I would say. If they can cross B lobby or not, like if we have the B main. I mean, if something is happening on the other side of the map, I just enjoy my time knowing that they're not coming B. So yeah, just not doing too much. Maybe I rotate, maybe I stay, depending on how many they are. And yeah.
Yeah, probably I stay along B. You believe me.
I mean, the most obvious one that everyone is, or most people are complaining about is make it a bit easier to play on CT. How you do that, I'm not sure, but yeah, obviously that's a concern. I think it's one of the few maps that are super heavily T-sided, so probably try to make it a bit more balanced.
Agree. Yeah, it's hard on CT, but we have a good CT side, so...
Amazing CT side.
Yeah, we have the best CT side. So.
watch mine or his dim and watch and learn.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Ah, the crucible of a third map. The crucible of Inferno to decide the fate of these two teams. Gamer Legion showing tenacity and grit that we did not expect from this squad. Falcons on Nuke was a shadow of themselves, a ghost. No one was there. Modesty in hard carry mode, but Nico stuck down low. The center point of this team not hitting hard today. And Falcons, they've got that date with Destiny in the semifinals against Vitality, but they might not even make it. Gamer Legion could end this way too early.
That one map win might just be enough to galvanize Gamer Legion into the semifinals. A shot to bring down Falcons. Monacy, the only player performing right now for Falcons. If they are to make this semifinals, we may be in Texas, but one lone star is not going to be enough. Team Falcons heading into Inferno. Gamer Legion are going to be on the T side. Semifinals await after Inferno. Who's it going to be?
Falcons better be ready. This would be a crushing loss to take with the Austin Major right around the corner. This is supposed to be their build-up. This is supposed to be them gathering confidence, and they found themselves in a battle they did not expect. It's Nico after that tough nuke. Oh, no way!
Okay, gets into Inferno and lights them up in Banana. Nico wants to get going quickly here.
It doesn't make any sense. It works fine on this map. It's all good. What a statement from Nico to start this map. You got your one where he's absent, but he's here to play on Inferno.
Silence on Nuke. An eruption in the pistol of Inferno. Sends them back to spawn instantly. And the second round's underway with Gamer Legion with nothing.
That happened fast. That'll be a wake-up call for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, I got to hear that from Freya, who was talking to Ash just in that break, saying that you don't really bounce back from those heartbreaking moments or those frustrating rounds. You've just got to stay in the game and focus on the next one. Gamer Legion had a lot of them. They had a lot of moments they really shouldn't have let go, but they kept finding responses. They stayed in it. They showed tenacity.
And that'll build map to map as well, right? That stress doesn't just go away once you step away from the PC. It's always there. You get a round like that and it just keeps building upon itself. Gamer Legion parking themselves in the apartment, as we can see, having a good time, cooking a meal, talking things over. All the cool stuff happens in the kitchen. But basically just taking this round as a timeout for the next gun round. A chance to talk, a chance to get on the same page.
Let that hype for Nico cool down a little bit after the pistol.
Let the crowd relax.
Yeah, everyone settle in your seats.
Dallas, you guys gonna relax or what out there? I'm sure he's got plenty more in store for you after that pistol. This round coming to its inevitable conclusion. Glocks to the slaughter.
And Manesi ready to go. Straight into a possible double, but taken out by the Glock of PR. Magisk handles A-Core eventually, and now It is PR to go down last. 2 rounds in a row for Falcons.
Kind of handled it. Some of those fights looked a little sketchy from the Falcons side of things, but we're all good. 2-0. Gun's going to come out now for Gamer Legion. AK-47's picked up immediately. We'll get this first round underway, see what kind of a philosophy Gamer Legion is going to bring to the table. And keep our eye on Nico after that pistol round. Is Banana just going to be shut down? Has he decided coming into this third map that he's done with this match? 2 players start at the B bomb site. Tessa's with the deep smoke to help them control it early.
Nico up on top of the half wall. It's going to come away with one. Towson going to be ripped apart. Nico running out of bullets, and Nico making sure that Banana is in control of Gamer Legion now. Adjustment required for Falcons defense. They're going to send Magisk over to try and plug that gap at B.
I think Nico is just trying to make up for all the kills he didn't get on Nuke. That was a very unnecessary swing through that smoke after the first kill. It's caused that defense to come crumbling down over in Banana. You've got Magisk who's shifted over. m0NESY waiting here on Rap side. And now Tessis has joined up. They're aware.
Half of PR's health gone, but he'll still stand tall enough to fight on towards Magisk. Tessis to the back of the site. From New Box, the flash will ring out. Wants to stay alive, but the fire forces him to his feet. And into the fight against PR. It is m0NESY to clutch.
Is hoping to wait for the flashbang from m0NESY, but it couldn't get there fast enough. Oh,
Speaking of the flash, here he is, quick! And they're not ready for how fast he gets in position. PR low inside of the site, in the fountain, getting his feet wet. m0NESY in the fire, and PR department of Gamer Legion is on top.
That's a brutal clutch, because my mind was in the exact same wavelength as m0NESY. I thought for sure he would never know that m0NESY found some safety inside that Molotov. The plant was going to be stuck, and m0NESY was going to jump into the flames to end it. And man, did that get ruined. What a clutch. That little gap of safety, but PR, he's like, I still got safety of smoke. I don't have to worry about you wrapping around, so I'll just check this. And m0NESY ends up feeling a little bit foolish in that clutch.
What a great round from PR overall. You know, he loses half of his health and still fights hard and able to close out in that 1v1 fight. Scrappy vibes again for both teams.
Yeah, but if you're Falcons, this one means more. This means you get to hang on to CT side economy a little bit longer.
Magisk has to ready himself. Steady his stance, but PR cuts right through him, not slowing down from his previous round success. It's m0NESY to fall second, and PR back-to-back rounds picked up here for Gamer Legion.
Yeah, Magisk just got spotted. They didn't realize it. PR saw his elbow just in that really slight gap and just was able to run down the kill and just says, you know what? I'm going ahead of the flash. I don't need your utility. I know exactly where he is. I'm going to catch him out in the open. A free entry and a free follow-up on a blind m0NESY. And a very simple round for Gamer Legion. Now with the money and the confidence to go try and hunt down some of these weapons, you could see them spreading all across the map to clear out T-spawn. They have to make a decision how aggressively they want to hunt deep into the B bomb site. That's a great find. We talked about the start from Nico in this map with a triple kill on the pistol. PR's having a hot start here on Inferno as well.
Overshadowed him, absolutely. What a fine PR has been this year. It's one of the things we talk about this Gamer Legion team, that they've been gutted so many times. They build these competitive rosters. You find these great players that go off and get signed to bigger organizations, and then once again you have to hit the reset button. The consistent factor has been Ash, and bringing in another young player who has proven that he is capable of hanging at the top.
Yeah, without Ash, this wouldn't be possible. He deserves all the flowers he's getting these days. Here's Magisk. You never knew he was spotted. That's a little bit of an unfair fight. PR swinging into the angle with intention, while Magisk just holding it, unaware of what's coming. We're tied at 2, and a pair of saved weapons from us on Nico, MP9 on Kixin, all that Falcons have.
I mean, if you're going to beat Falcons in the third map of a quarterfinal, Jason, you're going to need these great starts from some of your young players. Get them full of confidence, get them going early on. In terms of a winning recipe, they're taking the first couple of steps.
Well, Inferno as well on the T side can be such a momentum half. Here's the engagement. Nico with one. That FAMAS needs to do much, much more. In the flames, there was no running. Nico burns, waiting for that next fight to come.
Dink traded back and forth. PR's going to get another kill on m0NESY. 3 of m0NESY's 4 deaths that at least I can remember have been from PR. We've got Kixon going to be running down Banana in behind the flank, and he's actually managed another one and got around the corner. Okay, so he plays his life.
Problem is Magisk only has a USP. You'd love for him to give you something here, right? Some kind of sneaky, tricky kill hiding in the bomb site, but with
maybe
the USP...
on CTR. Maybe on CTR. That's the play he's looking for. He's got the clean headshot. Can he bring down PR? He gets the dink. And so it's on Kixon with the AK-47. He's quick to long. I don't know if PR is going to be fully ready for this, but another 1v1 clutch required from PR.
As I said, too smart for it, Dallas. PR's coming back.
Oh, he comes back, but the timing just about favors Kixan. Oh, it massively favors Kixan now. PR looking away, rapidly trying to check back to the apartments as Kixan moves into the site. Taps on the defuse, and now PR, surely he doesn't let it go now. This is his round unless Kixan steps up, and that's exactly what the in-game leader of Falcons has in mind.
With 2 HP, a cerebral clutch, out-positioning, out-moving, and confusing PR. And then understanding when he's got him beat, hearing the footsteps over in lane, know exactly where the fight's going to come from. A very critical clutch from Kixon to keep Falcons in this.
There's another frustrating round loss for Gamer Legion in this quarterfinal. You know, another round where you're going up a 2v1 in that A bomb site against a USP.
I mean, Magisk just hits a banger, doesn't he?
Hits a banger, then a dink as well.
That's actually, I mean, such a spectacular sequence for Magisk. The one kill and the damage that sets up Kixon. But right around he played, a little bit bold on this quick flank, brought to 2 HP. Now we say those are rounds that Gamer Legion can't lose, but they did lose 3 of them on Nuke and still had the tenacity to stick in. And out of a victory like that, surely if you're Gamer Legion, your mental is so strong considering surely how proud you had to have been leaving Nuke.
m0NESY all out in round 6. Gamer Legion can respond. Their buy is still good. They've got AKs on everybody, plenty of utility. Res in the banana. Kicks and swings, emboldened by his clutch in the previous round, and it's not worked out here for Falcons. It is a failure in the banana control as Gamer Legion come out on top.
Really interesting seeing them wanting to like set a trap. I think they thought Gamer Legion was going to be a little bit more aggressive in their pathing and their spacing to the half wall. There's a peek down mid. Tesses does a little bit extra to bring this back into contention. You still have m0NESY's op over at the B bomb site, and he's going to make sure everyone else is staying over at A. He wants this bomb site alone, the op allowing the rifles to work in tandem.
If there's a round win to be had, m0NESY has to build it. He's going to move to the site. He's getting caught in transition here. Double scopes up. Now they know. Dropping some utility and changing his position, and they give him a lot of respect. They don't want to run at him. They actually back off.
Look how much utility they have, though. I don't know where he thinks he's going to have safety to play. Coffins is going to be smoked. CT is going to be smoked. There's going to be a Molotov in the back corners. So m0NESY's worked himself. He realizes what's coming, and he knows during the utility barrage, there's not going to be much he can find.
Needs a little bit of madness. He's caught by a flashbang. He'll retreat back behind the coffin smoke. They know where he is now. And there's nothing to be had in this round for Falcons. Too clean on the banana entries from Gamer Legion. They win those key fights, and m0NESY's going to try and back away.
I think that's the biggest issue that we have with Falcons CT side right now, so far in the early stages of Inferno, is you think of that like Hall's hit from PR, where you just swing and get a kill on Magisk immediately. Now you're going in banana, and you're setting up the aggressive play if you're Falcons, but you're losing 2 players immediately in that fight. So these initial clashes and engagements, not only are going the way of Gamer Legion, but they're being won so quickly that nobody can shift, nobody can move. So you just kind of end up losing, unable to fight for the round. And now tied at 3. m0NESY still has his op, but Gamer Legion starting to build into this 3rd map. Well done from Taliesin. Red's aware of the possibility of the follow-up swing and also holding it in, because you know with an aggressive player like that in banana, there's going to be a 3rd defender. So Gamer Legion not getting caught in any trap of starting to pick up the pace after those 2 kills. First time out called by Zonic and Falcons, and he's very vocal on the mic. A lot of experience on that team, and he's just trying to keep the ship steered in the right direction. For Gamer Legion, it's keep doing what you're doing. We just won Nuke. We had an incredible performance there. This T side of Inferno, we've got 3 gun rounds already. Everything's looking good, so nobody be nervous, nobody be afraid. And we know coming into this, that was the talking point for Rez, is that looking at Falcons, he saw a very beatable team, and he's close to backing up his words. Round 7.
m0NESY peering down mid. Oh, it does spot A-Core just crossing into Banana. Not a position where he can take the shot though. Heavy commitment of numbers into Banana here for Gamer Legion early on. Kicks to be flashed into the fight, but he gets caught by it. He's completely blind. He's pinned behind the sandbags, eventually taken down by Rez. It's Nico to try and stand up. And he does well to get 1 kill and peel away back into the bomb site. m0NESY's rotating over. So it's Nico and m0NESY now defending the B bomb site. We see Gamer Legion, they don't want anything to do with that. PR makes the play up through top mid. In fact, he's going through this long smoke as it fades away, and the A pressure is going to be on.
Oh, Tessis needs a jiggle, needs to be very careful. Scaling so far, but now Utility pulls him deeper. They've got no eyes on Rap side. It's smoked off. So PR turns into a little bit of a lurk. He wants to cut off the B rotate, but that's coming through mid.
Yeah, it's going right down Banana. It's fast, and so is Tessis. Out to that peak. A-Core trying to double up, but can't do it. It's Magisk from the pit. He's been comfortable here time after time, and he'll still stand in that spot as Nico comes back in, but looking the wrong way. And m0NESY was too far behind him, so couldn't get the immediate trade, and he goes back. This time it's a missed shot from m0NESY. Needs at least 1, and he's got it, and he can't get around the corner. So it's Towson against Magisk. And Magisk still in the pit. No kid in his back, but he's got the headshot, and he's got it quick. He'll head into the side. It's Falcons in the lead again.
Well done from Magisk, just staying parked in the pick during that whole engagement, during all the chaos that was going on. Smokes gave him the cover to just chill. Nico's got a little bit of a smile on his face coming up mid, not looking the right way, not checking to his right. I think he might have thought m0NESY was going to grab that angle a little bit quicker. Nice job from Tessis, better job from Magisk, even winning out this one-on-one clutch. Four to 3 for Falcons. Gamer Legion, they've tied it up a number of times. They have not been able to take the lead yet here on Inferno. And you can see the change in the defense from that Zonic timeout. No more are they really putting 3 players to start at the B bomb site. No more is there anyone fighting and peeking down Banana. They're just chucking out deep utility and falling away.
ZTR could have been quick. On the back of the car with that Tech 9. m0NESY up next. Not going to miss that shot. Quick play forward to gather information down middle. Gamer Legion stay focused on their final objective, which is the B bomb site.
That's all they have. They can't go back any longer.
You got Nico prowling around the back of the site towards new box. Tessis out towards CT spawn. Things heat up for Nico. Forced into the open. He's got the pillar for cover. The assistance of Tessis, but Nico's gone down and Tessis can't rotate back in fast enough. He's going to be stuck behind the smoke at the coffins. The plant is tapped, but not committed to. m0NESY catches Towson, making a Hail Mary play through the smoke at CT, and Tessis has the cleanup.
Nice opening kill from Kixon and Banana. Nice job playing passive, adding 1 more for Nico and setting things up for a nice easy retake as well. 2-round lead. And Gamer Legion struggling for money at the moment. We might get a timeout here late into freeze time so they can talk over their cash situation. Once m0NESY gets this kill, it's really just 3 players in Banana, and you can't really do anything. Your only option is to move forward and execute. But Tessis doesn't even let that happen. So 5 to 3, and round 9 is underway.
1 AK for Towson, that's all they've got. And it's gone immediately. Nico forces it out of his hands. They do recover it and drop back.
I feel like there's a certain level of insanity in saying, like, we have a hero AK-47, let's go look for a duel against Nico. But at the same time, with his performance on Nuke and struggles at the event, maybe it isn't a terrible idea.
Well, the headset's off here. Ash putting it back on. m0NESY gonna toss the grenade down and soften them up a little bit. Ah, you're right. It's a weird thing to say that, you know, Nico might actually be a weak point to try and challenge. But so far in Inferno, it's been a very different story to his Nuke performances. The pistol to kick things off. He's had a number of better rounds in the B-bomb site. Flash to set up Tessis for the peek here if he requires.
Oh, could be really cool though with m0NESY peeking as well. They don't go for the flash.
Nico's got the double kill on the cleanup. Tesses to make sure that it's a double for him to close out the round. And Falcons don't lose a single player.
And it's 6-3. And despite the fact that this hasn't felt like a clean half, Falcons is on the verge of just having a very, very big lead. So timeout, second one called by Gamer Legion. Ash getting on the mic. Gonna talk with them, and this is probably to address all that success they were having early in Banana, finding opening kills, finding control, executing late into the B bomb site. It's not really an option in the same way ever since Falcons changed up that defense. No longer playing triple B, no longer being aggressive down. You're not finding as many engagements and opening kills. So Ash is likely coming up with a game plan and talking to the guys of what's the next way we want to find openings? What's the next way we want to start rounds? Where else can we put pressure in the first 30 seconds? Three rounds, excuse me, remaining in this first half, round 10.
Kickstand's already halfway down Banana. We've seen Falcons focus on taking Banana control, keeping the pressure up. Kickstand usually the front man in those attacks, supported by Nico's utility here as well. Kickstand's taken a lot of ground. He's got all of Banana to work with now.
Double play over in Halls for Gamer Legion. But still the bomb way far back. They haven't made a decision just yet. I think both teams feeling the intensity and the weight of this third map. It's a very cautious round. I mean, Falcons is like, you're not doing anything, so we're not going to throw utility. And Gamer Legions is making the statement, we're not really ready to do anything quite yet. Could be lining up a late Halls pop. Maybe a fake for late Banana control, come back and chuck the utility. So your teammates can attack into the pit position where Magisk is holding with Tesses.
Well, Falcons starting to rotate a couple of players back
it's fine.
to B.
You have double pit. Even if you rotate, the Halls play should still have issues.
Magisk and Tesses. The Danes look to dominate from the pit, and no problem from all three kills in a blink of an eye. And the attack for Gamer Legion has 10 seconds left on the clock. Bombs down, and it's done. You only need the Danes.
Double pit, such a strong defense, and you can see they were undeterred by the fake at the B bomb site. Yeah, rotate a third player, who cares? Tesses and Magisk, you can't break them up in pit. That little bit of a fake does nothing. And all of a sudden, it felt so close for a while with Gamer Legion through this back and forth in the first 6 rounds. But Falcons have blown it wide open. It doesn't feel like they have complete control that cannot be taken away. But they certainly have all the advantages.
It just keeps getting better for them too, because you look at Gamer Legion once again limping into a round. They've got Tech 9s, a little bit of utility behind it. They don't have the resources to fight for Banana, so they commit into second mid. Look to overwhelm the apartments, and Magisk is going to start in the apartments itself on the boiler stairs. He starts to retreat now just as the timing as Rise is about to peek into it. So Gamer Legion have the space to play with early on. Here comes the utility. They all know it's going to be an A play now. Magisk has been lights out in the pit, so difficult to put away. Oh, the spray's not good, but he still gets away with one. He comes back to it, just grabs one extra kill at the end, and that keeps the numbers even. But Gamer Legion have done a great job at getting into the site, getting the bomb down, and a shot at this now for 4-round wins.
No utility for Gamer Legion. They have no smokes, no Molotovs, no flashbangs, nothing to block these choke points and delay or disjoint the retake. For Kixon, man, you got Molotov, HE grenade for this half wall. Talson's about to have zero fun.
You gotta rely on bullets and brawn.
And you're gonna rely on Nico getting into position. So Molotov towards the half wall. Nico's gonna peek off of it when it spreads.
Grenade goes in as well. Nico coming out of the balcony. Talson's gonna turn up and get that kill. Couldn't get take 2, but ZTR lies in wait and strikes at the right moment.
Really well done. Good job from Talson, not falling prey to the utility of Kixon. 2-on-2 retake goes the way of Gamer Legion. That's their 4th. Keeping things close, but it's their 4th in some time. A 4-round run from Team Falcons to gain such a lead. And right at the end, Gamer Legion is trying to chip into it. Well, that one actually almost got away from ZTR. If he'd fallen, there might have been a chance at a rebuttal. Final round of the first half. Falcons nursing this lead. Banana was an issue early, but they stopped the bleeding. They got a grip on it. It's been much more difficult, but now Gamer Legion knocking on the door of the 8-bomb site a couple rounds in a row.
m0NESY strikes, shot will connect, 99 damage.
Almost seems unreasonable. Can't we just round that one up? Molotov into the choke point. That's going to force Nico and Kixen back. So Banana control and Banana space now. Flashbang a little bit off, so Magis can't peek with it for information. And it feels like every time Kixen and Nico have decided to get aggressive and go for a mid-round push out towards top Banana, they've lost. Lost in a big way. I think they considered it here, but one of them called it off. m0NESY's up in the site. Tess is watching Rap. Magisk, as we know, in the pit.
Such limited time. Magisk dropping down off the balcony into the pit. m0NESY still in the sight. He will strike straight through the chest. Flicking down, could it get to Rez in time? And Rez is back in the round here for Gamer Legion. Tess's backs up, but it's not enough. Kixen and Nico once again to come back on this 2v2.
This time they're closer though. This time they're here already. Kixen is going to be walking through brackets right now, but Towson holding the angle off the bomb. And so it begins.
Creeping ever closer. Towson in the graveyard, looking to be the Grim Reaper as Kixen takes steps right into his crosshair. It's going to be a 5th round. Gamer Legion still in it. This quarterfinal will soon come to a close.
This is the third playoff run for Gamer Legion in 2025. All three of them have, two of them have fallen short. Two of them have fallen short at the hands of the Falcons, both of them in the quarterfinals. This is a third crack at it for Gamer Legion, and they still don't seem to have the answer. But a good half, two 2v2s to close out the half to bring this to 5-7. And Falcons, oh, they gotta be nervous. They're just 6 rounds away with that date with Vitality.
Falcons not on the form we've seen from the last few events. They will have realized that. A dip in the confidence perhaps at the worst possible time in the schedule. But looking to get through Gamer Legion in this quarterfinal. They have a small lead, and m0NESY is going to be halfway up Banana already. He's got Nico beside him. Towson taking a dink on board. He's going to drop away. TeSeS, his turn to strike, and his will be to a headshot. Grenade to land on ZTR at the coffins. Towson incredibly low. Isn't going to be much help. ZTR deploying some utility. m0NESY blinded, jumping into the site, and still gets away with the kill. Towson steps up back of the site, getting run down. A second kill before being removed by Magisk. Now Acor stepping up inside of the smoke. His teammate still a long way off. PR is coming back through CT spawn now.
Yeah, very long way off. He actually was chilling there for probably way far too long. So Magisk now spots both. And Falcons, feels like you can just stay passive and play the crossfires. Don't give them any peeks, don't give them any early kills. This should be an impossible retake. There's no kits.
There's a quick kill from Acor. Is there anything else to follow up here? No peeks being brought through. They have to bring the fight to Nico at the back of the side. Eventually PR is going to connect it, but the time's the problem. So he's going to get on that defuse and hold it and give it one good go. But TeSeS round the back, forces him off the defusal, and it's just going to try and chase him down. PR gets the final kill. But Falcons will have the second pistol round.
Feels close with that kill from Acor over towards Nubox, but I feel like that's one of those clutches where Falcons could have taken their hands off the mouse and keyboard and probably still won it down the stretch if they weren't to give up that frag, that little 3-on-2. Such strong positions. Here's TeSeS opening kill, waiting for the play from Rez. And m0NESY providing the initial gush and then the entry. And Falcons outlast Gamer Legion in the pistol.
Just USPs now as well for Gamer Legion, no force buy.
It's both pistols for Falcons in this third and deciding map. That'll be the first thing Ash thinks about if they're going to go on to lose this, is not having a pistol makes it so difficult. And now with the MAC-10s in utility, you can just bully them. Into the B-bomb site we go. 9th round for Falcons.
Yeah, no resistance. And pistol rounds giving them nice buffers. Nico just tapping through the smoke, eventually connecting onto Rez. There's the follow-up from Nico.
This crowd was giving so much love to m0NESY and Nico to start the day. It faded with that quiet performance on Nuke. But on Inferno, he's given him a couple reasons to cheer. It's a 4-round lead and the first time Gamer Legion can bring guns into the field of play. M4's FAMAS on ZTR. And Falcons, I mean, their plan obviously is close out the series as fast as possible. Ride this momentum to the map conclusion. Just ride these early advantages all the way to 13.
Kicks in, not slowing down. Kicks it up a gear, in fact, to go around that half wall, but then falls back.
It's all a fake. They want it to feel like it's going to be a play towards the B-bomb site. Counter utility coming out. Acor's rotating over. Oh, but that smoke he chucks out saves the day. That smoke at the mid-ramp. Falcons was about to hit.
Oh, the tower topples at the hand of TeSeS. PR and Rez both gone, and there's no other option but to save for Gamer Legion. Their chances will come a little bit later, but that is convincing round again from Falcons, and this one puts them up to 10. Double figure secured, 3 rounds away from a semifinals.
Now it's convincing, but it doesn't give you an easier time of things in the next round. Yeah, you get closer to the match win, which is obviously great, but Gamer Legion able to save two M4s and a FAMAS. They'll be buying in the next round. You'll still have a very tough investment that you'll have to burn through, with PR and Rez likely picking up Deagles or 5.7s. So, I mean, if I'm Falcons, I don't know. I might throw a couple players at this hunt. Don't want to give too much over. But they're content with the round victory as the save call came out so early.
Much better map here from Nico, 14-8 at the moment.
Makes a big difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, it makes a huge difference when Nico's playing well, right?
There's a different feel for Falcons when Nico's playing well versus, I mean, look, that map we saw on Nuke, you're not going to see many maps like that across Nico's career, so let's just call it the aberration that it is. Falcons just 3 rounds away, the semifinals in Dallas loom. I'm sorry, but understandable.
Doesn't look like she came. She's not here. Where is she?
Yeah, where is she? She's probably up close to the stage.
Backstage.
10-5. Round 16.
Fine banana, won by Monacy. Townsend to sprint towards him and to his death. ZTR also taking damage. He's the only B player left. Can't go down here, and he won't. He'll retreat into the site. But with 1 minute 20 seconds still to play and Falcons up a player, it's got to feel pretty good right now.
Nico with 3 HP is just going to be like a overqualified flank watcher. Not much he can do in this round. Going to go join up over in halls, make sure nobody can wrap around if they eventually start making the plays. He's bringing the bomb as well. So Kixon's call is to move up with this banana control and apply some pressure. Make them a little bit nervous about this side of the map with the man disadvantage. But Gamer Legion isn't going to budge, so Kixon investigating, seeing what he can find with the cover of his smokes and CT and coffins, and he might call Falcons back.
He's not seeing anything right now.
It's a long time, though. It's a really long time for Kixon to have to be here on his own.
ZTR made the information play and didn't see anything. He didn't see Kixon, so he makes a lot of noise. And so that retreat, that change of position is calling them back now. Kixon hears it, but the grenade, they're so low.
Oh, there's two.
They're so low, and one of them's going to go down at least, and Nico's going to survive. Magic's not so lucky. Into the smoke, ZTR makes the play through, and Monacy was blinded, still gets away with it.
Oh, do you want to put all your eggs in this basket? Not at all. Gamer Legion have like nothing about this retake. Falcons once again crack in and force Gamer Legion back. They must save these weapons, but now the hunt is on. And Nico with that low HP all around is not out of the fight.
Ripping the weapons out of their hands. Rez is going to hold on to Monacy. He's going to fall away now into the apartments. Should be okay to save the rifle at least. And
that's such a painful one death to take right at the end, to lose one of those weapons. Oh, it hurts so much.
You save 3 weapons, it's a very different story. You can have a much more comfortable buy here, but still going to be good. Still really going to be okay for Gamer Legion to get rifles out.
Yeah, they have the full losing bonus, which isn't a good thing, but at least they've got it.
Yeah.
And a timeout called their 3rd and final, so Ash is getting involved in the conversation for one last hurrah, gathering the boys together, one last speech, one last attempt at it, at bringing this back. 6 rounds behind. It's doable. We saw some tenacity out of them on Nuke, overcoming so many tough situations. We saw that grit you don't normally get out of younger, inexperienced teams. But this might be too much to ask.
Now they've got to take it to another level. A lot of rounds to be pulled back here. 11-5 down. To win in regulation, you need to be perfect from this point onwards.
That shot from Nico, very nice with 3 HP, takes that final weapon away. Doesn't do too much, still 4 M4s on the board. Acor stuck on an MP9, utility aplenty for the CT side, same with kits. But a winning recipe for a CT round they don't have. It's been 4 in a row for Falcons.
Gamer Legion go to battle. One last attempt to prevent Falcons from getting into the semifinals. PR looking up into the apartments. Multiple targets, only takes 1. Acorn needs to get his gun out as they're starting to flood out of the balcony into the pit. Throws the utility down upon them. Acorn into the open, it's 1 kill as he gets back. A lot of damage on Monacy. Rotation has arrived now for Gamer Legion. 2 players to the Archers. Bombs down in the pit.
They got to get it up during the smoke. They have to get it up during the smoke. Tessa's tagged up. A little bit blind shots through that smoke is going to keep him at bay for the moment. There's one more smoke on Monacy. But he's going to go down. They're already wrapping around. Where's the cover?
Nico from Boiler. Nico from Boiler. Here he comes from the back, and it's only one. He's gone. So it's all Tessa's again. Is it map point? The bomb is implanted.
I actually love this play.
He sneaks. He makes it look like it could have fallen away, but Towson will find him at the back of the site.
All right, hard-fought round. Another timeout from Ash. Another round win for Gamer Legion. That guy's good. But he needs his players to pick it up from here because he can no longer be involved. They burnt all 3. That lifeline provided in the previous round. Now the lead cut to 5. Good hold from Acor with his MP9 at range. And unfortunate for Nico as he turns the corner. One is just slow playing it.
Nico up first. Around the half wall he'll go. Chasing down Towson, but getting a flash to the face. So that's going to slow him down. And a grenade to take half of his health away.
We've been watching Nico bully riflers in this bomb site for years. A cool call for your star player to put your faith in him and say, go up to that B bomb site, look for a fight, do everything you can to find it.
And then once you've got that long corner control, put the AWP up.
Oh, yeah, but also look at the pressure they put on. There's a minute and 15 seconds, minute and 10 seconds left on the clock now, but the B defenders have no utility. They're all out. They've had to use the Molotovs, the smokes to make sure that Nico wasn't going to challenge them.
And so the A players feel like they need to make a play forward, and PR's going to do exactly that. Kicksan getting caught in mid. Acorn's going to plug the hole at top mid, no problem on Tess says. And he'll back away. PR with a follow-up. We're starting to see some life in Gamer Legion now. This fight against Magis does not look good for the Dane. He'll fall off the ledge, and Monacy to retreat back into the save call.
It's all he's got, and money is starting to dwindle on the Falcon side of things. He's got 550 in the bank. He's going to get pressed, but PR's made noise. Easy scope, easy kill. How much more do Gamer Legion want to throw at him? How much do they want to get this AWP out of his hands? How scared of it are they? And money, the primary motivating factor, as Gamer Legion just concede and say, keep the AWP. We're all good. Early in this event, back in the group stage, Falcons had a strong commanding lead over Mouse, 12-6. Mouse rattled off 6 in a row to force overtime. Excuse me, 12-5. It was 7 straight from Mouse to force overtime. And if you're Gamer Legion with that knowledge, that's what you're leaning on, that you know the comebacks are possible. You know that Falcons, as good as they've been early on in this roster's constitution, they have not yet solidified the ability to just close out games. There's a chance you can still build back into it. And a merciful timeout from Falcons after 2 losses in a row that gives Ash time to talk to his team. Final words being said by the coaches. Zonic keeping everyone calm. Ash trying to make sure everyone's focused. We're going to come out of this timeout into round 19. It's a full buy for both teams. A big clash set to begin here. Dallas, are you believing in this Gamer Legion comeback? Do you want overtime? Let's see if they can get us there.
Nico back to Banana. This time, not the same amount of effort being put in to try and win it. Oh, PR not going to enjoy that. Grenade lands in his backpack. He's going to go forward. Tessas shreds him. Falcons with the opening kill. In search of map point.
Look how calm this map has all of a sudden gotten after these initial engagements. Falcons certainly feeling the pressure. That whole conversation about experience versus inexperience goes out the window because they're feeling the very same emotions.
Into Banana, Falcons start to accelerate. There's only one player defending, and they might just go at him Here they come, straight through the utility, looking for 12 off the back of this, and Townsend's gonna retreat. He realizes he can't hold on. He's calling his teammates over, and they're quite quick on this rotation.
You gotta see if you can go for it. You gotta see if you can get a kill that makes it doable, but it goes the other direction. One more through the smoke.
All right, through it, ZTR. There we go. Leading by example, getting a double. Now Rez to step up. He resurrects their chances, and Tess's in the 1v1. 30 seconds on the clock, and Acor the stand-in. He's gonna wait back at CT spawn. It's been such a long time since he's got the sensation of playing in an arena, and now he has a chance for a clutch. He's gonna hold, he's gonna let him cross, and Acor comes off the angle. Where has Tess's gone in his mind? And he still nails the shot. Acor steps up, the stand-in delivers, and the comeback in regulation is still on.
Yeah, Acor steps up in the 1v1, but everyone stepped up during that attack. That looked lost. That looked no chance after the kill onto the boost. But throwing bodies at the problem. Everyone's coming through the smoke. A desperate gamble that pays off. And Gamer Legion are within 3. Falcons got to be stunned right now.
Everyone is just willing to throw their life on the line and fight for it. Fight for this comeback for Gamer Legion.
And there was always one more player. Always one more guy coming through that smoke. Round 20. Triple B start for this defense. Rez is going to get the opening. That's down mid-deep, but Nico finds one right back.
Is one AK-47 for Nico going to be enough? Keeps the numbers even for now. Gamer Legion with a passive setup on both bomb sites. Leaving the AWP of Acor to peer down and allow that third to rotate over.
Falcons moving up middle right now. Only the one AK-47 on Nico. They've got 2 smokes. You'll want to use one for wrap side so you can maybe get some safety to move up into lane. But for the moment, Falcons holding their nerve.
Blinded. Tesses doesn't reveal his position. No sound cue made. Ready to pop when his teammates are in position. As they start their wrap around long. ZTR in the archway. Detects them. Early warning system is up. Now Tesses readies himself because he knows it's his moment soon. Magis just goes into the library, and the librarian silences ZTR.
And Acor takes a deep breath. He knows what's coming. Missed shot. They gain more space off of that. He backs up.
There's a 1v1 in the previous round that he stepped up in. Now he needs a sequence. They come towards him, 15 seconds left, and he's caught from behind. Nico's AK shreds right through him. And it started with one AK-47 for Nico. And it might just close on 12 here for Falcons. They are retreating. Gamer Legion not going to be... hold on. He's just changing up his position to the archway.
You do not go for this, surely. Yeah, there's no way.
The call's gone back. Rez is running away from this, and they've got to save. So it's going to be 12 for Falcons. Series point picked up. Semi-finals point off the back of a Hero AK-47 and 4 pistols.
Well, the Hero AK does its work. Nico's got a double kill in the round, including that one on Acor to secure the safety of the B bomb site. Denied a crazy round in the previous, but finally they got what was coming to them. 12 for Falcons. Some of the pressure leaves. You've at least got overtime secured, and you've got 4 more chances still to close out this series, book a ticket to the semifinals.
But you've now lost your buffer zone. You've lost that extra round you had to play with. Any failure from this point for Gamer Legion, and they are eliminated in the quarterfinals for the 3rd time by Falcons. And Nico and Monacy will be familiar with that chant last year from Dallas when they give them a miracle run where they were G-Stu, looking to try and go for the title again in different colors. A nice shot from Monacy. The opening frag delivered for Falcons.
A tough round to have to sit back and wait and watch if you're PR. A really tough round to be taken out of that fight early. And look at Falcons on the minimap. Everyone's just paused, waiting for that follow-up peek.
Rez is up next. Can he get a kill? Can he pull it back here for Gamer Legion? Doesn't want to go too far forward.
How is Falcons so aware of the continuous possibility of that Halls push, of that balcony peek? Monacy's been there the whole round. He's not believing that nobody's coming back to it. It's crazy.
Under a minute left.
This is how Gamer Legion managed the last 4v5 we saw. 3 players rotated to set up crossfires at the top of middle within brackets, 1 player defending the B-bomb site alone.
Can ZTR deliver with a little MP9? Severed off from his support. Acor's held behind smoke. There's still a crossfire. ZTR ripped open. And for Falcons, coming to this event, it was all about the game versus Vitality. And they're now a couple of steps closer to that semi-final. It's just Towson left. And he'll come back. He'll attempt this. He has to. But is there any hope? With a chance of sending them home, ringing through his headset. Nico and Tesses mere seconds away, and Falcons will head into the semi-finals. They've got a date with Vitality, and they have a grudge match to settle.
Wasn't the most convincing series from Falcons. It's not that confidence-inspiring one that makes you feel like this team is hitting their peak, but they get the job done. A tough Gamer Legion team against them that had no quit in them today, but Falcons persevere, and they'll have that conversation. Tomorrow has to be that peak.
It's not the finals, it's not the final form Falcons that we've seen in those BO5s that have pushed Vitality to the brink time and time again. They've got a lot of work to do, a lot to do for tomorrow in that semi-final. But another quarterfinal loss for Gamer Legion at the hand of Falcons. They just can't catch a break, man. They just keep running into them.
Yeah, and Zonic, I think, knows the feeling as well, going back behind the booth to make sure he gives them all the personalized high five and well played and good game. That's got to be a crushing blow, especially for a team, as we mentioned, no major aspirations. They will not be in Austin, so this is the end of Gamer Legion's season, showing some cool things, but obviously some heartbreaking event losses along the way.
Falcons into the semifinals. Nico and Monacy back on the Dallas stage. An elevation required, but an exciting matchup that we have queued up.
All right, Nico. How you feeling after that dub? How you feeling about this crowd?
Yeah, hello Dallas. It's nice to come back here in this amazing atmosphere. You guys are insane, and it's really nice to play in front of you. We are super excited to be back here, and we are continuing the win streak in the arena. We'll see. Next up, Vitality.
Next up, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. I want to ask you something beforehand. Maybe a little less of a fun question. What's going on with Nuke right now in you, man?
I don't know, I play like shit on Nuke, every Nuke, I don't know what the fuck am I doing, and I'm just getting caught off guard almost every round. It's just something that I need to look at again and try to find some different ways, even though I did try to, do different things from the past games, just nothing seems to be working on this map right now for me, so maybe it's a mental thing, I don't know, but for me it's just super important that I could bounce back on Inferno and that I could actually help the team secure the W.
You definitely did. Now, eyes towards the future, right? You already mentioned it. Vitality's next up. They've got a pretty nice streak going. You want to ruin that?
We already tried, a couple of times. It's gonna be a hard game. I feel like we are not playing the best. I felt like we were a bit better maybe in Copenhagen and even in Melbourne. So it's gonna be tough. They also maybe seem a bit shaky this event. They could have maybe dropped a match versus Mongols, but we're gonna go and give it our all. I think it helps us that it's a best of 3, it's not a best of 5, so that's a different story. It's not the final, it's semi-final. Maybe I'll play better as well. But no, it's gonna be an exciting game, and we wanna take the W.
And I seem to remember some memories here in this arena with you on this stage up against that Vitality not so long ago. You think you could bring that magic back?
Yeah, for sure. I heard an interview from Apex in the group stage. Like they really want to get the revenge because they lost, to a stand-in last time around. So it's gonna be a fun game. I think it's gonna be a cool storyline if we manage to beat them and get into the final. As I said, it's gonna be tough, but we're gonna be ready. We're gonna do our best, and hopefully it's gonna be as exciting as it was the last time for you guys to enjoy us watching play.
What do you think, Dallas? You ready for that one? I think they're ready.
And I think we are ready as well. A good bit of smiling can be had from that, but the truth is there is a lot of stock to put into that game tomorrow with the Falcons and Vitality. And Nico, not really beating around the bush, said, hey, play like shit. Don't know what the F is going on.
try different things. Forgot how to speak English as well towards the end of that interview. That's how much, you know, the new game affected him. But no, I think it's clear, you know, that for Falcons, this wasn't the cleanest of games, but it did get it done, right?
Yeah.
Even though it wasn't pretty, that's the most important thing for them, and the most important thing for NiKo specifically after that nuke performance to be able to bounce back. I think as soon as you saw what happened in the pistol round, opening one of the game, you felt like he's going to have a much better time on Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, nothing like limping it past the finish line. That's all they could do there. But I mean, Gamer Legion pushed them to their limits, and I think Gamer Legion also showed us a different kind of side of them. Maybe it's just like an ESL event thing that they decide that's when they're going to play, and every other event they go to, they just go out in dead last place or don't even qualify. So, I mean, we got to see some really cool things. I think Falcons, where they sit among, I guess, where they land in the world rankings, that's up for debate right now, because we came into this event thinking number 2 probably in the world. Good favorites to be able to maybe finally beat Vitality this time around instead of letting it go from a 12-6 lead on the 5th map. And now we just sit there and looking at them. They took a defeat to Maus already this event. Where are they actually? Is Maus actually that number 2? Or what's going on with Falcons? Is it the honeymoon over?
Yeah, the question of the honeymoon being over is bittersweet in its own way, because you love the output and the production that you're getting from the Falcons right now in this moment.
Yeah, I'm not buying too much into the honeymoon thing because they played pretty good in their last tournament before m0NESY arrived, right? So I think they were just ramping up, and he was that final piece. And here it's a little bit, you know, that NiKo is having a poor tournament so far. When that happens, considering the responsibility he has on the team, obviously it's not going to look as clean, but you know, he's a guy that's just going to keep going at it, keep chipping away, and try to regain his form, because they'll definitely need him tomorrow versus Vitality.
Absolutely need him. We also need your help. That's right, you right there sitting at home. Let's check out our DHL MVP. Yes, that's right, the DHL MVP. We're going to ask you to get those votes in thick, fast, and in a hurry so that we can catch up with the finalists, the winner of the vote, at the conclusion of the grand finals on Sunday. Yes, that is, it's going to be showing us a lot of players here from the side of Falcons. If I had to guess, Tessis had a good case to make today.
Yeah, definitely. And also on Inferno, on T side, managed to find a lot of impact, really sharp. This round was huge, a nuke, not enough for them to be able to win the game, but he's been stepping it up for sure.
I think m0NESY is an easy shout here as well, because there are so many moments where he had to win in crucial moments, keep them alive on different maps, including, I think, starting with that Ancient, where he had a 3K with the Deagle to convert an eco round, but it didn't stop there. It was multiple clutches. We see a 1v2 here, a 1v1 here, where he gave that little smirk at the end of the round.
You know who we're oh, wow. How did he do that? Is this from his nuke performance?
Probably didn't watch that one, whoever was making this list. But no, still with the performance on Ancient and more so on Inferno, NiKo is the final guy here in the contention for MVP, and these smoke kills also kind of feel nice.
My favorite part of that round where he was boosted half wall, he instantly went for a reswing and died right after. So, yeah, I mean, he got his kills, but sometimes it didn't.
Figures that would be a favorite play for an NA player.
It checks out. It does check out for maybe an NA player. What also checks out is you getting those votes in so that we can't find out who our DHL MVP is gonna be. Now, if we do tell you all the things and all the fixins, I should say, down here in Texas, I need to tell you about something going on Sunday. That's right before that grand final, right over here on the stage, a best of 5. We're gonna have the Impact Grand Finals as well. So that'll be going on at 10:30 a.m. You're gonna make sure you're in a good seat. You're gonna watch the Impact Final. You're gonna stay here for the best of 5 Grand Final. You're gonna have a good day at Counter-Strike.
Yes, sir. It's a full day of Counter-Strike.
It is definitely that. So, again, that is on Sunday, just before the grand final, that best of 5. Let's go ahead and hear from the Gamer Legion side.
Super competitive series between Gamer Legion and Falcons. Unfortunately, it doesn't go in your favor. Can you talk to me a little bit about what happened after that nuke? Because incredible map from you. Again, a competitive one on Inferno. Where do you think things kind of fell out of your favor, though?
I think our CT sides haven't really been up to it, to be honest. And Inferno haven't really played it with Aiko. I thought we were going to be good on it. And I think in this instance, NiKo was too good on Banana. It was a nightmare. I felt like we couldn't really go there. And I think kind of the flip side happened with Nuke, where we were kind of not really getting shots and they kind of were. So it was a real difficult game for us. And even though we clawed some rounds back, it just wasn't enough. On the CT side, we've been just not good enough this event.
Considering the context, as you said, obviously coming in with a standard and this being your last event of the first half of 2025, what are your biggest takeaways from this event moving forward into that break and then to the next half of the season?
I mean, we're really happy about it for sure. It's been a very good year for us. And I think that we've got to the point now where people expect us to kind of make playoffs. And if we don't do so well, people are kind of disappointing us. I think it kind of shows progression we've made since we barely had any practice at the start of the year. I think we're very disappointed right now, even though we've got a stand in here to not win this game. I feel like it was really there to be won, and unfortunately we didn't get it.
Mentioned the stand-in. Do you know what's happening with Acor kind of moving forward? Because I'm sure he's garnered a hell of a lot of new fans, just like he did back in Paris as well. Any kind of, confirmation of where he might be going?
No, I have no idea. You'd have to ask him. He's a great player, though. He's done a great job for us here. It's really hard stepping into a team, especially when we have so much depth to us like we kind of do, and all these preparation we do as well. So he's done an amazing job. Maybe his stats don't say the same, but I think everyone here has really enjoyed playing with him, and he's been a big part of the team.
Obviously sad that you have a bit of an earlier start to the break than maybe some of the other teams, as you won't be going to the Austin Major. Any plans moving forward for that break, and then any kind of goals moving into the second half of this year?
Yeah, well, our goals will just be to try and make playoffs still. I think we're kind of showing progression there. And for the start of the year, we'll just come back earlier. We're going to finish earlier, obviously, now for the major. And it'll be much harder for us to get good practice whilst all the teams are playing the major, unfortunately, for us. So we'll take a holiday. I think we've really needed it. We've played a lot of events. We've played them quite deep. So we'll come back stronger, hopefully, at the end of the year.
Gutted to see you guys going home. But yeah, commiserations. Thank you so much for your time. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you in the second half of 2025.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll be on the lookout for Gamer Legion. Someone will. Maybe not us. Maybe we'll see them around. We're not really sure, but they definitely make a statement by making the stage here.
Yeah, I think they've kept progressing steadily. Lost the game, but won their first map on the stage. I think also the silver lining is a great game from PR, right? One of their youngest players. Really liked how he was switching it up on Inferno compared to some of his past games on the Lurks, going more mid compared to Apartments. So yeah, definitely positives to draw for Gamer Legion.
And speaking of positives, a whole other day of Counter-Strike, Josh. I know you're looking forward to it, so we've set it up for you just like this. Mongols versus Maus. Then you're going to get the Falcons versus Vitality. Now, there is a lot of heat in the server tomorrow.
I'll tell you something, Trace. You know how for Cologne, we always say it's one of the best teams in the world, that wins like one of the favorites? For Dallas, it's kind of the opposite, right? Like we've had G2 with the stand-in last year. We've had Ents the year before that. We've had Cloud9, the Gambit youngsters lineup who didn't do much. Like, those were the past winners. So everyone's looking towards, Vitality, Falcons, Maus, but Mongols maybe, just maybe, can pull off a miracle.
Maybe.
Yeah, I look at Maus and I think that could be a really fun match, but I worry for this Falcons Vitality. You expect it to be like a grand final matchup, but the way that Falcons has been playing recently, lack of depth, especially on that CT side, just everyone's just playing 1-1-1. No one's really playing like a cohesive setup. It's worrisome because I feel like Vitality should just be able to move right past them, and we're not going to get to see Falcons actually overtake them.
We're going to have to wait and see tomorrow. Gentlemen, again, thank you very much. We are going to call it there. Dallas, thank you. I know that most of you are not in this room anymore, but we've certainly enjoyed your antics all day. My name's Trace. We'll see you tomorrow for the semifinals. It's Intel Extreme Masters, y'all.
Up the truth, this ain't new to me. Since the age of 22, I've been using it like it's fuel to level up, like it's champagne in my cup, like there's nothing interrupting my pursuit of dreams. There's a vision in my mind, it's consuming me. Take my confidence combined with opportunity, mix it up with unity, soon to be the greatest of my generation. Operation Victory. Fight or fly, we will stay through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. troubled days, lonely nights, lot of tears, lot of fights. Big dreams met with bigger lies. It ain't what it seems from the outside. On my downfall they pray. Will I surrender or will I betray? Given the trauma that lives in my brain, or use it to fuel up the fire in my veins. I never complain, I boss up and do it. If there's a battle, I fight my way through it. If the wind blows, I thank God that he blew it. Cause what is a blessing depends how you view it. The fruits of my labor are in abundance. Indispensable, I'm not redundant. Incomprehensible the way I've done it. When the struggle pushes me, I don't shove it. I rise above it.
Fight or fly, we will stay. Through the perils we dare not to stray. Spark the match, light the flame. Out of luck, out of sight, dangerous, dynamite.
Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming. Superman's kryptonite. Blowing up dynamite. Dynamite! Setting fire to the clouds at the speed of light. Going up, not coming down, screaming.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of Ash's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Novi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Supposed to hear